Dancing with a Ghost. Restless Spirits Cozy Ghost Mysteries, Book 3, by Angie Pepper. Narrated by Marie Hoffman. Chapter 1. Katie Mills kept looking over her shoulder as she stepped off the plane in Santa Fe, New Mexico. She'd heard a superstitious tale that ghosts could only move at walking speed. Traveling by plane or even by vehicle could shake one for a few days. Katie unzipped her jacket in anticipation of the warm southwestern sunshine. She touched the cross at her neck and prayed the flight had bought her a few days' relief. A few days without her ghostly companion. Outside, the late November air was warmer than the plane, but still cooler than she'd expected. Whenever she thought of New Mexico, Katie imagined scorching sands, long dirt roads, and carrion birds perched on weathered bones. She pictured the desert as painted by Tilda Onassis, the artist whose retreat she was heading toward. The great woman's painting seemed to pulse with heat, but in reality it was cool here. Katie silently admonished herself for being so naive. It was nearly December, and the town was in the mountains. The ranch was at an even higher elevation. Katie passed through the charming airport, pausing to admire the twinkling white Christmas lights dotting the many shades of blue. The wooden window frames were turquoise. The ceiling was cerulean, or maybe haint blue, a soft blue-green painted on porch ceilings in the south to ward off evil spirits the locals called haints. She took one last look over her shoulder. No ghost. Just other travelers, coming and going through the small airport. She stepped out through the front door. The air was even cooler than it was on the tarmac. A fly buzzed around her face. She'd reached the point where she was no longer enjoying the journey as a thing in and of itself. Now she felt impatient to reach her destination. "Excuse me," came a male voice. "Are you heading to the ranch?" Katie turned to find a young man about her age, 20, standing at the taxi stand. He had mousy brown hair and small dot-like features that looked to Katie like paint splatters. He was small and slight, smooth and somewhat rubbery, as though his bones were plastic, like those of a posable artist's mannequin. An older man passing by slowed down to take a long look at the boy, and then Katie, and back and forth again. The curious man might have been wondering if they were siblings, twins even. The two 20-year-olds were cut from the same cloth. Katie regarded the young man with a combination of fascination and disgust, the same way she looked at herself in the mirror. He repeated himself. "The ranch?" "Yes," she said. "That's exactly where I'm headed. Should we wait for the others and share one of those?" She pointed to a shuttle van. "Sure." He set down his suitcase. It was a vintage case, the kind with no wheels. Total art student choice. The old suitcase was not the most efficient for travel, but it did make a sturdy seat. He used it instead of the nearby bench. 20 minutes passed before the two spoke again. "I'm Lee," said the boy, his paint splatter of a mouth twitching with self-importance. "Lee Elliott. I'm nobody yet. I might change my name. Too many E's in a row." He spelled it out fully to demonstrate. "My name would never be a good website." "Katie Mills," she said. They shook hands, their fingers too reluctant to clutch for more than a second. Also a nobody. "You should go by Kate or Catherine. Nobody collects art by someone named Katie." "Right," she said. It wasn't the first time she'd heard that from a well-meaning fellow student. Her more political girlfriends would jump in and point out that any female name held less implied value than a male name, so perhaps she'd do well to change her name to Kurt or Kevin. The conversation would devolve from there. Katie preferred not to spar with people over her name, or much else. She'd read a quote once about how life was a battle, not a dance. She didn't agree. Life could be a battle if you made it one, but why not dance if you have the choice? Lee Elliott was still looking at her. She raised her eyebrows and gave him a polite smile. If conversation was also a dance, she preferred to let someone else lead. "Wait until you meet Clive and Tilda," Lee said. His cheeks flushed with a life force that had not been present until now. "They're brilliant in every way, not just separately, but together. He's the businessman, sure, but she'd be nothing without him. You should get Clive to give you a new name. He and I had some long talks about my career last year when I was up here. We had the most amazing walks together, just the two of us, out under the stars. He's going to introduce me to all the right people as soon as he thinks I'm ready." Katie said, "That sounds nice. Good for you." Lee's paint-splatter features rearranged into an angry cloud of hornets. "You'll see," he spat. Katie opened her mouth to apologize or explain, but stopped herself. It was her lisp again. She was weary from travel and had been careless with her enunciation. The S sounds had come out exaggerated and sloppy. The toddler-like speech, combined with Katie's natural resting expression, sometimes had an unfortunate social side effect. When she spoke up, people thought she was making fun of them, especially sensitive artist types with chips on their shoulders. Lee was evidently the type of guy who expected mockery. They stood in silence as the sky turned lavender. Both turned to watch the sky in uneasy silence. Some people claimed it was the high elevation that made the skies over Santa Fe so luminous, so saturated with color, a lack of pollution, a special kind of light, closer to heaven. Katie could get lost in that sky. Lee Elliott shifted noisily next to her. She could sense the young man's desire for attention, his desire to talk to her, talk at her, to be heard, to ruin the quiet enjoyment of the purple sky. She deliberately kept her chin lifted and avoided the eye contact that would give him another conversational opening. A taxi driver broke the silent standoff. "You two want a lift to the ranch or not?" Katie and Lee both agreed quickly, without looking at each other, and then raced to be the first loaded into the vehicle. The driver was an older black man, perhaps 70, with a sprinkling of white hair over his head and a close, tight gray beard. He was quick to smile and powerful with his movements. "Nice to see you again," he said to Katie with an eyebrow waggle. "Thanks," she said, though she'd never been to New Mexico before, let alone met this driver. "It's a long drive," the man said. "Get comfortable, but not too comfortable." He looked over his shoulder and gave Lee a mischievous wink. The taxi started moving. Katie regretted getting into the back seat with Lee, but it was too late to move up front now. She leaned her head back on the upholstered seat and tried to relax. This trip was going to be good. She was putting more miles between herself and the last place she'd seen the ghost. She could be herself here, and not the girl people on campus stared at and whispered about. She could feel Lee's eyes on her. She ignored him and zipped open her travel bag. She kept the prescription bottle hidden from his prying eyes as she shook out a single pill. Rapid travel might keep away the ghost who haunted her, but just in case it didn't work, she had her medicine. Unfortunately, a side effect of the pills was that they took away the colors in the world, and the sky right now, edging toward indigo, was breathtaking. She paused, the pill pressed to her lower lip. She felt the gelatin soften from her saliva. Katie didn't want the colors to go away, but she needed to keep the ghost at bay, at least for the first day or two. "What have they got you on?" Lee asked. "This and that." She dry swallowed the pill before he could get a better look at the markings. "I've tried everything myself," he said. Katie doubted that very much, but didn't say so. "Painting is the only thing that works," he said dreamily. "The only thing that matters. You know, I feel sorry for people who don't have a driving passion in life. If someone took away my ability to create beauty from nothing, I don't know what I'd do. I guess I'm one of the lucky ones." "Good for you," Katie said. This time she was mocking him, but he didn't seem to notice. They didn't speak again on the hour-long drive. After a technicolor display in the sky, complete with red ink-dipped clouds, the sun finished setting. The passengers lurched forward suddenly, held back by their seatbelts. The vehicle slid to a scratchy stop on the dirt road. Up ahead, an iron gate blocked the entrance to the ranch. The friendly driver turned around and gave the two a suspicious look. "Are you sure they're expecting you?" Lee said, "I've had my spot reserved for almost a year. Of course they're expecting me." He glanced over at Katie, but didn't wait for her to speak. "You can let us out here, and we'll walk the rest of the way. It's fine. I could use the exercise anyway." The driver said to Katie, "How about you, pretty lady, whose name I can't remember? I'm heading back into Santa Fe right now. If you don't want to stay here with this smooth character, you can hitch a ride with me. I won't charge you for the way back." "I'll be fine," she said, smiling. "Lee Elliott will take good care of me." "If you say so. You know what they say. You don't have to outrun El Chupacabra. You just have to outrun whoever you're with." He grinned broadly at his joke. "Good to know," she said. Lee snorted. The driver got out and helped them pull their luggage from the trunk, though there wasn't much. Lee had only his vintage suitcase, and Katie had her black canvas suitcase, plus a few bags with painting supplies. The road beyond the iron gate was dark, lit brightly by a waning gibbous moon, about 3/4 lit, and a veil of stars. Lee said, "I can see lights on inside the main ranch house." Katie couldn't see what he did, but her vision without contact lenses wasn't perfect. The medication she'd been taking dried out her eyes, making her unable to wear her contacts, but she preferred the world this way, slightly soft. All the better to see the true shapes of things, minus the distraction of details. "Take some complimentary water," the taxi driver said, after they'd paid him for the ride, "just in case." He put 2 bottles of water in their hands, and then he drove away. They began the trek along the dark road. As the taxi's engine faded to nothing, there was only the scratch of the pair's footsteps and the sound of an owl singing 4 notes in the same tone, in rapid succession. Katie's neck itched. She fought the urge to look over her shoulder, to check for what had possibly followed her out here, across 3 states, to the desert mountains. The wind picked up, and it seemed to be howling in the ghost girl's voice, demanding, "How could you?" Katie strapped her bag around her shoulders so she could use both hands to clap over her ears. Still, she heard the voice. "Katie, how could you take my place?" Chapter 2. Katie heard a rustling that must have been the wind in the dry leaves, but the sound seemed to come from the vast sky itself, as though crinkled tissue paper of midnight blue were being pulled away from a wrapped gift, a treasure. She kept walking toward the century-old adobe buildings, crowned with chimneys, and lit only by the recently full moon. Long-limbed ancient cottonwood trees arched overhead protectively. The place was known internationally as Spirit Ranch. It was more than a retreat for artists. It was a dark and secret place. Years ago, it had been the perfect spot for the Velasco brothers, who used it for hiding stolen cattle. The animals' rightful owners were spooked away by mannequins the elder Velasco brother set hanging in the trees. If the prospect of being hanged wasn't enough to discourage unwanted visitors, There were the evil spirits the locals spoke of, ghosts of witches who haunted the dwellings and took to the nearby flat-topped mountain under the full moon to dance with the devil. There were also legends of supernatural beings, mutant potato bugs over 6 feet long, and cattle who flew through the canyon on ghostly wings. Something small scurried toward the pair of moonlit travelers. The creature stopped to watch them just long enough to reveal the glint of its eyes before it scurried away. After 20 minutes of walking, they reached the main house. Despite the chill in the late November mountain air, Katie was sweating from the effort of lugging her bags. She could taste the red dust that had blown into her nose and mouth. The earth stuck to her damp skin. She paused to look up, to remember the shape and feeling of this moment. The main ranch house was jagged and rectangular, like a castle or a fortress. She knocked on the wooden door. Lee stood back a good 10 feet, like a spectator, noisily glugging the remainder of his bottle of water. Katie hadn't even opened hers. A smaller door, set within the thick wooden door, slid open to reveal a pair of hooded eyes under sharp, peaked, triangular eyebrows. It was a woman, and she greeted Katie with one word. "Yes?" "I'm here for the retreat. It's under—" Her throat tightened. It was hard to say the name, like inviting the darkness to swallow the rest of her. "Darlene Silva." "No." The bright green eyes, framed by dark iron, widened. "No, no, no." It became a moan. "No." The metal hatch in the door slammed shut. The noise startled Katie. She took a step backward and turned to Lee. Lee rolled his eyes toward the starry sky and shook his head. With a weary sigh, he marched up the stone steps on his rubbery legs and thrust his boneless hand toward the wooden door, where it landed with a splayed hand splat rather than a real knock. He splatted twice more, as though giving the door a high five it didn't deserve. "Ms. Onassis?" A fourth splat. "It's me, Lee Elliott. I was here last year. Sorry we're late, but I wanted to wait at the airport for a while to make sure we didn't miss anyone for our retreat." Katie cracked open the plastic cap of her water bottle. The breaking plastic made a satisfying snap. If Lee wanted to take credit for being thoughtful and waiting for the other students, more power to him. The guy could use whatever glossy sheen he could get onto himself before his true muddy colors came through. Through the door, the woman could be heard yelling, "Darlene Silva? That's who's out here on the doorstep. Do you want to tell me what the hell this is all about?" The person who answered back wasn't yelling, and so there were no words for Katie to overhear. Lee sighed wearily again. There was a baleful creaking, and the door opened, spilling out warm golden light. It was her, Tilda Onassis, the red desert flower, the mistress of Spirit Ranch. She could have stepped right out of one of her many magazine photos. With her arms outstretched, her trademark oversized men's shirt billowing around her thin, angular frame, and a smile like an ironed dart, she seemed to be posing for another iconic image, a memory to be quickly painted in the mind. Tilda looked up and down Katie's body, while Katie did the same, albeit without moving her head so obviously. The artist standing before her had sleek red hair, cut in a crisp bob, the same haircut she'd worn for 30 years. A single pearl adorned one earlobe. The other earlobe, her right one, wasn't pierced. In interviews, she explained she only wanted one, plus the first piercing had hurt too much, like childbirth. It hurt, and she couldn't bear to do it a second time. Katie noticed the older woman wore no underwear beneath the oversized men's shirt, which was flecked with 100 shades of paint. Her feet were bare. On her legs, she wore black tights ending just below the knee. She was old enough to be Katie's mother, Yet she lifted one foot and stretched languidly with the same playful energy as a juvenile cat. Tilda's green eyes flicked over to Lee briefly, then back to Katie. "You're not Darlene Silva," Tilda said, her voice purring with amusement as she finished her leg stretch. Darlene had thicker hair and fuller lips, and a chest like a big old featherbed. "Darlene sends her regards," Katie said, lying with surprising ease. She couldn't make it, but since the booking was already paid for, she insisted I go in her place. She didn't want to be wasteful. She didn't want to be wasteful? Tilda didn't move from the doorway to invite them in. That doesn't sound like the Darlene I knew. Katie shrugged and forced a sweet smile. "Well, here I am." Behind her, Lee cleared his throat. "Here we both are," Katie said. "Brother and sister?" They answered in unison. "No." Tilda flashed her eyes, looking seductive. She was 50 and had only gotten more brazen with age. "Are you sure you're not twins? I've always had a weakness for twins, as you might have heard." Katie felt her cheeks redden as she looked down at Tilda's bare feet, her crimson lacquered toenails like arrowheads. She'd read that Tilda Onassis had a penchant for seducing siblings, but she'd believed it to be hyperbole, dreamed up by desperate magazine writers hoping to secure more readers by promising lurid details. But now here she was, in the flesh, bolder and more flirtatious than all written accounts. What if everything whispered about the red-headed artist Dynamo were true? Lee pushed past her toward the doorway, bumping Katie with first his shoulder and then his suitcase. He seized Tilda in a hug. Tilda rested her chin on the young man's shoulder and made a gagging face at Katie. Then she succumbed to the hug and ran her hands, fingers thin and pointed like fork tines, down his hunched back. Still uninvited, Katie entered the house. The interior of the main Spirit Ranch residence was exactly as it appeared in Architectural Digest. The building predated the Civil War and resonated with history. Since construction, the adobe dwelling had been continuously expanding, like a living creature. Some of the new rooms were technically original, as they had once been livestock barns. No longer a working farm, the ranch was both home to its famous artist owner and a retreat for a select number of art students. "You've finished restoring the rammed earth floor," Lee said with admiration. Tilda elevated at the compliment, standing up on the balls of her bare feet. "What a living nightmare," she said. "The mess and the drama with the workers, and you wouldn't believe the fuss." Lee sniffed the air. "Linseed oil?" She patted him on the head like a dog. "Good boy." He beamed and shot Katie a smug look. Tilda came over to Katie, where she used her hands to form a frame around the girl's face. Katie froze. Tilda squinted and nodded, as though approving her, then grabbed the handle of Katie's rolling suitcase. "Come along," Tilda said. "If you're going to be here all week, we can't have you standing by the door the whole time." She led the way around the enormous central fireplace that was the primary form of heat for the house. Katie noted that Tilda Onassis walked a bit like a duck, her bare feet slapping the polished adobe floor. Tilda paused to poke her head through a wood-timbered doorway. "Holly, we have 2 guests. 2 of them. I need fresh linens and an explanation from you." She looked over her shoulder at Katie and Lee. "We weren't expecting you," she said sweetly. "No?" Lee sounded wounded. "Sorry," Katie said. "It must have been a miscommunication, but don't worry," the red-headed artist said. "We'll have you 2 set up in no time, and it will be refreshing for me to have some sane company for a change." She paused to look back at them as she rolled her eyes theatrically. "Sanity, like common sense, is always in short supply." "We're at your service," Lee said eagerly. Tilda showed Lee to his room first. He cooed with excitement. The bedroom had a narrow adobe ledge that had once been used as a bed. The room had been upgraded with a regular wood-framed bed, and the ledge now held only decorative objects, smooth pebbles, local pottery, and the bleached skull of something large and bovine. Lee stayed in his room and began unpacking, muttering to himself about the lack of electrical plugs for charging his devices. Tilda gave Katie an amused look and led the way down the hall. "He's fun," she said of Lee. Katie said nothing. Katie's room was similar in style to Lee's, but with a larger window. The turquoise wooden shutters were closed now, but come morning, Katie was certain the view would be inspiring. It might even breathe life back into her and her painting. While Katie admired the spare walls and the Native American cross over the bed, Tilda swung the room's wooden door back and forth, squeaking the old brass hinges. "This needs oiling," she muttered. "Holly, get over here right now. Where are the linens?" A pleasantly plump woman appeared in the doorway, her dark blonde hair wildly disheveled. She was breathing heavily, her arms laden with towels and colorful woven blankets. "I'm not deaf," the woman wheezed at both of them. Tilda raised her thin red eyebrows into pyramids. "Are you sure about that?" To Katie she said, "Meet Holly Bagley. She's a dear old friend of mine whom we employ as a housekeeper, though I haven't the foggiest idea why." "It's because I'm partly brain-dead," Holly said with a guileless, straight face. "From the accident. My brain doesn't work quite right, but my hearing is just fine." Her face looked to Katie like a jumble, soft and lumpy, uneven. She had a thick scar running up her forehead and into her hairline. Where the scar split the dirty blonde hair, it created a mismatch, like two puzzle pieces smashed together the wrong way. Tilda gave the round-shouldered woman a pat on the back. "We love you all the same," she said gently. "But why wasn't I informed that we had 2 guests with us this week?" "2?" The housekeeper stared at Katie blankly. "But he said there was only 1, and that's why we canceled. That's why we sent a refund." Tilda asked, "Who said there was only 1?" The housekeeper didn't answer. She stared at Katie as though in a trance, the bundle of blankets trembling in her arms. "Holly, wake up." Tilda gave the woman an audible slap on the buttocks. "I asked you a question." The housekeeper jolted to life with a shriek. She tossed the blankets at Katie, who hadn't been expecting such an outburst, and succeeded only in swatting them away from herself, rather than catching them. The housekeeper turned on Tilda and let out a rushing torrent of swear words that would have been comical if not for the vehemence behind them. Tilda started yelling back, both of them spitting and outraged. Katie backed into a corner of the room. The fighting women were blocking the only exit. Finally, Tilda slapped Holly across the cheek. "Snap out of it," Tilda commanded. "Holly, I know you're still in there. Wake up." Cowed, Holly bowed her head and left the room, whimpering. Tilda turned back toward Katie and released a tired groan. "Don't worry about Holly. She's completely harmless. She whirls around like a dust devil, but she wouldn't hurt a flea." "I'm sorry you only had 2 people sign up for this week. It's a real shame. I can't understand why you're not fully booked." Tilda picked at a dab of paint on her oversized shirt. "Nothing is quite as it was a few years ago. Sometimes I wonder if this place is as cursed as people say." She looked straight at Katie, her expression softening and becoming childlike. "Sometimes I wonder if I'm the one who's cursed." Katie swallowed hard. She wondered the same thing herself. Tilda backed out into the hallway, pulling the wooden door with her, its old hinges squeaking. "Freshen up and find your way to the kitchen in about 30 minutes. We've already had a late lunch, and I thought we were done with food for the day. But Holly will rustle up something for your belly so you can sleep well tonight." She paused, her face framed by the narrow sliver of space between the door and its rustic lumber frame. "Some guests say the closet in here is haunted. You might wish to use the dresser for your personal effects and let the dead sleep undisturbed." And with that, she left Katy to the Spartan room and its ancient spirits. Chapter 3. Katy had just stripped down to her underwear, removing her road-dusted clothes, when the door to her room creaked open behind her. A male voice said, "My bad, my bad." The door creaked shut again. "Sorry, miss." Embarrassed chuckling. "Don't worry, I didn't see much. It's these stupid doors my mother has on all the bedrooms. No locks. She says it creates a feeling of openness. I tell her, 'Mom, people need to choose when they want to open up.' But she's got her own ideas." Katy finished fastening the snaps on the denim dress she'd been changing into for the late meal. She didn't have a mirror in the room to check herself, but she knew the dress was flattering. Not as flattering as it had been on its former owner, Darlene Silva, but Katy could only do so much with the sparse gifts nature had given her. She lacked Darlene's ample bosom and sultry bedroom eyes, but Katy was still alive, still able to wear clothes, breathe, enjoy life, and she would keep trying to shake the shadow that haunted her and made her do strange things. Why had she taken Darlene's clothes? Why was she walking in the other girl's footsteps, taking her place at the lodge? The only explanation she had was that something compelled her to, like how an addict is compelled to keep seeking the thing that's killing them. Katy was addicted to being haunted. There was a soft tap at the door. "You still alive in there?" The man let out a slow, self-conscious chuckle. He had the sound of someone who laughed at the absurdities of life with little provocation. He sounded like the opposite of Lee Elliott. He knocked on the door again. "Hey, miss, I didn't frighten you to death, did I? Because this place doesn't need any more ghosts." More chuckling. "We're already packed full with those." Katy swung open the door. "Still alive," she said. He took a step back, his jaw dropping. "Darlene?" Katy looked over her shoulder. Could he see Darlene? No, he was looking right at her. And why wouldn't he be? The reservation was under Darlene's name, and even though Katy was keenly aware of her shortcomings when measured against the other girl, she couldn't deny that a casual observer might mistake them for each other. They were the same age and height, with similar features. At Halloween, they'd worn matching wigs and posed as conjoined twin cheerleaders. People believed they were twins in real life. The girls had laughed and played along, enjoying twinhood for one night. The young man stared at her, rubbing the red stubble of his unshaven chin. "I'm Katy Mills," she said. "Darlene was my roommate." "Was?" He gave her a sidelong look. "I mean, she is my roommate. We're in the same arts program together. She couldn't make it up here for the retreat, so she insisted I take her place." His jaw moved fruitlessly before he found his words. "Where is she?" "I don't know," she said, which was the truth. Nobody knew where Darlene was. She was just missing, as far as Darlene's parents and the rest of the world knew. And the disappearance of a 20-year-old college girl didn't make the national news. The folks here in New Mexico wouldn't have learned of it. Katy could be the only person who knew the girl was dead, other than the person who killed her. Katy assumed Darlene must have been murdered. People who died of natural causes didn't show up in their college dorm rooms as ghosts, did they? The spirits of people who peacefully passed away didn't follow around their look-alike roommates, appearing at dusk and sticking around until dawn. The young man chuckled again, his posture softening. "Darlene's probably off gallivanting. That girl sure could find trouble." "Did you know her well?" "Me?" He seemed confused by the question. Yeah, she didn't talk much about her time here. It was just one thing she did for a week before she was off to the next thing. You art students can be like that. He shoved his hands in his pockets and gave her a sheepish look. He hadn't introduced himself yet, but Katie figured he was Tilda's son, not just by how he spoke of his mother, but his looks as well. He had the same bright green eyes and red hair as Tilda, though his hair was curly, as wild as Tilda's was rigid. His nose had a bulb on the tip, and he had considerably more body fat than his angular mother, which gave his cheeks a pleasing roundness. His jaw wasn't weak, but it wasn't sharply delineated either. Shape-wise, he was comprised of squashed circles. He was attractive, in a boyish way. I met your friend Darlene, but I didn't know her well. He shoved his hands deeper into his pockets and rotated his arms to reveal dimples in his chubby elbows. On the other hand, I've seen you in your underwear. Plus, we've had this whole entire awkward conversation, which has taken forever and a day. So I'd say I already know you a lot better than I got to know Darlene. He laughed at his joke. I'll pass along your regards anyway, Katie said with a friendly smile. A tiny voice made a complaint in the back of her mind. What are you doing? Why are you lying? The voice was right. She hadn't meant to keep lying. She'd planned to tell the people at the lodge about Darlene, but now it seemed so much easier to pretend she was alive, the way Darlene's parents did. The Silva family hadn't touched the girl's old bedroom at home. They hoped she might walk back through the door any minute. When Katie asked the Silvas if she could come to Spirit Ranch on Darlene's booking, they'd agreed readily. They hoped Darlene would show up as well, surfacing for the first time in months, and wanted her to see a friendly face. Katie hadn't told the Silvas about the ghost, about how their daughter had surfaced already, but not in the form they wanted. She hadn't told anyone about the ghost except one doctor. She hadn't even told the detectives working on Darlene's disappearance. So, Katie said, using the short word that was her placeholder for actual conversation. Marco, he said with a lift of his chin, tell your friend Darlene that Marco sends his regards. It's actually Mark Patrick James Onassis, but people started calling me Marco back in school. Then it evolved into Marco, and you're bored, and I'm still talking. Geez, my name doesn't really need this much explanation, does it? You look so bored, like bored to death. I'm not bored, Katie said. A little hungry. He nodded for her to follow him down the hall. Food's on the table. Your buddy, Lee Elliott, is already down there, trying to apply his lips to my mother's skinny derriere. He's not my buddy, Marco chuckled. Katie stopped in the hallway and peered through a doorway. The air was different here, cooler. Is this the sky room? Marco stopped and did a soldier-like about-face. Detour, he announced. The sky room is right through here. Let me give you the full tour. You didn't see this yet? She shook her head. No. Her arrival had been unexpected and rushed. Marco gave her a pained look. Let me guess. My mother and Holly were fighting again? Katie shrugged. She didn't want to make things worse for anyone. He lowered his voice to a whisper. If you think those two are dysfunctional, wait till you meet Mr. Fish, also known as Clive Kingfisher. Katie whispered back. Tilda's manager? Is he staying here at the ranch? Only when his wife kicks him out, which is pretty much all the time. He winced and nodded as though anticipating Katie's thoughts. Yeah, things are always interesting here at Spirit Ranch. Never a dull moment. Especially not on the days when you desperately want to sleep in, that's for sure. Marco led the way down a hallway and then through another door into the world-famous Sky Room. Overhead, The stars were framed by wood beams similar to the ones in the other rooms, but without an adobe roof. The space could be called an inner courtyard, but it was small and cozy enough to be called a room. The Sky Room at Spirit Ranch was famous, not only for its architecture, but for the photographs of celebrities that had been taken within it. There had been a time when a guest such as Katie would never have found it unoccupied as it was now. They both looked up at the stars and the gibbous moon. Katie shivered. Marco said nothing, but Katie could sense his laughter lurking just below the surface, ready to fill the spaces around them. She asked, "Are you an artist like your mother?" He laughed, just as she knew he would. "I'm an artist, but not like my mother. There's no one like her." "You're so lucky," she gushed without thinking. "The path is clear for you, not like the rest of us. I mean, of course you'll be an artist. It's so obvious from the outside looking in." His rolling chuckle stopped on a sharp intake of breath. "You'd be surprised, Katie Miller." Mills. "Classic Marco mess-up," he said, shaking his head. "Well, Ms. Mills, I've tried to be other things, trust me. I trained as a chef, but I couldn't take the hours. Up in the morning to hit the market, then sweating my nuts off, pardon my language, in a kitchen all night. It makes for a long day. I started taking naps, and when that didn't help, I started self-medicating, but that helped even less." More chuckling, sucking inward now. "There's a path, all right, and it takes you straight down." Katie didn't ask what he meant. The words echoed in her head. "There's a path, all right, and it takes you straight down." Outside, beyond the roofless room, a lone coyote bayed at the bright moon. Another distant sound grew louder. It was a vehicle coming up the dirt road. Under his breath, Marco muttered, "Speaking of straight down, here comes the devil himself." "The devil?" "El Diablo," Marco said. "Clive Kingfisher, the man who fancies himself as royalty. He'd love for everyone to call him Mr. King, which is why we call him Mr. Fish. You should steer clear of him if you know what's good for you." "Is he really that bad?" Lee was going on and on about how wonderful of a manager he is. "Oh, he's quite the manager. He's managed to spend a lot of my mother's money." "But she's doing okay, right?" Katie trembled from the cold of the open room as much as from the revelation that even the most successful female painter might not be doing so well. "My mother's like a cat," Marco said. "She always lands on her feet. And she's working on something new right now, something brilliant." Katie gasped. "Paintings? A new series?" Not exactly," he said cryptically. "Maybe if you play your cards right, though, she'll bring you into her studio and show you." Katie clapped her hands. "That would be amazing." "But you can't tell anyone what I just told you," he said. "I shouldn't have said anything." She whispered, "I can keep a secret." He was quiet, perfectly still. His squashed oval shapes were pleasingly symmetrical in the moonlight. "You're shivering," he said. "Let's get you inside and at the dinner table before my mother comes hunting for you." Marco pulled open the door to the hallway, releasing a gust of warmth and golden light that made the sky overhead even more cold and beautiful. Katie took one last look up at the stars before leaving the courtyard room. The coyote continued to howl in the distance, its eerie cry the loneliest sound she'd ever heard, like the ghost of joy. Chapter 4. That Sunday night, for Katie's first dinner at Spirit Ranch, everyone gathered in the formal dining room. Katie admired the room, the walls of which were bare, except for a single one of Tilda's paintings, a rose-strewn skull. Katie stared at the painting, transfixed. Katie had grown up with a print of the painting on her bedroom wall at home. Her brothers teased her about it, calling her a goth princess. They didn't see that the skull was about life, not death, and the original was even more beautiful than she'd hoped. Tilda noticed her staring at the painting. "I'm glad you like it," she said, choosing the tall-backed wooden dining chair directly under the vibrant image. "My parents gave me a print of it for my birthday when I turned 12, Katie said. Tilda wrinkled her nose. "Way to make me feel old, kid." Katie shut her mouth before she made the gaffe worse. Tilda gave the skull and roses one last look over her shoulder. "Anyway, I like sitting here, right in front of it, so I don't have to look at the darn thing." "I totally understand," Lee said, lifting his upper lip and sniffing the air like a gerbil. "Once I'm done with a painting, I'm done with it." "No," Tilda said crisply, "you are never done. You simply abandon your piece, like a fussy, mewling infant on the doorstep of some unsuspecting person." Marco was about to take the seat next to his mother, but paused. "Geez, Mom, I'm right here." "Not like you, darling," she cooed. "You were a dream baby. You never made a peep." "I was a good kid," he agreed. "Always talking to your imaginary friends," she said, "and laughing. Oh, you used to laugh yourself to sleep. You were your own babysitter." "Right." Marco shot Katie a look that suggested his upbringing hadn't been entirely fun and games. Katie walked around to the other side of the table. She didn't mind staring at Tilda's beautiful painting all night. Behind the roses and skull was a surreal landscape, a mix of curving shapes and cloudy skies. The flecks of orange in the piece brought out the glow of the room's long pine table, which had been nicked and scarred by years of use. She settled into the tall-backed wooden chair across from Marco. Lee surveyed the room before scurrying around to Katie's side. He left a chair between them vacant so he could sit directly across from Tilda. The long table had seating for a dozen, so there was more than enough room to leave chairs empty. The housekeeper, Holly Bagley, had composed herself since her outburst in Katie's room. She looked pleasant and sweet now, like a woman who wouldn't say hell if she was on fire. Holly set platters of spicy food on the table, and then demurely tucked her dark blonde hair behind one ear, emphasizing the asymmetry of her scarred forehead. "This is called carne adobado," she said, waving her hands over a bowl of fragrant stew. Lee quipped, "That sounds like a spell from Harry Potter." Holly bobbed her head. "Maybe. I don't know the fellow." Marco chuckled to himself, made eye contact with Katie, and winked knowingly. His mother, Tilda, joined in with her own boisterous chuckling. Her red hair shimmered like hot lava as she leaned forward and back, tipping her wooden chair like a rocker. Lee turned his head to the side and watched Katie with daring eyes as he laughed the loudest. Katie stifled her amusement. Funny though it was that the housekeeper didn't know of the famous fictional wizard boy, it didn't seem right to make fun of someone who'd had a brain injury. Katie herself had been the subject of bullying as a child due to her lisp and her shyness. Holly carried on, blissfully unaware that the laughter at the table was at her expense. "Carne adobado is delicious pork that we marinate in red chili sauce and then cook slowly all day. What you want to do is take one of the flour tortillas and put a dollop of this meat on there, along with some beans and rice. It's spicy, but not too spicy." She stuck her finger into the pot of meat and then licked the red sauce. "Okay, maybe more spicy than you're used to." The most recent to arrive at the house, Clive Kingfisher, entered the dining room. Katie had seen him in photos with Tilda before, but this was the first time she'd laid eyes on him. Clive walked around to the head of the table without even acknowledging Katie or Lee. He sat with a groan, then yawned and stretched his arms out wide, his fingertips brushing Katie's shoulder casually. He was not a large man, but he seemed determined to take up as much space as possible. If Clive were to be rendered in abstract shapes, he would be rectangles. His forehead was the largest rectangle, separated from box-like eyes by straight swashes of silver-flecked black eyebrows. He was about the same age as Tilda, 50 or perhaps 60, though it was hard for Katie to tell, because his leathery skin had the taut look of an aggressive facelift. He wore his hair long, dyed black, and tied at the nape of his neck with an equally black leather thong. Either he was partly Navajo, or aspiring to spray-tan his way to that look. Clive watched as Holly stuck her finger into the pork stew a second time and then licked the sauce. "Too spicy," she said, shaking her head. Clive leaned back in his chair and rubbed his upper stomach. "Holly, trust me, I can handle whatever you dish out." She blinked at the dark-haired older man. "You want me to serve you? You want me to dish it out on your plate?" Marco coughed and made eye contact with Katie. He had referred to his mother's longtime business manager and business partner as El Diablo, and Marco seemed to be gleefully anticipating being proven right. Clive shot a sneering look around the table, from Tilda to Marco, then Lee and Katie, before tenting his fingers on the table before him. He looked up at the housekeeper, moving his eyes more than his head. His rectangular neck looked stiff, and licked his lips before speaking. Holly twitched under scrutiny. "I can dish it out if you like." "Holly, it's a figure of speech," he said with the condescending patience of one who was justifiably, in his mind anyway, agitated. She made a strangled noise that sounded like, "Qu'est?" He answered in a low, rumbling growl, like an angry man sending back toast in a diner. "Holly, don't play stupid because you think it's cute. It's not cute, and it never will be. We've been over it and over it, every dinner. First you stick your filthy finger into the food, and you warn us that it's too spicy, and then I tell you that I can handle whatever you dish out. It's a thing people say." Holly sat down on a chair at the corner of the table with a heavy plop. "Yes, Mr. Fish." Marco made a choking sound. He struggled to control himself, his eyes watering. He banged the table with his fingers. "I can't," he said through laughter. "Sorry, Clive. I can't take it when she calls you Mr. Fish." Clive scowled at the red-haired young man. "She wouldn't call me that if you didn't encourage her. If we had a parrot, you'd probably teach it to say insulting things, too." "Enough already," Tilda snapped. "Nobody's getting a parrot." "A parrot?" Holly leaned forward and looked into the pot of stew. "Of course not. I told you it's pork. That means pig. Who said anything about parrot? They're too small. You'd need 10 of them to make a decent meal." There was silence for a few seconds while everyone processed what Holly had said. A paid comedian couldn't have delivered a better punchline. Soon everyone was laughing. Even Clive let out a rumbling, reluctant guffaw. Dishes began clattering as they passed around the food and served themselves, family style. Marco asked Clive, "To what or whom do we owe the pleasure of your company tonight?" Clive grinned. "I don't know how much pleasure I'll be, son. Let's wait and see." Marco's lips scrunched together. "Don't call me son," he said tersely. "Why are you here? Mom's new pieces aren't ready yet." "Fight with the missus," Clive said, talking with food in his mouth. "The usual. Her squawking at me over nothing." He looked directly at Katie. "Nothing at all." Tilda waved a hand at her art students. "Mangia, that means eat in Italian." As they dug in, Lee leaned in close enough to give Katie a convivial elbowing. He whispered, "Isn't this great? Here we both are, breaking bread with the one and only Tilda Onassis. Marco told me she's going to be teaching us herself at the painting classes tomorrow." "Doesn't she normally do the teaching?" Lee shook his head. "Your friend who gave you her spot didn't prepare you at all." "No, she didn't." Katie tasted the stew. It was indeed spicy and slightly sweet. Unusual, but delicious. Lee gazed across the table at Tilda, whose head was perfectly framed by the painting behind her. She was talking to her son, talking about the food they were eating, and telling him about his favorite baby foods. Clive was listening, nodding along, but seemed distracted. He kept moving the food around his plate without eating it, periodically lifting a rolled tortilla to his mouth before setting it down again, untouched. Lee continued leaning over to Katie and explaining about the next day's sessions. "Tilda's assistant left yesterday because she heard this week's session was canceled. It's too short of notice to get her back, so we'll be spending the day with a living legend, just the three of us. Can you believe our luck?" "It's pretty great," Katie said. Lee frowned and slowly pulled away. "Don't make fun of me." "I'm not," Katie said. "I'm just shy. This is how I am. I'm not animated and big like some people." "You talk weird," he said. "Sort of sloppy. Do you have piercings in your tongue?" She shook her head. He lost interest in her and attempted to wedge his way into the conversation between Tilda and Marco. "When I was a baby, I wouldn't eat anything solid but applesauce," he said eagerly. Marco blinked at Lee the way a big dog might regard a yappy pug. "Applesauce," Marco said, scratching his ear. Tilda yawned. She couldn't even feign interest in Lee's childhood diet, yet he kept at it for the rest of the meal. After dinner, Katie helped Holly with the dishes. Spirit Ranch wasn't the sort of place where guests were expected to help with chores, but Katie wasn't ready for bed yet. She needed some vertical time for the spicy dinner to settle. Holly didn't attempt to kindle a conversation, which was fine by Katie. She preferred the company of people who didn't ask much of her. It was why she and her college roommate, Darlene Silva, had gotten along so well their first year together and requested to room together again their second year. It was a smooth pairing. Darlene was always in need of an audience, and Katie was happy to be entertained. The last 3 months since Darlene's disappearance had been lonely. Sure, there was the ghost of Darlene, who appeared in the darkness whenever Katie didn't take her antipsychotic medication, but the ghost wasn't much company. The ghost never spoke. It just stood there at the foot of her bed, huge dark eyes imploring Katie to do something. But what? A warm hand landed on Katie's shoulder. Clive had entered the kitchen, and she hadn't noticed. He looked over her shoulder into the sudsy sink water, close enough for her to get a whiff of his cologne. It smelled of ginger and something foul. "Easy now," he said. "You don't want to scratch the glaze on that clayware. It's an heirloom." She had been using a soft cloth, not the scratchy iron wool, but she dropped the cloth guiltily anyway and gave the plate a rinse. "So, you're a friend of Darlene's," he said, smoothing his dyed black hair back toward the leather ponytail tie. "Are you two close?" "Roommates. 2 years. More like a year and a month, if you didn't count living with a ghost." He continued to stand behind her, watching her wash the dishes. "Katie, you didn't answer my question." She didn't like the way he used her name or his proximity. His cologne was the same as that of a professor she had admired at first, until he'd gotten too handsy. Clive breathed noisily, as though forcing the air through a deviated septum. Katie thought of the doors on the bedrooms, their lack of locks. She could push the dresser in front of her door if she wanted to. He repeated the question. "Are you and Darlene close?" "Pretty close," she said carefully. "That's why I'm here, taking her spot on her painting retreat." "And wearing her dress," Clive said. She whirled around to face him. "You seem to know a lot about Darlene's wardrobe." The words came from her mouth with an unexpected fire. Clive held up both hands, palms facing her, and stepped back. "Easy now. It's not like that." He nodded down at the hemline. "I happen to know that dress is made by a local designer, because I was with Darlene when she bought it. The whole class was there. We had a full 7. 3 of the girls bought dresses, and the shop owner gave them a discount, on account of being a close personal friend of mine." Katie looked down at her feet. A memory came back to her, of Darlene describing the shopping trip and the discount on the dresses. In her version, she'd negotiated the discount herself. Darlene was like that. If she wanted something, she'd ask, whether she deserved it or not. Most times, she got her way. "Her dress looks good on you," Clive said. "Not really," she muttered, hunching her shoulders forward. Katie couldn't take the compliment. She felt like a crazy person for wearing her dead roommate's clothes. Was she possessed? Was she in need of a higher dose of medication or an exorcism? "Straighten up," Clive barked. "If Clive Kingfisher pays you a compliment, you'll take it, young lady." She straightened up and raised her chin to look him in the face. He gave her an approving nod, smiled as though he'd won the round, and turned to leave the kitchen. He reached out and grabbed a leftover sopapilla on his way out. "El Diablo," said Holly. Katie dropped the serving spoon she'd been drying with the dish towel. She'd completely forgotten the housekeeper was even in the kitchen. She caught her breath and asked, "You two don't get along?" Holly made the sign of the cross. "He's not a good man," she said. Katie waited for the woman to elaborate, but she didn't. Chapter 5. "Peinture sur le motif," Lee said with an exaggerated French accent. "You could say en plein air, but peinture sur le motif means specifically painting landscapes outdoors." "Good to know," Katie said between heavy breaths. She was struggling with her box easel. It was supposed to be highly portable, with its telescopic legs and built-in paint box and palette, but even packed up into its suitcase configuration, it was still heavy. Plus, she hadn't realized until now how much hiking would be involved with the retreat. Monday morning's trek up the canyon path would have been a challenge even without the painting supplies, not to mention the added bonus of Lee Elliott correcting her art terminology. She wanted to look at the landscape, but Lee had a way of weaving back and forth in front of her, standing wherever her gaze wanted to go. She was sick of the sight of him, with his mousy brown hair and his small dot-like features. He had an ungainly way of moving, his rubbery limbs flailing about as though the ground beneath him was always shifting. Tilda Onassis led the way, her sleek red hair brushing against her delicate jawline as she glanced left and right. Whenever a bird flew by, she tilted up her face and smiled, as though recalling that particular bird and the secret name she had given it. This was her trail. It was part of a national park owned by the government, and yet it was hers, Tilda's, just like every stick and rock and clump of sagebrush they walked past. The spry 50-year-old had her minimal supplies tucked into a green canvas backpack. She didn't have a box easel that screamed artist, but she didn't need one. She was Tilda Onassis, the red desert flower. Without looking back at her pair of art students, she waved left and right, pointing out the stunning vistas of red rock formations. They followed a trail running alongside a burbling creek edged with sycamores and cottonwood. Here in the mountains of New Mexico, there was more water than Katie had expected. According to the schedule for the week-long retreat, they were supposed to be spending that Monday morning from 9 o'clock to lunchtime inside the studio. The time was earmarked for critique and lectures, followed by a demonstration and studio painting. But Tilda had declared the light that morning to be perfect for painting outside. "Dive in head first, with both feet," Tilda had said over coffee. "Can you two do that? Dive in with both head and feet at the same time?" She grinned at her mixed metaphor. There was no protest from Lee or Katie. Head and feet, that's what they came for. Most students worked under Tilda's assistant, with minimal interaction with the famous artist. They were lucky to have the opportunity, eager to jump in with head, feet, shoulders, heart, and soul, all the way. Tilda suddenly darted off the trail at a brisk pace. "This way," she called back. "Hurry now, the light is shifting." Lee and Katie ran after the red-haired sprite, puffing noisily as their supplies rattled in their cases. They reached the vista overlooking the canyon. The view of blue sky stretched over red-rocked canyon was so stunning. Lee was unable to speak for several minutes. Tilda unzipped her pack and unfurled a white parasol. "You two are quiet," she said. "Good. There will be no speaking from either of you for the next 2 hours. She looked directly at Lee. "Starting now, if I hear so much as a peep, I'll push you off that ledge." Lee nodded stiffly. His eagerness to speak was overridden by his desire to be teacher's pet. Katie smiled to herself. No talking for 2 hours was fine by her. It wasn't unusual for her to go a whole day without speaking anyway. Lee, on the other hand, might implode. "Many great artists have painted outdoors," Tilda said, her speech taking on an instructional tone. "Before reference photos, it was necessary. The Impressionists embraced plein air painting with the greatest enthusiasm. Why? That's for you to discover." She cranked out the telescoping legs of her easel and gestured for them to do the same. "We come here for the light," she said, "but don't forget about the smell, the sound, the breeze on your skin, the bug bites on your ankles. You are here, in the moment, in 3 dimensions. This is how to engage your emotion, so that your painting becomes personal. The secret—" She broke off, staring in horror at Lee. The young man had taken his phone from his pocket and was taking pictures of the vista. "Put that away before I throw it into the creek," she barked. Lee ducked his head and put the phone away sheepishly. "And that's another reason to paint outdoors," she said. "After all the effort you make to hike somewhere and get everything set up, you're not going to waste your time posting on your social media." Lee said, "But I was just—" Tilda lunged forward, grabbed Lee by his rubbery arm, and began dragging him toward the edge of the cliff. He shrieked like a captured rodent. While she dragged him, he swore he wouldn't speak another word, much less argue with her. She abruptly released him, dusted off her hands, and returned to her easel as though nothing had happened. "The secret is to paint what you see," she said, resuming where she'd left off. "And to paint what you see, you must first see what you see, not what you think is there or expect to see. Yes?" Katie nodded. Yes. She'd read those words in one of Tilda's biographies. Lee nodded as well. The scuffle with Tilda had ripped his pants at the knee. Blood was seeping to the surface of his skin where he'd scraped it. Katie tasted a metallic tang. She saw the blood surface and mix with the clear ooze, becoming brighter, like mixing pigment with medium. Tilda was already mixing paints. She'd brought a small canvas that she evidently started painting during a previous visit to the same location. Even unfinished, it was better than anything Katy hoped to paint that day, or maybe ever. Katy started mixing her colors anyway. "One last thing," Tilda said. "This is the most important point I have to teach you." She paused dramatically. "When the wind blows grains of sand onto your canvas, and it will, don't touch it. Wait until the oils are dry, and the sand will fall off on its own." They stayed at the location all day, straight through lunch. Around midday, as the shadows were at their shortest, Holly rode up on an old bicycle. She served them a picnic-style meal from the bicycle's basket, which she'd filled with sandwiches and cold tea. The air turned chilly, stiffening their paints and their fingers, but they continued to work on their landscapes. Katy's arms ached and her head throbbed. Her observation of light and shadows was no better than it had been the first time she picked up a paintbrush. Her canvas was covered in paint, but it was all in the wrong places. Here they were, in front of a stunning vista that inspired rivers of students who'd come before her, who'd raved about the retreats, and she felt nothing. Inspiration eluded her. There was no desire, no passion. Had she ever felt it? She worried that whatever had once driven her was gone forever. She had taken a psychology class and learned about how human brains were still growing and changing up until the age of 24. That age was when risk-taking behavior abated. She was only 22, but she feared she had already transitioned into a place of safety, that she had outgrown creativity. She stabbed the canvas with color anyway. At 4:00, Tilda declared that she was done for the day. "Which means you're done too," she said, packing up her supplies with a practiced ease. "Frankly, I'm surprised you've been able to keep up with me. You are two of the finest students I've had." She gave them a suggestive eyebrow waggle. "And I've had a number of fine students." Katy turned to her own supplies and kept her eyes on them as her cheeks reddened. Had Tilda been propositioning her? Or Lee? Or both of them? Together? They finished packing up, and Tilda led the way down the trail. "We could go the long way," she said, pointing to a spot where the trail branched off. "It's further, but not as steep. What do you think? How are your legs?" "Good," Katy said. Lee only shrugged. "Then we shall take the short, steep way," Tilda said. "It's just as well. There's a documentary crew by the other trail." She spat on the dirt beside her. "Filthy little filmmakers." Katy didn't know what to say, so she stayed quiet. As she walked, the only sound she made coming from her shoes on the path, she worried. She worried that a day would come where something would need to be said, and she wouldn't be able to find any words at all, let alone the right ones. She had already failed people. She should have talked to Darlene more, asked her roommate what was bothering her. When Katy found the box for the home pregnancy test in their shared bathroom, she should have said something. But she'd said nothing. She'd drawn in her sketchbook. She'd read articles on the internet. She'd worried about her homework. She was the last person to have seen Darlene before she went missing. The last soul to notice the troubled girl was walking out the door with a backpack on her shoulder, and she hadn't even said goodbye, much less asked the girl what she'd been crying about. She could see her so clearly in her mind, one streak of mascara down her left cheek. If Darlene was dead now, it was because of Katy's silence. And now Katy would bear the guilt the only way she could, in silence. Chapter 6. With heavy steps, Katy entered the main ranch house and went straight to her room. The day's session had been exhilarating, but now the adrenaline was wearing off. She fell upon the scratchy blankets and slept for 2 hours. When she awoke from her nap, feeling stiff from the crumpled position she'd fallen in, her ears pricked. Something was going on outside her bedroom door. People were talking, whispering. She heard her own name being spoken in hushed conspiratorial tones. They were discussing her? She clapped her hands over her ears, too horrified at the prospect of hearing what was being spoken about her to listen in. Overheard talk about oneself brought nothing but pain. At college, the other students only discussed Katie to ask each other what was wrong with her. She'd heard one girl ask another, "Why doesn't Katie have any discernible personality?" The other girl had laughed and said shyness was a cover for being dull. Katie died a little inside because she agreed. It had happened a year ago, but the memory was razor sharp. The murmuring in the hallway continued. Katie stepped off the bed with a groan, coughed loudly as she reached her door, and squeaked it open. Whoever had been standing there shuffled away before she saw them. Katie crossed over to the washroom, banging the door behind her. When she came out again, the hallway was quiet. Tilda called out, "Katie, dear, would you come and join us for a minute in the social room?" "Okay." What did the artist want? Katie's mind raced to a terrible conclusion. Tilda had seen the pathetic scribbles on her canvas and was going to make her leave. She wasn't even good enough to be a student. She'd bring down the reputation of the place. Timidly, she entered the space they called the social room. The large L-shaped room had a table for casual meals, as well as several couches for lounging. Everyone else was already there. Lee sat in teacher's pet position, right next to Tilda on one sofa. Clive, looking almost grandfatherly next to Lee's youthful face, occupied a vintage Eames lounger. Holly perched on the edge of a wooden chair, poised to take flight at any moment, a spray bottle of all-purpose cleaner in one hand. Marco crouched in front of the fireplace, lighting kindling. All of them stared at Katie as though she'd done something heinous. Was this an intervention? Judging by the seriousness of their expressions, this was about more than her awful amateur painting. Clive spoke first. "Katie, when were you going to tell us about Darlene Silva?" Katie's legs buckled. She fell into the corner of an unoccupied couch. "I'm sorry," she said. The others exchanged glances. Marco looked over his shoulder, the side of his face lit by the orange flicker of the crackling fire. There was no sign of amusement in his eyes, no promise of his good-natured chuckling. "You could have told me," he said. "Sorry," she repeated. Marco poked more kindling into the fireplace. "If you thought you were going to bum us out, I can understand. But finding out this way is actually more of a bummer. We all knew Darlene, all of us." "Not me," Lee said. "My previous visit here only overlapped with hers by a day, and we barely met." Clive growled at Lee. "This isn't about you, kid." The words "shut up" were strongly implied. "Darlene's not here," Holly said dreamily, rocking on the edge of her chair. "She was here, but then she went home again, and she didn't come back." "Didn't come back." "You can look everywhere, everywhere. She's not here. There's no girl here." Clive shot Holly a deadly look. "Holly, shut up. The adults are talking." Holly jumped up and ran from the room, muttering under her breath. Lee was quiet now, his hands folded in his lap. He looked like a little boy watching a movie. All that was missing was the bucket of popcorn for his lap. Tilda glanced to the doorway, where the housekeeper had left, before turning to her long-time business manager and lolling her head to one side. She said tiredly, "Clive, must you be so cruel? Holly was only trying to be helpful." "Helpful? I can't believe you even pay her a salary," he spat. "She's the opposite of an asset to the business. She's a liability." Say what you will about Holly, but she surprises us sometimes. She's the one who did the internet search for Darlene Silva. Tilda looked at Katie. That's how we found out about your friend, she explained. Marco asked, why would Holly even do a search on that name? A ghost, Lee said. Everyone jerked their heads in his direction, including Katie. I went into the kitchen early this morning to get coffee, Lee explained. She nearly jumped out of her skin. She said she'd been seeing a ghost wandering through the halls. A girl who looked like Katie, but wasn't Katie. Everyone turned to look at Katie. She cleared her throat. We don't look that much alike. Really? Ghosts, Clive snorted. Holly and her superstitions. That woman's been crazy since before her accident. You do have a point, Tilda said. I've always heard stories that the Bagley women have psychic abilities, but I never appreciated it until now. Somehow she knew. Holly knew about Darlene. Tilda turned her attention to Katie. The red-headed artist's expression was cold, her skin pale, and her eyes like two turquoise stones dropped in snow. Why didn't you tell us, dear? We had to find out through the internet that one of our former guests has been missing for months now. Was it simply too painful for you to share? Yes, Katie said, jumping on the explanation. Tears welled up in her eyes. It's too painful. That part was true. Clive said slowly and carefully, We are all very sorry for what you're going through, Katie. She sniffed. I didn't get to know your friend that well, Clive said. We barely said hello and goodbye to each other. But from what I do recall, she was a dynamic girl. I'm sure her family misses her very much. Katie sniffed again and swallowed hard. I'm sorry I didn't tell you the whole story when I arrived. It's okay to have some secrets, Marco said. I won't hold it against you. Yes, Tilda said. For every secret, there's a perfectly good reason for keeping it that way. Clive said, Sometimes it's best to let a few secrets stay buried. He waved one hand through the air. Not that my dear, sweet wife is a believer. No, she always has to go digging for trouble. Tilda sighed. Oh, Clive, what have you done now? Nothing, he barked gruffly. And we weren't talking about me. We were talking about our little Katie. Kitty, kitty, kitty cat, Katie. What kind of a name is Katie? No one buys art from a Katie. Katie's work will be worth nothing, even after she's dead. Katies are actresses and pop singers, waitresses. When they seat you at a restaurant, someone says, Katie will be right with you. Isn't that right, Marco? Marco began to chuckle. I gotta hand it to you, Clive. You sure know how to keep the rest of us on our toes. I never can tell if you're joking or not. You're like a parody of yourself. Are you joking? A wide smile stretched across Clive's face, bunching up the tanned skin around his eyes unnaturally. His rectangular forehead remained eerily smooth. Joking, Clive said, his voice a menacing growl despite the grin. Shy little doesn't-say-crap Katie can be whatever she wants to be. She can be a famous artist some day. His sarcasm dripped like poisoned syrup. Lee had his phone out and was staring at the screen. It says here that Darlene Silva's roommate was the last person to see her alive. Her roommate named Katie Mills. He flicked his gaze up to Katie's face. Is that true? I never lied, Katie said, twisting her damp hands on her lap. Darlene was upset about something when she left, but she wouldn't say, because I didn't ask. She packed a bag and left, but she didn't say where she was going, because I didn't ask. I'm sorry, Lee said. I'm sorry that you didn't feel comfortable sharing this with me." "With him?" Katie looked away from Lee, focusing instead on the fire Marco was building. Everyone was quiet. A few minutes passed, and the only noise was Holly banging pots in the kitchen. Finally, Tilda turned to her son. "Good call on building us a nice big fire. I can taste snow in the air." "I think you're right," Clive said, easily switching into an agreeable tone. "Plus, the weather app on my phone is forecasting snow tonight." Lee said, "Snow?" Katie was also surprised by the prospect of snow in the mountains, as well as the sudden turn of conversation. "There's nothing quite like snow in New Mexico," Marco said, loading more wood into the crackling fire. "Even at this elevation, it doesn't last for long, but you'll be in for a treat, Katie." He glanced back at her, smiling now. "It might even take your mind off your missing friend." Clive clapped his hands. "Christmas! I know it's not for a few weeks yet, but let's celebrate Christmas early." Tilda narrowed her eyes at Clive. "But you hate Christmas. What are you up to, Mr. Fish?" His right eye twitched, but he didn't comment on being called Mr. Fish. "Holly can make bisochitos," he said. "I'll get fresh lard from the pig butcher." "I'll string up the lights," Marco said. "We need more candles and paper bags. I'll run into town." The three of them started talking animatedly, discussing the location of holiday decorations and supplies. Lee silently left his seat next to Tilda and came over to sit beside Katie. "I'm sorry to hear about your friend," he said. The sympathy in his eyes looked genuine. "She's not dead," Katie said, though she didn't believe it. "But she's been missing for months," he said. "Was she suicidal? I had a girlfriend who killed herself in high school." His eyes got a faraway look. "I'm not saying that to get sympathy. I'm just telling you that I understand, and you can talk to me. It's a hard thing to go through, losing someone like that." "Thanks for being here, Lee," she said, and was surprised by how much she meant it. The others continued making preparations for an early Christmas celebration. There was a forced cheerfulness to it, a self-awareness, as though they were performing. They kept angling their bodies and faces as though putting on a stage play for the benefit of Katie and Lee. Holly darted in briefly, gave Katie a wide-eyed look, and then disappeared immediately. Katie wondered, had the housekeeper truly seen a ghost? Had the spirit found Katie there already? They're hiding something, Katie thought. They'd been so eager to confront her, and then so quick to change the focus to something else. Chapter 7. Clive Kingfisher. Clive Kingfisher took his usual seat at the head of the table for Monday night's dinner. He didn't know if he'd be able to keep down his meal. Ever since he'd gotten Holly's phone call that she'd forgotten to send the refunds, and that 2 students had shown up there for a painting retreat, his insides had felt like sandpaper. Holly had been wrong about some of the details, of course, but the new visitors were still trouble. One of them was a kiss-up who'd stop at nothing to further his career, and the other was a girl in a denim dress that curved around her nubile form. So, who the hell was Katie Mills? Nobody at all. Clive tried to reassure himself. And if she was a threat, he'd deal with her, and he'd be careful. He'd do it somewhere else, far from New Mexico, and far from Spirit Ranch. The place had more than enough ghosts already. Holly brought in the food and passed it around. For a refreshing change, she didn't stick her dirty thumb into it. Clive thanked her through gritted teeth. She'd probably been licking all the spoons in the kitchen all day. He would have insisted Tilda fire the woman years ago if he didn't feel so guilty about what happened to her. That day Holly had her accident and was trampled by the horses was still a blur to the brain-injured woman. She didn't remember what happened, but he did. He'd scared the pair of skittish mares on purpose. He wanted to get the attention of the arrogant young woman leading the tour. It hadn't worked, and Holly had paid the price. And now Clive's punishment was having to look at the woman's crooked face whenever he was at the ranch, and eat her germs in the food. He passed the bowl of chili around the table and looked down at this week's art students. The boy, Lance or Lee or whatever his name was, thought he was so clever, but he was as transparent as a clear mountain stream. The girl, Katie, would be pretty enough if she actually sat up straight and said a word or two without someone having to drag a response out of her. Even this afternoon, at their little intervention, Katie had barely said anything about her missing roommate. What was her excuse? That the trip had already been paid for under the missing girl's name? It was sick. She was sick. Clive didn't believe her lies for a minute. As soon as he got her alone, he'd get the truth out of her. Katie had something to do with Darlene's disappearance. She knew more than she was letting on. Clive picked up his spoon and forced a bite of stew into his mouth. He had no appetite whatsoever, and his digestive system hurt all the way up to his neck. When he swallowed, the pain at the back of his throat intensified. He forced down the meal and ignored the tightening in his chest. His heart was fine. He'd had a full physical a month earlier when he'd gone in for the procedure, and the doctor had given the old ticker a clean bill of health. While Clive forced his food down quietly, the younger three at the table bickered like siblings, trying to get Tilda's attention. Marco was regressing before Clive's eyes, becoming a child instead of a man. He could be so stubborn. He couldn't take responsibility for himself, take ownership of his own career, let alone take charge of the family. Clive stared at Tilda and scowled. Oh, how she loved to hurt him. Kind one minute, cruel and withholding the next. She had no idea what he did for her, the sacrifices he'd made, the big plans he had. Tonight, after he took care of some other business, he would clear off her computer. And then he would cover his tracks by burning down her entire art studio. It would be the best thing to happen for them both. He would blame the two idiot kids, collect the insurance money, and have the last laugh. Hell, news about Tilda's latest pieces being burned up would probably increase the value of everything else. The art world ran on greed and scarcity. They'd all be rich. Chapter 8. Katie Mills. Katie's second dinner at Spirit Ranch was more relaxed than the first one. The group's intervention about her secret had broken the ice in a way. She'd felt comfortable at the meal, even joking around with Marco and Lee, the three of them pretending to bicker like siblings trying to get Mom's, Tilda's, attention. The food was delicious. She took a second helping, as did most of the others. She didn't notice Clive Kingfisher hiding his uneaten food under his napkin. After dinner, Katie helped Holly in the kitchen with dishes again. Once more, Clive came in to observe and supervise. Katie got a déjà vu feeling. They'd done this same routine the night before. Clive took a soapy dish from her hands. "Katie, stop playing mousy housewife," he said. "Come and join us in the social room for a nightcap." Nightcap meant drinks, and she wasn't supposed to drink with her medication. She muttered a non-committal response. Clive gave her an amused look, his straight silver-flecked dark eyebrows rising up his wide rectangular face. "You could at least try to be sociable," he said. "Isn't that why you came here? You could have painted at home. You could have watched Tilda's workshops on the internet." "I'm tired," she said. Clive snorted. "Tired? Wait until you're my age. Then you'll know tired." She shrugged. "You 20-somethings," he said with a headshake. Especially you girls. You're so in love with the idea of being broken. Is that what you are, Katie Mills? Are you a stunned sparrow with a broken wing?" She gave him a sidelong look and nearly smiled. The idea of being broken was something that did come up with Katie and her friends. Their mothers didn't understand. They didn't know what it was like to grow up in these times, on a steady diet of the internet, and instant fake intimacy with strangers just a swipe away. A person wasn't equipped for this life, no sooner than they were equipped to fly through the broken windscreens of the first motor vehicles. There had been a time of cars without seatbelts, and now this life, this time in human history, was without seatbelts again. Some day in the future they would look back on this time in horror, but for now, Katie was fixed in time. All of them were. How could she express this to a man of Clive Kingfisher's age? Even if she could find the words, would he hear them? "No," she said, "I'm not a sparrow with a broken wing." "Then be a person," he said, and he left to join the others. Katie was left with her feelings. She checked her phone until the feelings went away. After a few minutes, she looked up, surprised to find herself in an unfamiliar kitchen at Spirit Ranch. She'd been reading about the latest drama with some of the other girls at the dorm. There was a war waging between the vegans and the vegetarians. The omnivores were egging them on, happy to see them turning on each other over the use of pots and pans. A few of the girls who kept kosher were using the battle to make a run for more cupboard space. Katie had been transported, like a ghost, back to the dorms. She blinked at her surroundings and rubbed the tile floor with her toe. She was here, in New Mexico. Holly must have forgotten Katie was there as well. The housekeeper turned around with a platter in her hand, saw Katie, and let out a gasp of fright. "Sorry," Katie said, slipping her phone into her pocket. "I was just checking my messages." Holly held her hand over her heart. "I thought you were the ghost." "Do you see ghosts? Tilda said the women in your family have a gift." "A curse," Holly spat. "Not a gift, a curse. It's in our blood." Marco entered the kitchen, announced by his shuffling footsteps. "Something bad in the blood? Sounds like the curse I got." He waved one hand over his head. "Red hair. Family curse." Holly narrowed her eyes at him. "Not the same," she said, without a trace of humor. "Holly, I would trade you if I could," Marco said. "I'd love to see dead people. You take my crazy red hair, and I'll take your ghosts. I'll start a psychic business and make a fortune reuniting people with their loved ones." Holly spoke through gritted teeth. "Don't you dare mock me." Marco let out a nervous chuckle and turned to Katie. He pointed his thumb at Holly. "That's the look she gets before she takes you over her knee and gives you a spanking with a wooden spoon." Katie stifled her laugh. She didn't dare cause Holly to have another screaming meltdown. The woman's fiery temper was already blazing just under the surface. "I sense she wants us out of her kitchen," Marco said. "Come have a drink. Or, as the old Mr. Fish would say, a nightcap." He lifted his shoulders into a rectangular block and stiffened his neck, doing an impression of Clive. "Let's all have a nightcap," he said in a deep, mocking voice. Katie smirked. "How could I say no to that?" Holly made a scoffing sound and continued putting away dishes. "Count me out," she said. Marco gave Katie an eyebrow waggle and led the way out of the kitchen. He stopped in the hallway and held up his hand for her to stop as well. "Hey," he said. "Hey." She raised her eyebrows expectantly. It was the first time they'd been alone together, and she couldn't help but notice how much space he took up in the narrow hallway without even trying. His shoulders were broad. He had some roundness and was no calendar model, but he was also muscular, solid, substantial, older than the boys she went to school with, and despite his jokes about his cursed red hair, he was attractive. "Something's up," he said. "I get this weird feeling when I see my mother and Clive give each other looks. It's horrible." He made a gagging sound. "Can you help me keep them apart, like physically?" She brought her hand up to cover her mouth. "What? They're hooking up?" "Ew," he said quickly. "No, never. It's not like that. She would never. I mean, Clive? Do you think? Sometimes the young girls who stay here find him charming. I don't see it, but there's no accounting for taste." She kept her hand covering her mouth so he couldn't see the grin she got when she detected juicy drama. Clive and Tilda hooking up? This was even better than the dietary warfare happening back at the dorm. "Old people have needs, too," she said. He made the retching sound again. Quickly she added, "Sorry, I didn't mean to say that." "Do your parents date?" "Just each other," she said. A laugh burst out of him, unexpectedly loud. "Katie, you're hilarious." She dropped her hand from her mouth and grinned. "What I mean is, they're still together, happily married after 33 years and a whole bunch of kids." He leaned against the hallway's adobe wall casually. "A bunch of kids, huh? That must have been nice growing up." His voice got low and gravelly in a way that sent tingles down Katie's spine and made her even more aware of his presence. "Tell me, Katie, are you the baby of the family?" She nodded. "I'm the bonus kid," she said. "Mom went in to get her tubes tied, did the test right before, and found out the rabbit died." Marco frowned. "What?" "It's an old-fashioned expression," she explained. "My mother found out she was pregnant. In the old days, they used rabbits in the hospital to test for pregnancy. They injected rabbits with the woman's urine and used them to detect a certain hormone." Marco looked genuinely appalled, like she'd just told him unicorns were real, and she'd eaten one for breakfast. "I never knew," he said. "I've heard people laugh when they say the rabbit died. How can people find that funny?" "Actually, it's technically wrong," she said. "They had to open the rabbit to examine its ovaries, so the rabbits always died, whether the woman was pregnant or not." "That's barbaric," he said. The smile fell off Katie's lips. A chill traveled up her spine. "Darlene said the same thing. We had this exact same discussion right after we first became roommates, and I was telling her about my big family." Marco coughed and straightened up, pushing himself away from the wall. His palm was damp and left an impression of moisture on the smooth surface. "Was she pregnant? Your roommate? The missing girl, Darla?" "Darlene." "Yeah, was she?" Katie pressed her lips together in a grim line. "I don't know," she said, though it was a lie. She'd been told by the detectives on the case not to tell that detail to others. "It's a theory." "Bad things happen to girls who get pregnant by someone who doesn't want to be a father." She whispered, "I know." He looked down and clapped his hands together with an audible slap. "So, what did your mother do? Did she think about not having you?" "I don't know," she answered honestly. "She doesn't talk about that part. When she tells the story, she goes straight into finding out she was having a girl, finally, after all those boys. She said I was her bonus baby, the reward for her hard work." He kept looking down at his hands. "Your mother sounds like a really nice lady." "She's the apple pie of moms," Katie said. That was what Darlene had called her. "You'd like her. She's kind of the opposite of your mom." He flicked his eyes up. "You don't like my mother?" She took a step back. This was exactly why she kept quiet and didn't open up. People always took your words and twisted them. They'd misunderstand you on purpose, to make you feel bad, to gain the upper ground, to be offended, high and mighty. He unclasped his hands and lunged forward, reaching for her shoulder. Katie twisted her body and stepped back from his grasp, bumping against the wall clumsily. "Sorry," she said. Someone else entered the hallway behind Marco. It was Tilda. "There you are," Tilda said. "Marco, don't chase the girls." She swatted him on the back of the head. "It's bad enough the poor, pretty young things have to fight off Clive, darling." "Mom, I wasn't—" He stuffed his hands in his pockets. "Go to the wine cellar," she said. "Bring us up what's left of the good brandy." He muttered an affirmative response and shuffled away. Tilda reached for Katie's elbow and dragged her toward the social room. "My goodness, little one, you're practically freezing. Come and warm yourself by the fire." Chapter 9. The crackling of the fire was hypnotic and relaxing. Thanks to her nap after the day's outdoor painting, Katie was getting her second wind, and it was a mellow wind. She sat on the stone hearth, as close to the roaring open fire as was deemed safe by Lee Elliott. He explained about the chunks of burning wood that might shoot out suddenly due to there being no mesh screen or doors on the large fireplace. He'd even taken off his shoe and sock to show Katie the scar between two of his toes, where an ember had shot out and burned him on a childhood camping trip. Clive sat in his armchair, watching Lee with an expression of disgust. "Don't show a woman your toes," Clive barked at Lee. "Act like a man." Lee put on his sock and shoe before quietly making his way over to a comfortable seat that was the furthest away from the older man. He crossed his arms and settled into the sofa. "Now he's sulking," Clive said to Katie. Lee straightened up when Katie looked at him. He shot her a challenging look, eyes wide. Katie pulled out her phone and caught up on the recent events back at her dorm. The vegetarians were losing ground and losing cupboard space. With a warm fire at her side, a few sips of brandy in her belly, and drama confined to her phone screen, this was contentment. After a few minutes, Clive said, "Aren't we a lively bunch?" Tilda said, barely looking up from the book she was reading. "Artists must live boring lives so they can produce brilliant work." "You weren't boring last night," Clive said. She didn't even look up from her book. "Oh, Clive, don't be silly." Marco caught Katie's eye and made a gagging expression. Katie looked at the man with the tight face and ponytail, and then at Tilda. Was there something going on between the two of them? She couldn't tell, other than that Clive wanted there to be something, or wanted the others to think perhaps there was. Clive looked directly at Katie. "Aren't you getting hot over there, sitting so close to the fire?" "It's nice," she said. He glanced at the window briefly. "Might be a nice night to go for a moonlight stroll. I may have another brandy to fortify myself and then go for a walk." Tilda lowered her book. "Really?" "You're not invited," he said with a snippy air. "You'd ruin it with your chatter." She snorted and went back to her book. Clive chuckled to himself and turned his attention to Marco. "What about you, son?" Marco bristled visibly. "Don't call me that." "I'm all you've got, boy. I don't see your father around here to make a real man out of you," Marco replied. "And I don't see any real men around here." Lee cleared his throat. They ignored Lee and continued their verbal sparring. Clive sipped his brandy and smacked his lips noisily. "Marco, why don't you tell young Katie how you make a living? She might be intrigued." Katie felt herself begin to sweat. It was warm on the hearth by the fire, and hearing her name being invoked by Clive didn't help. She pressed her lips together and kept her eyes on her phone. "At least I work," Marco said to the older man. "I don't make a living taking a cut of someone else's hard work, like a pimp." Lee interjected. "You do sculpture, right?" Marco shot Lee a dark look. "You're not helping." Lee held up both hands and said to Tilda, "Good book you're reading?" She ignored him, as did the others. "I work," Clive said. "You have no idea what I've done for your mother." "Oh, but I think I do," Marco said. "You spend the money. That's what you do. And from what I've seen of the accounts, you've been working overtime at it." "Stick to your sculpture and your toys," Clive said. "Stay out of my business." "It's my mother's business," Marco said. Lee interjected again. "Artists are notoriously bad at managing their own investments." Clive shot Lee a scathing look. "Lance, if I wanted crap from you, I'd squeeze your head." "It's Lee." His cheeks turned scarlet. "Whatever, Lance." Clive grinned and took another sip of his brandy. Holly came in with a tray to clear some dishes. Everyone was quiet, except for Lee, who kept clearing his throat. By the look on his face, Katie guessed he was trying to come up with the perfect insult to lob back at Clive. How quickly things had soured for Lee, who'd been worshipping Clive as recently as the taxi ride there the day before. "Payroll," Clive said out of the blue. "The problem with this operation is our high overhead, including payroll." Holly dropped the tray on the coffee table with a clatter. "Me?" She looked around wildly, whipping her head hard enough to shake loose more stray dark blonde hairs. "What?" "Never mind," Clive said. "Holly, you're not even on the payroll, technically. I log your expenses under charitable donations." He leaned forward with a groan and poured himself more brandy. Tilda snapped her book shut with a firm clap. "That's enough, Clive." She got up from the sofa, grabbed the glass of brandy from his hand, and walked over to where Katie sat by the roaring fire. Without comment, Tilda tossed the contents of the glass into the burning logs. The brandy fizzled and gave the air a sweet scent. "Clive, you've had enough to drink," Tilda said. "We can barely stand you when you're sober." Holly began to laugh. She took the empty brandy glass from Tilda, gave her boss and friend an appreciative look, and began clearing up the rest of the room. Clive got up abruptly and left, stomping and muttering, "To hell with all of you. I'm going for a walk." From down the hallway he called back loudly, "Alone." Tilda looked at Katie and rolled her eyes. "Sorry you had to endure that. Clive Kingfisher is not entirely bad." She yawned. "I think I'll turn in for the night." Marco also yawned and stretched. "Contagious yawns." Lee yawned as well, though there was a falseness to it, like he just wanted to fit in. Holly didn't yawn. She stood stiffly, the tray in her hands. "If that's all for tonight, I'll turn in as well," she said. Tilda smiled and patted the housekeeper's shoulder. "You could always join Clive for his moonlight walk, if you're not tired yet." Holly wrinkled her nose. "You couldn't pay me enough." Marco began chuckling. "Rest up, folks, because we're going to start those early Christmas celebrations tomorrow." His mother replied, "I thought that was what we were doing tonight, with the brandy." "A little brandy?" Marco's laughter grew in scale. That was nothing compared to what's to come. The old Spirit Ranch is going to turn into Christmas Palooza. We're going to show these out-of-towners how we celebrate the season, New Mexico style. Sounds like you have devious plans for all of us, Tilda said. He made a cryptic noise. Chapter 10. Katie got ready for bed Monday night with a noisy, gurgling stomach. It might have been the spicy chili stew that Holly served for dinner, or excitement about celebrating an early Christmas at Spirit Ranch. She unbuttoned the denim dress that belonged to someone else. She folded the dress into a neat square on her bed and stared at it for several minutes. The missing girl's dress hadn't been returned to her parents with the rest of her stuff because it had been mixed in with some of Katie's dirty laundry. She'd planned to toss it into a charity box. She'd even put it into a bag with some other old clothes and then taken the bag to a charity box. But the dress somehow found its way out of the bag and back into her drawer. And then it got into her suitcase. As she ran her fingers over the denim fabric, she heard Darlene's voice in her head. "Are you coming out with me tonight? We can tell guys we're sisters. That'll drive them crazy. Come out with me, you little shy weirdo. Don't just stay home in the room with those judging eyes of yours." Darlene was always accusing her of having judging eyes, and maybe she was right. Katie did have good judgment, which wasn't a bad thing. Maybe Darlene should have had a little more judgment of her own. She might not have gotten into whatever trouble she did. The trouble she probably brought upon herself, the little slut. Katie clenched her eyes shut and tried to quiet her mind. She didn't mean to think such awful thoughts about Darlene. It was a woman's right to do whatever she wanted with her body, even if it was with half the guys on campus, and happening a mere 10 feet away from where Katie was trying to sleep. Pipes somewhere in the old adobe ranch house groaned, and it sounded to Katie like the moaning she used to hear in the dorm room. She clicked off the light and climbed into bed quickly. Blue sparks crackled along the woolen covers. The air was dry inside the house. Her lower lip was slightly chapped. "If only I had some lip balm," she thought with a rueful laugh. Shame and guilt rose up from the shadows. "You're not perfect," Darlene said during one of their arguments. "You're all bunched up, like a ball of over-tightened springs. One of these days I'm going to snap you out of it. You're going to wake up, and you'll have to thank me. Your paintings will be a lot better, too, once you stop living like a nun." Katie clenched her eyes shut and counted backward from 100. The bed was soft and warm, yet she couldn't find comfort. She couldn't find relief from the guilt she felt as she replayed old conversations, old bad habits. She saw Darlene coming home from a party, giddy, with a smile on her face. A smile that disappeared when Katie talked to her, told her what she thought about the hickeys on Darlene's neck and the soft knocking at the door of their room from that night's male company. The blankets were suffocating. She drifted, waking with a start from a dream of hands around her throat. She tossed and turned, unable to get comfortable. The closet in the corner kept scaring her. The shape of the dark wood door, combined with its placement in the room, made it seem to her sleepy eyes that a rectangular-shaped figure stood at the foot of her bed, watching her. But on the positive side, as if there was a positive side to being terrified, it wasn't the eerie, glowing figure of Darlene that haunted their dorm room. As she tossed and turned, Katie wondered, had the housekeeper really seen a ghost? Was it possible the ghost of Darlene was real and not a projection of her imagination? Her doctor felt it was a manifestation of anxiety and nothing more. But if the ghost could be seen by others, that would mean Katie wasn't crazy, didn't need medicine. Around midnight, she heard hushed voices in the hallway, outside her closed door. 2 people were arguing, a man and a woman. Their voices were muffled, and Katie could only make out a few words. She pulled her pillow up around her ears, trying to block the conversation entirely. If they were talking about her again, she didn't want to hear it. The man's voice rose in volume, reaching her covered ears. "I told you to get rid of them." The voice was hard, untinged by levity. It wasn't Marco or Lee, so it had to be Clive. So much for his moonlight walk he'd been threatening to go on. "Get rid of them now," Clive said. "No, I can't," the woman, who had to be Tilda, said. "I love them. They're perfect. Don't be paranoid." "Get rid of them," he repeated, "for your own good." Katie sat upright. The bed springs creaked from the sudden movement. Get rid of them? Was Clive telling Tilda to send the two students away? And had Tilda actually declared them to be perfect? That was high praise from a woman of her talent and taste. Katie waited for more conversation, but there was none. They must have heard the springs of her bed and realized someone was listening. They'd walked away silently on the solid rammed earth floors, no wooden boards to creak underfoot. After a few fruitless minutes, Katie switched on her bedside lamp. She poured a glass of water from the pitcher on the small wooden table. Had she taken her pills at the correct times today? She couldn't remember. An extra one now wouldn't kill her, and it would help her sleep. She laughed ruefully to herself. If the ghost was real, maybe it could haunt the housekeeper for a change and give Katie a break. Katie found the bottle in her purse and took another pill with the remainder of the water. A door somewhere in the house slammed. Was it the front door? She didn't care. She drifted off, and then she slept. Chapter 11. Clive Kingfisher. 2 hours earlier. Clive Kingfisher knew what he had to do. Protecting Tilda was his top priority. Everything he did was for her, even the terrible things. After dinner, Clive went into the kitchen looking for antacid. They kept such things in the kitchen since there was only one kitchen in the house. That way, a person could actually find a bandage or Pepto-Bismol if they needed it, rather than go hunting around the compound's 5 or 6 bathrooms. Holly gave him a crooked, dead-eyed look. "I knew it was too spicy," she said. He grunted a response and chugged the pink liquid straight from the bottle, daring her to say something about his germs. That would be the pot calling the kettle black. He put the bottle back in the cupboard and went to see how Darlene's roommate was doing with the dishes. So, this was the girl Darlene admired so much. The smart, studious one, who was going to be a huge success if she ever broke out of her shell. Somehow, Clive doubted that. The girl standing before him was a shadow. On the positive side, she did know how to scrub a pot. He took a soapy dish from her hands and gave her a few words of encouragement. These young girls just wanted someone of substance to notice them. She stared back at him with a haunted expression, her eyes darting left and right, passing over his face without making eye contact. She was right there in front of him, yet she wasn't. When she spoke, she sounded like a radio tuned into a station from a neighboring town, less than clear. He gave her one of his charming smiles and insisted she join the group for some adult conversation. "I'm tired," she claimed. Clive laughed and sighed. "Tired? Wait until you're my age, then you'll know tired." She shrugged. "You 20-somethings," he said with a headshake. "Especially you girls. You're so in love with the idea of being broken. Is that what you are, Katie Mills? Are you a stunned sparrow with a broken wing?" She gave him a flirtatious look and licked her lips. He smiled inwardly. His words had gotten through to her. She wanted him. They all did. Once they got a taste of how good it felt being bathed in Clive Kingfisher's devoted attention. Perhaps tonight, after he finished his other business, they could make love while the other building burned. How perfect that would be. She gave him a come-hither look and said in a sultry voice, "I'm not a sparrow with a broken wing." He murmured his appreciation, and he left to join the others, a skip of sweet anticipation in his step. Later in the social room, the fire flickered while the heat built between them. Katie was playing hard to get, choosing to sit near the fire rather than within chatting distance of him. Well, all the better to admire her youthful angles from across the warm room. Clive asserted his dominance over the other men in the room easily. The male art student was practically neutering himself, the way he took off his socks and talked about childhood trivialities in front of the juicy peach of a girl. "Don't show a woman your toes," Clive advised Lee with the kind, firm hand of the father figure he was so in need of. "Act like a man," he suggested. Lee put on his sock and went to sulk in the corner like a baby. Katie and Clive shared a knowing look. Everyone else except them was ridiculous. Tilda looked up from her book and eyed Clive. She saw him looking at Katie. Suddenly she wasn't the only star in the night sky. She arched her back and adjusted her pose on the sofa, desperately trying to get Clive's attention. "Artists must live boring lives so they can produce brilliant work," she said sensuously. "You weren't boring last night," Clive said. Her whole body pulsed visibly with pleasure. "Oh, Clive, don't be silly." Clive looked directly at Katie and shot her another charming grin. He teased her about how hot she was getting. He looked over at the window, and reality came rushing to him. He could have some fun with Katie, but first he had to take care of some business. But did he have to do it tonight? Surely it could wait a few days. He considered putting off the dreaded task before resolving himself to take action. If a snowfall was coming, after all, it was best to do the work tonight, when there wasn't any snow to capture tracks. He announced his plans to the room. Nobody volunteered to go for a moonlight stroll with him. He fought the urge to cough. There was a thickness in his throat that wouldn't go away. The Pepto-Bismol he'd taken in the kitchen had calmed some of the fire in his stomach, but something heavy and dark remained. He didn't want to climb that red mountain tonight. He didn't want to take care of unfinished business. He went around the room, trying to start an interesting conversation or two, trying to stall the inevitable. The others met his overtures with nothing but disrespect. He was a joke to them. He was the one who ran the whole operation, yet each of them seemed to think they'd be better off without him. How little they knew. Suddenly, out of the blue, Tilda snapped her book shut with an angry clap. "That's enough, Clive." She stormed over to him, took his brandy, and wasted it upon the flames. "Clive, you've had enough to drink," Tilda said, her eyes like daggers. "We can barely stand you when you're sober." The pain in his chest tightened. Oh, she could be so cruel. But she would get what she had coming to her. Clive got up and made a dignified exit. He didn't have time for their nonsense. He had business to take care of. He just had to wait until everyone was tucked into bed so he could gather a few things. This time, he had a plan. Chapter 12. Katie Mills. Tuesday morning. At 6 a.m, before the winter sun had risen, Katie awoke to the prickling sensation of being watched. She opened her eyes, expecting to find the ghost at the foot of her bed. Her heart began pounding in grim anticipation. It would be Darlene, looking scornful. The shape of a person was there, all right, but more solid than usual. It wasn't a trick of the light making the closet door resemble a person, and it wasn't her ghost either. Was this some new thing cooked up by her anxiety? Some new form of hallucination? "Go away," Katie said groggily. "You're not real," she said, as instructed by her doctor. The shape moved, scuffing the floor as it did. Katie sat upright. Hallucinations didn't make noises. There was a real person in her bedroom, a person who'd been doing something, watching her sleep. The shadowy figure retreated, yanked open the door, and stumbled out into the hallway. Katie threw back her blankets and switched on the bedside lamp. The light was blindingly bright. At least she was alone in the room, or so it appeared. She leaned over and checked the space beneath the narrow bed. There was only her suitcase, turned a different direction from how she'd left it. Had someone been searching through her things? The joke was on them, since there was nothing in the suitcase. She'd unpacked everything into the dresser. Even what she did have was of little value, some old clothes and half-used painting supplies. She climbed out of bed and checked the closet, holding her breath as she opened the person-sized wooden door. Empty. She went to the room's door and peered out into the hallway. Also empty. Whoever or whatever had been inside her room was long gone. Her breathing had almost returned to normal. She pulled her suitcase out from under the bed. She flipped the empty case onto its buckle side and positioned it on the floor in front of her door. If someone tried to sneak into her room again, she'd hear something. It was nearly time to wake up and start the day. Not enough time to get more sleep, but too soon to take a shower and wake the rest of the household. She climbed back into bed and pulled the covers tight around her. Each time she rearranged the covers, blue sparks of static electricity blinked in the darkness. The air felt different this morning. Was it snowing, as Tilda and Clive had predicted? She lay in the darkness, thinking about opening the window shutters to look. Thoughts of snow and a Christmas celebration took her mind off whoever or whatever had been in her room. In a way, it was reassuring for it to have been a person. After being haunted by a ghost for so long, it was a good change, a sane change. She was drifting off to sleep again, dreaming of a woman running barefoot through the woods, when an alarm clock on the other side of the wall started beeping. Lee Elliott's clock. Her own alarm joined in seconds later. Time for the second day's lessons. The snow looked incongruous on the adobe roof, like something you'd see on the evening news as dramatic evidence of global climate change. It reminded her of the photos of snow in the Sahara Desert, falling there for the first time in 40 years, white on red. Katie and Lee stood outside, waiting in front of the house with their gear. Both were clothed in multiple layers and ready to hike with Tilda to the same spot to paint the vista they'd painted the day before. It would look different today, with this fresh dusting of a late November snowfall. Tilda was still inside, getting ready. Her two pupils could have waited indoors, but they were eager to get out and experience the wintry scenery. Katie and Lee stood amidst the snow and the sagebrush, looking back at the lodge and taking photos. "That's why the roof isn't flat," Lee said. "It actually snows up here regularly. A flat stucco roof wouldn't hold under the snow load." Katie scooped up a handful of snow and shaped it into an icy ball. She wondered if she hit Lee with a snowball, would he retaliate? Or would he give her a lecture on the history of snowballs in New Mexico? She hefted the snowball and thought about throwing it to find out. The front door opened. Instead of Tilda, out stepped Marco, wearing a warm jacket but nothing on his feet except socks. His bright eyes were wide open, and his curly red hair had been neatly parted and combed. He smiled at Katie while ignoring Lee completely. "Hey, Katie." "Good morning," she said. He used the back of his hand to rub his bulbous nose. Katie's artistic perception kicked in, and she noticed how the relative smoothness of his hair made his cheeks look rounder, like squashed circles. He had a half circle under each eye, as though he hadn't slept well or was allergic to something in the air. Marco shoved his hands into his pockets and rotated his arms, rolling his shoulders in and rounding himself further. "Hey, man," Lee said with a lift of his chin. "You want to make a snowman?" Marco blinked in surprise. "Why? You're the sculptor, aren't you?" Marco chuckled. "Oh, right." He looked down at his socked feet and asked, "Have either of you seen my boots?" Lee replied, "What do they look like?" Marco kept chuckling. "Like boots. Brown. Boot-like." Katie answered, "I haven't seen them myself, but I'll keep my eyes open." "Me too," Lee said, his voice deeper than when the conversation had begun. "Don't be surprised if my boots show up in my mother's possession," Marco said. "Her feet aren't much smaller than mine, and she likes having things that aren't hers." "So we've heard," Lee said. "Yeah, well." Marco trailed off and then turned and disappeared back into the house. Katie and Lee exchanged a look. Katie said, "Dude, that's his mother. Don't say stuff like that." "That Tilda likes to sleep with her favorite students? It's the truth. Everyone knows it." "She's somebody's mom," Katie said. "Marco's." "Have you got a thing for him?" "That guy smokes an awful lot of weed. He probably couldn't do anything for you in the bedroom, even if he tried. Drugs make a man lazy. That's why I'm straight edge." Katie turned her back to Lee. She would pretend to be horrified at the thought of either of the young men being interested in her, but the truth was, she felt flattered. She hadn't gotten this much attention at her college, where she was one of countless girls exactly like her. She kicked at the snow and bit her lower lip. She wondered what it was exactly Lee thought he could do that other guys couldn't. The front door of the adobe house opened again, and this time Tilda Onassis came out. She wore a puffy down jacket with a bright red scarf. On her feet, she wore red rubber shoes with thick wool socks showing at the top. If she'd taken Marco's brown boots, it wasn't to wear them. "At last," Tilda said with a dramatic sigh. "I apologize for keeping you both waiting. Holly is in a tizzy about something, and she won't spit it out. We might have to retire the old gal sooner than expected." She marched past them and led the way toward the path they'd taken the previous day. There were boot tracks on the path, partially covered by fresh snow. She stamped through the tracks, dragging her feet. As they walked, Lee asked, "What happened to Holly? Was it a car accident?" "Not exactly," Tilda said. "She was out riding horses with Clive and—" She trailed off, lost in a thought. Lee said gently, "You don't have to talk about it if it's too painful." "It's fine," she said. "I just wonder sometimes about the things I'm told by others." She waved a hand through the air, slicing it with her triangular lacquered nails. "The accident happened years ago. They were out riding, and something spooked the horses. Maybe it was Clive himself. I wouldn't know. Holly was thrown clear, but then she was trampled." Her voice got soft. "Poor thing. She must have been so frightened, so confused, fighting for her life." Lee moved close to her and matched his walking stride with hers. "You're very kind to give your friend a job." He pumped his arms cheerfully as he walked alongside her. "We humans of Earth need to look out for each other." "No one else will," Tilda said. "I'm all she has left in this world." "You and Mr. Kingfisher," Lee said. "Ah, yes, the delightfully misanthropic Mr. Fish." "You probably could get tons of free help," Lee said. "Plenty of students would love to work on the ranch in exchange for mentorship." Tilda leaned down, scooped a handful of snow from the side of the trail, and abruptly shoved it into Lee's mouth. "You looked thirsty," she said with a sly smile. He spat out the snow and gave her a wounded look. "No more talking," Tilda said, wiping the slush from her hand onto the sleeve of Lee's jacket. "No more mouth. Use your eyes and focus on seeing what you see. Try the squint technique. Squeeze your eyes until everything blurs, and you'll see the big shapes, the big picture." She raised her arms skyward. "Freedom." The canyon looked different with snow on the red peaks. The rolling red mountains looked like sleeping giants huddled in bed under white duvet covers. While Katie and Lee set up their easels, planting thin metal legs in the thin layer of snow, Tilda continued the lecture she'd started the previous day. It had been years since she'd handed over the bulk of the instruction time to her assistant, but she didn't seem rusty at all. If you paint something enough times, it's as though God has given it to you. She chuckled to herself as she set up her easel. That's why my teacher advised us to spend 25% of our time painting bars of gold and buckets of diamonds. Katie thought of the art books she had and the images of Tilda's work. Many of the woman's paintings included strings of pearls. She made eye contact with Tilda, who reached up and delicately twisted the single pearl earring she wore in her left earlobe. Had the two women experienced the same thought at the same time? Tilda's eyes twinkled, as though she could read every thought Katie had right on her face. And maybe she did. The woman saw what she saw, and it was more than most people. Tilda waved at the sky. "Think of the sun as a very bright light bulb, because it is. And what does a bright light do?" She looked at her pupils expectantly. Katie and Lee exchanged a wary glance. Did Tilda want them to break their silence, or was it a rhetorical question? "That's right," Tilda said, despite the lack of verbal answer. "The sun does more than brighten the snow. It also makes your paint colors appear washed out. Don't be fooled. When you bring your work inside tonight, it will darken. Depending on how you look at something, it can always get darker." She licked her lips, her tongue pointed like a lizard's. "Keep your palette light and fresh now, so it will stay vibrant when you bring the canvas indoors." She gave them a few more pointers about the technicalities of the paints they were using, and they began to work. After an hour, Katie unzipped her jacket and hung it on a tree branch. The bright light bulb in the sky was heating her up, as well as melting her subject. At this rate, the snow would be gone before she'd captured its blanket effects on the sleeping red ridges. She ached to sneak out her phone and use it to take a reference photo, but didn't want to risk having it tossed in the canyon. She had no other choice but to paint quickly and force herself to truly open her eyes and see what was there, and not what she expected to see. They'd been working quietly for over 2 hours without a break when Lee silently excused himself to take care of business. He came running back 10 minutes later, waving both hands excitedly. "You may speak," Tilda said. "Good heavens, you look like you've seen a ghost." "The river," he gasped. "I did see something." "Don't tell me you saw El Chupacabra," she said playfully. He whipped his head back and forth vehemently. "It's a body. A person." He fanned his reddened face with both hands. "A dead person." "A person? Are you sure it's not a floating pile of garbage?" "No, ma'am. There's a body in the river, I swear." Chapter 13. The police revealed the identity of the man found floating in the mountain river. "Clive Kingfisher," the male officer across the desk from Katie said. "There's no doubt in my mind it's him. I've been hiking with Clive a few times, so I was able to identify the body myself. I'd recognize that leather ponytail thong anywhere. Do you have any idea what he was doing up there last night?" Katie fidgeted in her chair across from the police officer. The two were seated inside a private interview room. The door was open, and she could hear people walking up and down the hallway. She'd been there for nearly 2 hours, first sitting with a female officer, and now going over all the same questions with a male one. "He'd been in the water 8 hours, the man said. "Why'd he go up there in the dark?" "The view is beautiful," Katie said. "He was talking about going for a moonlight stroll last night." "What time?" "About 10 or 11. He wrote something down in a notebook." 10 or 11. He tapped the desk with his pen. "He must have been stumbling around in the dark for a few hours before he suffered his mishap, even if he left the ranch as late as 11. Actually, I heard him talking in the hallway around midnight, so I guess he didn't leave until later." The cop fixed her with a steely gaze. "Was that when he left your room? Midnight?" Katie was so horrified she stopped breathing for a moment. "Clive Kingfisher wasn't in my room," she said evenly. "He was in the hallway, talking to Tilda." "About what?" "About her getting rid of something," she thought. "I don't know," she said. "I had the door shut." The police officer continued to stare at her. She kept her expression calm. If she'd learned one thing from her interviews with the detectives regarding her missing roommate, it was that you didn't toss out any loose seeds. In the beginning, she thought she'd been helpful by telling the investigators any details she could think of. But the conversations hadn't helped anyone. They'd just led to even more conversations, more scrutiny, several of them ending in tears. At one point, the police had a theory that Katie had killed her roommate over some bizarre sex cult ritual. She'd been fortunate that the anonymous caller who'd given them the tip admitted to making the whole thing up. 20-year-old Katie Mills had come very close to becoming the next sensationalist newspaper headline. "The Dorm Room Killer." Headlines might have read, or "Single white female murders sexy co-ed rival in bizarre hazing accident," or something even worse. She kept her mouth shut. The officer across from her hadn't checked her name yet, or he'd have brought up Darlene's case. Or maybe he did know, and he was waiting to break her, seeing how long it would take her to volunteer the information. But why would she? The disappearance happened several states away and had nothing to do with today's discovery. "A moonlight walk after midnight," the officer mused. "I don't see the appeal, at least not alone. But I can understand why a fellow would take a young woman up there." He waggled his eyebrows. She shrugged and didn't take the bait. "He might have gone up there before first light to see the snow at sunrise. That same view is in several pieces of famous art, but rarely with snow." The cop snorted. "Doesn't sound like the Clive Kingfisher I know. He appreciated art the way a banker appreciates gold, not for its aesthetic beauty, if you know what I mean." Katie nodded. She had barely known the man a full 24 hours. They'd met on Sunday night at dinner, shared another meal and a nightcap drink with everyone on Monday night, and now it was Tuesday, and the guy was dead. Just like that. The cop grabbed a fresh pen to tap on the desk. "When Mr. Kingfisher mentioned going for a walk last night, did he invite anyone else from the lodge?" Katie's mouth went dry and sticky. The cop meant her. Had Clive invited her, the young student, out for a moonlit stroll? "Not me," she said. "Are you sure about that?" More pen tapping. Clive had a thing for pretty young art students. In fact, he'd start arguments with his wife and get himself kicked out of the house at the exact time a fresh young batch arrived at the ranch. "I don't know anything about that," she said. "We barely said 2 words to each other last night." She wanted to add that she found the older man unattractive anyway, but it seemed like a cruel thing to say about someone who'd died. Plus, she just wanted this interview to be over as soon as possible. That was why she didn't mention how Clive had annoyed everyone else at the house the night before. He'd insulted Lee, argued with Marco, and belittled Holly. He'd been mildly sexual toward Tilda as well. And as for Katie, he'd called her a mousy housewife, among other things. Katie had to wonder if there was anyone in Clive's life who didn't want to push him off a cliff. Of course, she would never say such a thing. The male officer leaned in, eyebrows raised. He had a shaved head and a thick but narrow build. He looked like a human bullet. "Are you absolutely sure you didn't go for that moonlight stroll yourself last night?" His eyes were trained on a single one of Katie's eyes, not flicking back and forth between both eyes like a normal person's. "I'm sure," she said, though her voice wavered from tension. The bald cop's nostrils flared. He smelled her apprehension. "Maybe it was an accident," he said in a friendly, casual tone. "Anyone would understand. Clive invited you out for a moonlit stroll, and you were elated that he was taking an interest in your budding art career. But then he got fresh with you. It all happened so fast. You didn't understand what was happening. He wouldn't take no for an answer. You pushed him. All you meant was to push him away from you, push him off of you, to make him stop. You didn't mean to push him so hard, but then he was slipping, falling over the edge." Her voice came out as a croak. "No!" The bullet-shaped man crossed his arms. "But you saw something." He nodded slowly. "You have the haunted eyes of someone who's seen something." She looked away at the shining doorknob. It was brass and reflected the whole room. Haunted eyes? Well, he wasn't entirely wrong. "You heard something," he said. "How much did Clive drink last night?" "I wouldn't know," she said. "A glass or two of brandy." "How late did everyone stay up partying?" "We left the social room at around 11. I went to bed right away since we had a session this morning." "And yet you were still awake a full hour later, hearing conversations in the hallway." She gave him a wry smile. He was grasping at straws. "Sometimes it takes a while to fall asleep." More pen tapping. "And who else was there at the house last night?" She'd told them already. First the female officer, and now this bullet-shaped man. He was clearly testing her. She answered slowly, carefully. "Myself, plus the other art student, Lee Elliott, and then Tilda Onassis, plus her housekeeper, Holly." "You didn't mention Mark Onassis. Is there a reason you left him out?" Katie stiffened in her chair. "No," she stammered. Was Marco in trouble? He was such a sweet, gentle young man. This interview had to end soon, or it was going to end badly. Did the guy want her to cry? She could cry, or pretend to, if it meant getting her out of there and putting this police station behind her. Katie blinked rapidly while fluttering both hands. She tightened her throat so her words squeaked out. I've never seen anyone dead before. I saw my grandmother, but she was in a coffin, and I was expecting to see her. I can't believe this is happening again." The bald-headed bullet man leaned back in his chair, looking satisfied that he'd broken her. "I understand the day has been quite a shock for you, Miss Mills. We're going to send you back to the ranch now." "What about—" He stood and cut her off. "Miss, you're perfectly safe at the ranch. Mr. Kingfisher had an accident. You're perfectly safe." That was an answer, all right, but not to the question she'd been about to ask. She tilted her head to the side and gave the cop a steely look of her own. "If it was an accident, why are you interrogating me?" He smiled, which didn't soften his hard looks at all. "If you were being interrogated, you'd know. We're just being thorough." So it was an accident? We won't know for sure until we get the coroner's report. Our best guess is he must have slipped and fallen while trying to get a better view. Or maybe he was taking a leak. I don't know. Sometimes you never find out. Oh. She looked up at the ceiling. 2 fly-catching strips hung from the ceiling, both dotted with dead bugs. What about our art supplies? That was the question she'd been asking before he'd interrupted to assure her the ranch was safe. We left all our stuff up there on the mountain. Paints, canvas, everything. Of course you did. He rubbed his chin. I'll have someone gather your personal effects and drop them by the ranch, so you don't have to go back up there again. But are we allowed to go back there? Why would you want to? For the view, she wanted to say, but didn't. Now the view was fixed in her mind, and she'd see it whenever she looked at the paintings of the famous view. Red mountains over a valley, with a meandering river and a dead body. She ducked her head and studied the room's carpet. It was stained. A potted cactus stood in the corner. Someone had hung a red ball cap on the arm of the cactus, as though it was a hat rack. The cactus had been getting either too much water or too little. It was sagging, about to drop the ball cap from its arm. Someone knocked on the room's doorframe. "Taxi's here," said a woman. "Off you go," the officer said to Katie. She jumped up so quickly she nearly lost her balance and fell against the potted cactus. She steadied herself with the arm of her chair as she glanced behind her. She'd been so sweaty and nervous, she'd left a dark patch of moisture on the blue vinyl chair. The dark shape's edges receded, shrinking as she watched. That morning, she'd dressed for the snow, in multiple layers of half the clothes she'd packed. She'd been too horrified by the discovery of Clive's body to think about removing layers. Now she was probably dehydrated, in addition to being in shock. "Taxi's waiting," the woman said gently. "Off you go," the bullet-shaped officer repeated. Deja vu washed over Katie. She followed the woman from the door of the private room all the way to the front exit of the sheriff's office. She didn't look up or around. She kept her eyes on the backs of the woman's sensible pumps. The administrator wore pantyhose, and she had a bandage on her left heel. The woman patted her on the back. "You're going to be okay, dear," she said in a reassuring tone. Katie knew she should thank the woman for her kindness, but she had no words. The taxi was running, polluting the clean New Mexico air. There was no snow on the ground here at the lower elevation. Lee was already sitting in the back seat. He leaned over and lowered the window. "Tilda and Holly both left an hour ago," Lee said. It was implied that he could have gone with them, but chose to stay for her. She climbed in next to Lee. The driver glanced back. "You two again?" he said. It was the same loquacious, silver-haired, dappled man who'd given them a ride from the airport 2 days earlier. "Back up to the ranch? Are they expecting you this time?" Katie looked at Lee's face for an answer. "I don't know," Lee said, to both her and the driver. "But I would need to pick up my bags before I leave town. I don't have my ID on me." "To Spirit Ranch," Katie told the driver. The vehicle began moving. "And then keep the meter running so you can take us to the airport," Katie said. "As you wish," said the driver. Lee turned to her. "You're leaving?" "You're not?" "Why would I leave?" "A man died. We need to let Tilda and Marco grieve." Lee turned in his seat to face her. His paint-splatter eyes looked bigger than before, hungrier to take her in. "You didn't mention Holly just now. Do you think she had something to do with his accident? Do you? You heard the way he talked to her, and you've seen her temper. Maybe she finally snapped. It happens sometimes. A person takes heaps of abuse for years and years, and then one day there's the final straw that breaks the camel's back." "Sure," she said carefully. "Let's not forget, he went after you pretty hard last night, too." Lee pulled a face. "That was nothing. Clive was just joking around. He likes to give us young artists a hard time. The more he picks on you, the more it means he thinks you're worthy of his attention." Kate nodded. Was telling someone they're full of crap a sign of respect? Not where she came from. "Too bad he's gone now," Lee said wistfully. "I wonder who'll manage Tilda's career now. This could be a great opportunity for someone." "Like you?" Lee scoffed. "I don't have the business acumen. Maybe in a few years." Katie crossed her arms and turned to look out the taxi window. The driver could hear everything they were saying. She didn't want to talk about a dead man right now, especially not with Lee Elliott. And if there was more to Clive's accident than there appeared to be, it was up to the police to determine. They had forensics and all sorts of tools, plus they had a body. Poor Darlene's body might never be found. Her parents might never get closure. Lee tapped her on the arm gently. "Katie, do you know something?" "No more than you," she said. "You heard the police. It was an accident. Mr. Kingfisher had no business being out there on the mountain. Maybe it was suicide. I don't know. He didn't seem terribly happy to me. Or if you want to play detective, you should talk to Mr. Kingfisher's girlfriend." Clive had a girlfriend? She shivered. A cold chill had passed through, even though the taxi's windows were up and the heater was on. She corrected herself. "I meant to say Mr. Kingfisher's wife. I don't know anything about the man's business, other than what Marco said about him staying at the ranch whenever his wife was mad at him. If anyone pushed Clive over a cliff, it was probably his wife, especially if she knew he was going to the ranch specifically to hit on young college girls." "You've put a lot of thought into this," Lee said. She snorted. The cold chill passed over her again, and she shivered uncontrollably. Had she put a lot of thought into how to murder Clive Kingfisher? She could certainly see it clearly inside her mind. Chapter 14. The gate was open, and the taxi drove them up to the door. Neither of them had their wallets to pay, as they'd gone with the police to the station directly from the body site. Lee asked the driver to wait while he ran inside the house for his bank card. "Hold up," the driver said. "I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Is it true that Clive Kingfisher is dead?" Lee and Katie exchanged an uncertain look. Were they allowed to tell people? Neither had thought to ask at the sheriff's office. "He's dead," Lee said. "But don't say anything to anyone," Katie said. "It just happened today, and we don't know if his next of kin has been notified." "I happen to know Mrs. Kingfisher is in Mexico," the driver said. "The real Mexico, not New Mexico. I drove her to the airport myself 5 days ago." Lee and Katie exchanged another look. If Clive's wife left town the previous Thursday, why did he show up at the ranch on Sunday night, claiming she'd kicked him out of the house after a fight? "Don't worry about me spilling the beans," the driver said. "I'll keep the news of Clive Kingfisher's untimely demise under my hat. In fact, I have a hat in the car, and I'll put it on so I have somewhere to keep this information." He rubbed his stubbly white beard. "Do you mind telling me how he passed?" Lee answered. "He fell. It was an accident. Nothing anyone could have done to prevent it." The driver gave them a sidelong look. "Most folks fall and break a hip or an ankle. Where did he fall from?" Katie pressed her hand over Lee's mouth quickly. "We shouldn't say," she said. "I'm so sorry. Does Clive have children? I'd hate to have them hear about it the wrong way." "Ain't no right way to hear about something like that," the driver said. "But no, he didn't have any kids. Not as far as I know." Lee took a step toward the snow-covered adobe house. "Just give me a minute to grab my wallet from inside." The driver waved his hand. "Affairs on me today, folks. You've had a rough one." "But you deserve to get paid," Lee said. The driver grinned. "All right, then. I'll charge you double the next time I see you folks. Have a great stay in New Mexico." With a cheerful wave, he jumped into the cab and drove off before they could force money on him. "What a nice man," Lee said. "People can be so kind sometimes. It really—" He cut himself off with what sounded like a suppressed sob. He cleared his throat. "We've had quite the day. Shall we go inside?" Katie stood in the snow and sagebrush, reluctant to go inside. Going inside would propel her forward through time, and everything would start rushing by, out of control. She wanted everything to freeze, to hold on a gosh darned minute, as her mother would always say when she was getting the camera ready to take a picture of another family gathering. Oh, the irony. She'd come here to the mountain resort to get away from death. Travel by plane was more expensive than by bus, but she'd chosen to spend the airfare specifically because of the superstition about the speed at which ghosts travel. She'd tried so hard to shake death, yet it had found her anyway. Well, technically it had found Clive Kingfisher, survived by a vacationing wife and no kids. The sound of the departing taxi faded to nothing. Lee was still in the front yard, kicking at the melting snow. The big wooden door of the house abruptly swung open, and Tilda came running out to greet them with open arms. She stood barefoot in the snow, her skin a painful-looking red, as she hugged Katie and then Lee. "My artist babies," Tilda said, holding Lee's face between her pointed fingers. "You wouldn't leave me here by myself, would you?" Lee gave Katie a told-you-so look. He hugged Tilda a second time before steering her toward the door. "Ms. Onassis, I'm going to stay here as long as you need me," Lee said. "I'm at your service. Your beck and call. I'll do anything for you." Tilda crossed the threshold and glanced back at Katie. "And you, sweetheart?" Katie wondered if she was being called sweetheart because Tilda had already forgotten her name. "I'll stay," Katie said, "if that's what you want." "Good, good, good," Tilda said. Inside, the social room was sweltering hot from a blazing fire. Marco crouched at the hearth, fortifying the flames with even more dry wood. His movements were slow and deliberate. Holly sat on the edge of a wood chair, staring straight ahead and wringing a dish towel in her hands. Her mismatched hairline looked askew above her stunned expression. She was sitting completely still, but breathing heavily, all in the upper chest. Her dark blonde hair was even more disheveled than usual. An elastic band at the top of her head held a handful of hair, twisted in on itself. Katie felt a pain in her chest, an anxiousness, just from looking at the distraught housekeeper. Tilda, however, appeared calm and radiant, as though she'd been born expecting tragedies like this. She'd changed clothes since that morning. Instead of her usual paint-spattered men's shirt, she wore a loose-fitting black dress over her angular frame, cinched in at her tiny waist with a silver and turquoise chain belt. Her face was free of makeup, and her pale red eyebrows were so fair without eyebrow shadow, she looked almost alien. Tilda took Katie's hand. "Sweetheart, are you Jewish?" "No." "Me neither. But will you sit Shiva with me?" She looked over at Lee, who was hovering behind Marco at the hearth. "That's what it's called, right?" "I'm familiar with the practice," Lee said. "We will stay with you and sit Shiva, Tilda. We're not going anywhere." There was a knock at the door. Holly jumped up, tossed her twisted dish towel over her shoulder, and raced to open the door. It was the female police officer who had been the first to interview Katie at the police station. She was a sturdy-looking woman, all rawhide, like a dog bone. Tanned face and short hair that was neither blonde nor brown. She stamped the snow off her boots and came inside. "You're all here," she said dryly. This saves me the trouble of having to hunt you all down." Marco, who'd been tending the fire, stood and faced her. "Why would you have to hunt us down?" He shoved his hands into his jean pockets, rotating his arms to show the dimples at his chubby elbows. As radiant and ready as his mother appeared, Marco looked boyish and younger than his age of 28. The police officer gave the younger red-headed Onassis a tense smile, her straight teeth a lighter shade of rawhide than her cheeks. "Just a figure of speech. I'm sorry to burst in on you folks like this, but I have some follow-up questions." "It's no problem," Lee said, gesturing toward an empty sofa. "Have a seat. Holly and I will rustle up some refreshments." He placed a hand on Holly's shoulder. "Isn't that right, Holly?" The housekeeper nodded meekly, and the two left for the kitchen. The visitor, who introduced herself as Officer Kendall, took a seat, her utility belt and equipment squeaking with her movements. Tilda and her son sat across from her. Katie wanted to sneak away to her room and avoid the interaction, but she calmly took a seat in the reclining chair. As she sat, she remembered Clive sitting in the same chair the night before. Despite the sweltering heat from the roaring fireplace, she shivered. The man had been there with them yesterday, and now he was a cold body on the way to the coroner. Officer Kendall calmly explained that she was just following up on some details that had arisen in the last hour. Tilda demanded, "Where's Mrs. Kingfisher?" "That woman hated Clive almost as much as she hated me. I don't know why she didn't ask him for a divorce." "Mrs. Kingfisher is in Mexico with her family for the holidays. She left last week. She'll be flying back shortly to make arrangements." Tilda snorted. Was she even surprised? Officer Kendall frowned. "When I spoke to her on the phone, she sounded strange, but people experience loss in different ways." "So she has an ironclad alibi," Tilda said. "How convenient." "Mom, it was an accident," Marco said, putting his arm around his mother. "Oh, right." She blinked and adjusted the top of her black dress. It had a wide neck and had fallen aside, exposing her pale, freckled shoulder. "An accident," she repeated. Marco chuckled. "I can see why the police have questions, though." Officer Kendall leaned forward. "And what makes you say that?" Marco stopped laughing and withdrew his arm that had been around his mother. "Clive Kingfisher was a challenging man to be around," he said. Officer Kendall opened a sturdy-looking laptop, typed in a few keystrokes, and looked up at Marco. "Did Mr. Kingfisher have many enemies? Anyone who'd want to see him dead?" "No," Marco said. "I mean, sure, he made a few enemies, but he had a strong personality. That's why he was such a good business manager for Mom. He looked out for her needs at all times, which is a rare thing in the business. Nobody wanted to kill him." Tilda turned to her son. "How would you know for sure?" Marco frowned and looked down. "I don't know." He chuckled. "This is all crazy. I mean, you have to laugh, right? Here we are, talking to a cop about all the various people who wanted Clive Kingfisher dead. I mean, where do you start?" He kept chuckling, as though it was simply the sound he made while breathing. "My son laughs when he's nervous," Tilda said to Officer Kendall. "Please, keep going with your questions. We're doing our best to get through this difficult day, and we want to help with your investigation, or report, or whatever it is." Holly and Lee returned with trays of drinks and hastily made sandwiches. Officer Kendall took a bottle of water and turned her laptop to face out to the group before she took a sip. She wiped her mouth. "These are the clothes Clive was found wearing. Do you notice anything unusual?" Holly pointed at the screen. "Those are Marco's hiking boots," she said. "Marco, remember you were looking for them this morning? Here they are. Clive took them." "Why did Clive take your boots?" Tilda gasped. "A setup." She covered her hand with her mouth. Marco's low chuckling ceased abruptly. "That's odd," he said. "But Clive liked taking things that weren't his, so it's not too surprising. It was snowing last night, so I guess he wanted to dress for the weather." "That's what we thought," Officer Kendall said. "But why isn't he wearing a jacket? Look at this picture." She brought up a new image on the screen. He was found wearing only a thin t-shirt. Why would a man borrow hiking boots but not put on a jacket? It was cold on the mountain last night. "He was drunk," Tilda said. "Clive doesn't think when he's drinking. We don't even know why he went up there." Marco said, "He might have gone up there to meet someone, or to take pictures." Holly said, "Oh, I love those time delay photos. When you see the sunrise and the sky change colors in a minute." "Funny you'd mention time delay photos," Officer Kendall said. "There's a nature documentary crew observing a coyote den not far from here. They're set up along the second trail, the one that hikers don't use as much. It's the longer way down, less scenic but also less steep. Early this morning, the crew captured an image of someone on the trail." Marco asked, "And is that why you're here? This is the new evidence that's come to light?" Officer Kendall blinked twice. She didn't answer the question, but asked, "Do you recognize these clothes?" She clicked a key and brought the next image to the screen. Everyone leaned in around the laptop. Katie stretched her torso over the arm of the reclining chair to see between Lee and Holly's bodies. The picture on the laptop screen was blurry and dark. In the right-hand corner of the image was the darkened entrance to a coyote burrow. The burrow was in focus, and the background was not, which made sense, given the crew had been capturing the coyotes and not people on the trail. Holly said, "I don't see anything. What am I supposed to see? This is like those chupacabra photos. I don't see anything." A yellow splotch appeared at the edge of the screen. This wasn't a still photo, but a video, or a time-lapse. The yellow splotch moved from one side to the other and disappeared. "That's Clive," Holly said. "That's his yellow jacket. I know that color. That was him climbing up there last night, by himself." "Oh, Clive," Tilda said, shaking her head. "You idiot. Hiking up the mountain by yourself at night. What were you thinking?" "Not so fast," Marco said slowly. "Look at the mountain ridge here. I know where this camera was positioned. That was Clive coming down, not up. See? Left to right. That's down." He leaned back on the sofa. "He was exercising," Holly said. "He was going up and down." "Possibly," Tilda said. To the cop, she explained, "Sometimes when Clive drinks, he gets it in his head that he's a triathlete. He must have been on his second loop when he exhausted himself. He probably gave himself a heart attack before he fell in the water." Officer Kendall looked around the group. "Then where's the jacket?" Tilda held out her hands, palms up. "You can search the premises. It's not here." Marco looked at his mother, frowning. "How would you know?" Tilda reached for one of the quartered sandwiches on the coffee table. "You got me," she said. "I don't know, but feel free to look around." "A warrant," Holly said, her voice tinged with accusation. "You're the police. You need a warrant." She spoke faster and louder. "You've got no damn business in here. I know my damn rights." Marco looked up at the housekeeper. "Holly, she doesn't—" Holly paced the center of the room, her hands flitting like restless birds. "She does, stupid cops." And then the cursing began. Her eyes were wild, her movements frantic. The few dark blonde hairs that had been knotted in an elastic on top of her head fell loose. Officer Kendall, who was still seated, leaned to the side and brought her fingers to touch something on her service belt. Holly's wild outburst grew louder and crazier. She was swearing about something, but it was all nonsense. Officer Kendall shouted a warning, telling Holly to calm herself down, but Holly kept yelling, and soon both Tilda and Marco's shouts added to the frenzy. Lee stepped back from the fray and took a seat on the arm of Katie's chair, pinching her fingers. In a flash of motion, the cop was moving across the room, flying toward Holly, who was screaming now. Chapter 15. It took no more than 5 minutes for Holly Bagley to calm herself, once she was in handcuffs and face down on the floor. "I know she didn't mean anything by it," Officer Kendall said, standing over the housekeeper. "There won't be any charges." Holly's red cheeks puffed, and the scar on her forehead pulsed with anger, but she didn't make a peep while the others cleaned up the ruined sandwiches that had been thrown to the floor during the scuffle. "Now, with your permission, I'd like to search the premises for that yellow jacket," the rawhide-hued cop said. "The jacket Clive was wearing on his way down the mountain." She looked pointedly at Lee, assuming it was Clive. Such a shame he had the hood up, covering his hair. It would have made my job a lot easier. Lee stood up straight. "I can help you look for the jacket." "No," the cop snapped. "You stay here. I just need keys to access all the rooms." She looked at Tilda. "Of course," Tilda said graciously. "My son can show you around. He has all of the keys. Not that we lock many things. I'll stay right here in the social room." She made eye contact with Katie. "My students had their lessons cut short today, so we'll squeeze in a few hours of instruction now. Clive would have wanted us to continue." Lee said, "Ms. Onassis, you don't have to worry about us. We're here to support you now. We can find some pleasant way to pass the time." Tilda clapped her hands with a girlish glee. "A jigsaw puzzle. We shall sit right over there at the big table and do a puzzle together. It's a wonderful opportunity for us to talk about color and light, about seeing the small parts so you can see the whole. After all, you can't paint the fleas until you paint the dog." Lee looked at Katie, who shrugged. She'd done plenty of jigsaw puzzles, often with her mother, while her brothers ran around the family home with wild abandon. She was good at spotting matches, but not as patient as her mother. She wondered, should she be calling her mother now to check in? She ran through the scenario in her head. It wouldn't be a good conversation. Her mother would be horrified to hear about a death at the ranch and would demand Katie come home immediately. The Mills family was already on edge from the disappearance of Katie's roommate. This would send them into a tizzy. It was probably best to wait and tell her family about all of this after the fact, if at all. Something in the room creaked. Tilda was opening the doors of a wooden armoire with pierced tin panels. She pulled out a stack of colorful jigsaw puzzle boxes. Somebody grunted. Officer Kendall was getting Holly off the floor and settled on a long sofa. Kendall said to the muted housekeeper, "I'll be back to take off those cuffs in a few minutes, ma'am. You're not in any trouble. Not if you understand." Holly nodded. "If I leave you here, are you going to remain calm?" Holly clenched her eyes shut and turned her face away. Marco stood in the middle of the room with his hands stuffed in his pockets. When he saw Katie looking his way, he raised his dark red eyebrows and lifted one hand to run through his curly red hair, making it stand upright. Marco said to the police officer, I guess I'll give you the grand tour." He let out a nervous chuckle and gestured around the L-shaped room. "This is the, social room. Everything in here is authentic, except for the jackalope." He nodded at the novelty taxidermy head on the wall. It was a jackrabbit with miniature deer antlers. Katie hadn't noticed the jackalope until just now. The shock of seeing the absurd animal made her laugh out loud in one short burst. This set off Marco's laughter. Lee, who'd been relatively quiet since volunteering to get refreshments, joined in. Tilda smiled. "That stupid jackalope," she said. One of the students must have given it to Clive. He said it was too ridiculous to keep at his house, so the damn thing ended up here." Marco said, "Who knew the stupid jackalope would outlast Clive?" "Who knew, indeed," said his mother, pressing her pointed fingers to the edges of her eyes while she sniffled. Officer Kendall crossed her rawhide arms and walked over to take a better look at the jackalope. "That's a good one," she said with an earthy chuckle. The only one not amused by the jackalope was Holly. She remained motionless, face down on the couch, her hands still bound behind her. Marco and his mother exchanged a look, and then he left with the female officer in search of Clive's yellow jacket. Chapter 16. Lee, Katie, and Tilda dove into the jigsaw puzzle eagerly. There were 2,000 pieces, and they worked together like a veteran team. 30 minutes into the puzzle, Officer Kendall returned to the room to release Holly. The housekeeper yawned and stretched, as though awakening from a refreshing nap. "Would anyone care for a bowl of green chili soup?" She turned toward the female police officer and asked, in the same sweet tone she'd used for the others, "Soup?" Either Holly Bagley didn't hold grudges, or she'd already forgotten about their altercation. Officer Kendall said, "Thank you for the generous offer, but I must decline." Holly grinned. "We won't tell anyone. We're good at keeping secrets up here." "Holly," Tilda barked, "don't be a tease." She didn't even look up from the jigsaw puzzle. "I'm nearly done looking around," the cop said. "I'll take one last walk around the grounds, then I'll be on my way." Tilda looked up, her face pale and her cheekbones sharp. "Oh? Did you find Clive's jacket?" "Not yet." "It's probably hanging from a tree halfway up the trail," Tilda said. "If I find it, I won't touch it. I'll call you right away." "Thank you, ma'am." Kendall nodded curtly and walked over to the front door. "I'm very sorry for your loss." She went out the door. Immediately, Lee said, "She sure didn't look very hard for that jacket." Tilda tilted her head back and looked down her sharp nose at Lee. "You should run along outside and help her." "Not unless you want me to," he said. She shrugged, pressed a piece of the puzzle into place, and then looked up at Holly. "Did you say something about green chili soup?" At the mention of food, Katie's stomach grumbled. Holly said, "Should I bring it out here to the social room?" "Excellent idea," Tilda said sweetly. "There's plenty of space to eat and puzzle. I don't really feel like grieving just yet." "You're in shock," Lee said. Holly spat on the floor. "Rotten hell, Mr. Fish." The chili soup was hot and rejuvenating. While they ate, Katie continued sorting blue sky from red rock. After the day they'd had, working on a jigsaw puzzle was the perfect activity, and sitting with Tilda like this seemed like the right thing to do. While they puzzled, Tilda made comments about the puzzle's colors. "See how the white of the zebra here in the shadow is the same value as this part here, the black stripe that's in the light. In this case, white is darker than black. This reminds me of a documentary I saw about optical illusions," Lee said. "Documentaries are boring," Tilda said, yawning. "I'd much rather watch a movie. I don't want the so-called truth as presented by the filmmaker. I want to be wowed. I want the embellishment, the exaggeration, something imaginary and wonderful." "Me too," Lee said, "but documentaries can be illuminating." Tilda snorted. "They're more biased than fiction, more about the filmmaker than the subject." Marco, who had entered the social room unnoticed, spoke up. "Is my mother going off about my father again?" Tilda jerked her head up, her red bob swinging gracefully. "My beloved, I should have had you with Clive instead of your father, At least with Clive, you know you're getting into bed with a snake." "Mom?" To Katie and Lee, she explained, "Marco's father is a documentary filmmaker. That's how we met. It's also how we divorced." Lee said, "That explains why you don't like documentaries." "Nonsense," she said. "I always thought they were boring and pretentious, even before Marco's father did that horrible hatchet job on my life." Marco sighed. "Mom, he gave you a last name with cachet. You never would have broken through as Tilda Snell. And as for the documentary he made about you, that so-called hatchet job made you famous. It made your art valuable." She snorted. "Dying will make me famous. Dying will make my art valuable. That's probably what Clive wanted." "What?" Marco joined them at the table, sitting next to Katie, brushing her body with his and not excusing the contact. "Mother, what are you talking about? Clive wanted you dead?" "Probably." His cheeks flushed red. "It was me that he wanted out of the way." Softly, he said, "Just me. He thought I was going to ruin everything." His mother made a scoffing sound. "You and your persecution syndrome, Marco." "He really despised me, Mom. I'm telling you. He wanted me out of the way. He was out to get me. I had him help negotiate one little deal, and it all blew up in my face." "What deal was that?" Marco's cheeks got even more red. "Nothing. Never mind. It's all in the past now." Tilda looked around the room. "Is that lady cop done snooping around yet? She's not going to pop up suddenly from behind the couch, is she?" "No," Marco said. "I watched her drive away." He began chuckling. Lee lifted his chin at Marco. "What's so funny?" "She's a good cop. Officer Kendall found my stash of, never mind." He reached for a puzzle piece and tried to stick it somewhere it clearly didn't fit. "She gave me a verbal warning before she left." Lee asked eagerly, "Did she confiscate your stash?" "She made me flush it." "That's a shame," Lee said. "I haven't smoked up in a few years now. Tonight would have been a good time to break the chain." "We could start drinking," Tilda said. "True," Lee said. "There's always booze, and that's perfectly legal." Tilda adjusted the wide neck of her loose-fitting black dress. "Forget about sitting Shiva. None of us are Jewish. Let's have a wake for old Clive." Lee asked, "Are you Irish? Snell is Anglo-Saxon, isn't it?" Tilda made a fist and struck the wood table dramatically. "Oh, who knows anything about anything? Tonight, we can be Irish." And so the Shiva turned into a wake. Katie accepted the first glass of whiskey hesitantly. The sip of brandy the previous night had been in contradiction with the instructions for her medication, but she'd felt fine that morning. She did want the whiskey, but more to fit in with the others than for the chemical boost. She'd been thinking about making some phone calls to rearrange her flight and leave early. If Lee wanted to stay, that was his business. She'd come to New Mexico to get away from death, not make a party of it. She sipped the amber fire and felt it breathing into her bones. She really wasn't supposed to drink with her medication, but one glass wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. In the morning, she could start making calls. For the moment, she kept her plans to herself. Tilda stood and took the jackalope down from the wall. She set it in a chair, atop a pile of puzzle boxes. "Now it feels like Clive is still with us," she said. Holly, who had entered the room quietly, said, "Clive only wished he could be half as cute as that thing." Marco rubbed his round cheek. "Say what you will, but the man did have a way with the ladies. He used to turn on his old school charm whenever he got one alone. I hear it caused melting at the knees, and more." They all looked at Katie. "He was an interesting man," she said neutrally. "To Clive Kingfisher." She raised her glass. and they toasted the jackalope. When they opened the second bottle of whiskey, the jigsaw puzzle was half done, and all were having a very merry time. Holly made a batch of biscochitos using butter instead of lard, and they devoured every last one while sharing stories about their favorite Christmases. They talked about turkey disasters, crowds of holiday shoppers at the mall, and their personal family traditions. Lee's family opened all of their gifts on Christmas Eve and spent Christmas Day playing board games. Katie's family, which included 3 older brothers, watched the Lord of the Rings movies straight through, sometimes twice. Marco and Tilda spent the previous Christmas in Hawaii with Holly. Holly declared it the best Christmas of my life and began to sob. Almost as good as this one. Everyone shared an uncomfortable laugh. They poured another round of drinks and battled valiantly with the remaining hundreds of puzzle pieces. They talked about everything but Clive Kingfisher. Every time Katie looked at the jackalope, she giggled. The silly hare with the antlers reminded her of something, another time of laughter, but she couldn't remember what it was. At midnight, Lee handed Tilda the final puzzle piece. "Do the honors," he said. Her hand trembled as she placed the piece, completing a red boulder, and the puzzle overall. "Time for bed," she said solemnly. Everyone stood and yawned, as though waking from a dream, and headed off to bed. The bathroom was chilly after the warmth of the fire in the social room. Katie brushed her teeth quickly and skipped flossing because her feet were too cold. She practically ran into her room and dove under the scratchy covers. Her mind was racing, but it was racing drunkenly, spewing gibberish, the way Holly did when she had her attacks. It was easy enough to ignore the chatter. She was just nodding off when she was jolted awake by the scraping of her suitcase on the floor. She'd set the suitcase in front of the door as an early warning should anyone try to sneak into her unlocked room. The suitcase had done its job. "Psst, Katie," came a whisper. "Are you awake?" She sat up. If she hadn't been awake before, she was now. Chapter 17. In the darkness, Lee said, "You can't sleep either?" "No," Katie replied, pulling the covers up to cover her thin undershirt. "Funny how having someone bust into my room disrupts my ability to slumber." "So you were sleeping?" He sounded disappointed. She hadn't turned on the bedside lamp, so she couldn't see his expression. "It's fine," she said, and she meant it. Growing up with so many brothers, she was accustomed to having her sleep interrupted by the antics of one or more of them. In fact, having Lee Elliott disturbing her sleep made her feel right at home. "You're not mad?" "No, and I'm awake now. What do you want?" She hugged her knees to her chest and rearranged the scratchy woolen covers. "We were supposed to get a tour of Tilda's private studio today. It's part of the package." The package? Katie dimly recalled the events that were supposed to take place that week. Surely it was all out the window now. "Remind Tilda tomorrow," Katie said. "She'd probably be happy for the distraction." "You think?" "I wouldn't want to be rude." "It probably would be rude. Yes. Good that you have such fine manners. But waking up people when they're sleeping and sneaking into their room is just fine." "Wow." He came over to the bed and took a seat uninvited. "Katie Mills has a sarcastic side. Once you get through the candy coating of shyness, I like it. You've got more personality than I expected." Thanks." Now that the sarcasm had been switched on, it was hard to stop. "Your room feels cozier than mine. No wonder you can sleep fine." "Were you here in my room last night?" Her eyes had adjusted to the dim light, and she could see Lee's features now. His eyes looked bigger in the dark, not so much like paint splatters. And he was smiling, which made him look almost handsome. In here? He rubbed his chin, his light beard making a scratching sound. No, this is the first time I've been in here. Someone came in here last night. I saw them standing there at the foot of the bed. Softly, she added, or so I think. It might have been a vivid dream. That's so weird, he said. I swear someone came into my room last night, too. I didn't remember until just now. Weird, she said. Who? I bet it was the wacky housekeeper. She's got kind of a watch-you-sleep vibe. Can you imagine if you woke up to find her standing there at the foot of your bed with one of those huge knives she's got in the kitchen, screaming about ghosts and search warrants? Katie rubbed her arms. Great. Now I'll never sleep. You can bunk in my room, Lee said warmly. I'll protect you. He chuckled at himself, which took away the creepiness of his offer. My hero, she joked. He reached over and patted her feet through the blanket. Come on, get up, put some jeans on, and let's go check out Tilda's studio by ourselves. Dress warm. We'll have to go around outside because it's over in a separate building. Katie mulled it over. On one hand, she felt bad sneaking around the property when their hostess had been so generous. On the other hand, a tour of the artist's private studio was included in the week's tuition, and it would likely be forgotten in the wake of Clive's death. Plus, if she didn't go with him, Lee Elliott would go on his own, and she didn't like the idea of him sneaking in there without her. You're just like my big brothers, she said, pushing away the blankets, always getting me into trouble. That's what us boys are good for, he said cheerfully, amongst other things. Are you looking at me? Don't look at me when I get dressed. He snorted with amusement. You're just a shadow. I can't see anything. Then stop looking. I can feel your eyeballs groping me. The bed springs squeaked. I'm facing away from you now, he said. Is that your closet door? It looks just like a person standing in the room. I know, right? They should paint the closet door a light color. Paint over perfectly good real wood? He made a scoffing sound. You're such a woman. She scoffed right back at him as she zipped up her jeans. The snow crunched under their feet as they made their way out of the main house and along a path to a separate, smaller building. The temperature had dipped below freezing, and the air was crisp. The waning gibbous moon overhead shed plenty of light, and the snow dusting on the ground made the property brighter. Katie had a skip in her step as they approached the boxy shape of what they assumed was Tilda's personal art studio. You're having fun, Lee said. The key to making you smile is to invite you along on a crime spree, huh? She snorted. My brothers were always finding abandoned farmhouses to break into. We felt like archaeologists making the find of the century back then. Did you find anything of value? Sure. Old newspapers, broken beds, and a busted-up wooden doll straight out of a horror movie. He chuckled. Treasures. I still have the doll. It's a great prop for creepy photos. I have a friend who used it in a short film he made when we were in high school. What was the film about? A couple of college students who get murdered in the middle of the night by an axe-wielding lunatic in New Mexico. Lee stared at her for several shocked seconds before laughing. Nice one, Katie Mills. The movie was actually about cannibals, she said. Cannibals who had day jobs in the banking industry. It was sort of a metaphor. I would pay good money to see that, Lee said. Where did this super fun childhood of yours take place? South Dakota, she said. Ah, he said. I thought I heard you say pop the other day when Holly brought us 7-Up. That explains it. You're from a pop state. Where are you from? Texas. Everything's called a Coke there, even Mountain Dew. You're not far from home at all, she said. Depends on how you look at it. I go to school in California, so I have 2 homes, Or maybe no home. My home is my suitcase. I don't like to get tied down. They reached the front door of the building and he tried the handle. Locked. He shook his head. I guess we'll have to bug Tilda to show us around tomorrow. Either that or do another jigsaw puzzle. She tried the handle herself, just to be sure. They turned to walk back to the main house, and she said, I didn't think you were the type to give up so easily. He stopped so suddenly, she walked into him. He was more solid than he looked. Oh, really? He turned and gave her a teasing look. You think we should look around for a window and break in? We could at least have a walk around the perimeter. Something tells me you were the naughty little sister who came up with the ideas that got your brothers in trouble. She held up one finger. You know, Lee Elliott, you're not a complete idiot. He grinned. Thanks. They circled around the building, and sure enough, there was an unlocked window at the back. Katie climbed onto Lee's shoulders and crawled in through what turned out to be the window for a bathroom. She landed upside down inside a tub without injury, made her way through the dark rooms to the front door, and unlocked it for Lee. The two walked around together, turning on lights. This is not at all what I expected, Lee said. There aren't even any art supplies in here. Great. Katie fell into a leather armchair. This isn't Tilda's art studio. It's a guest cottage or something. Lee picked up some unopened envelopes from the kitchenette's counter. These bills are addressed to Clive Kingfisher. This must be his official business office and where he stays when he's in the doghouse. He dropped the envelopes. Where he used to stay. Katie looked around the compact, yet comfortable living room. Not bad for a doghouse. Except I can practically see my breath. Lee walked over to the corner fireplace and started arranging wood and kindling. Let's get some heat up in this joint. Why? Why not? He struck a match and lit a crumpled newspaper. It's a guest house, and we're guests. She laughed. Your logic is undeniable, Lee Elliott. He gave her an appreciative smile. I like that laugh of yours, Katie Mills, almost as much as your sexy sarcasm. She crossed her arms. Since when was sarcasm sexy? She watched as he blew on the kindling and coaxed a roaring fire to life. The room warmed up quickly, and soon he'd removed his sweater. He stood before the orange flames, clad only in jeans and a short-sleeved shirt that revealed a surprisingly athletic build, like that of a swimmer or a gymnast. Forget the sexiness of sarcasm. Since when was Lee Elliott sexy? He reached for his rumpled sweater, which had a kangaroo-style pocket, and pulled out a silver flask. Vodka? I think I'm still drunk on whiskey from the wake. Then another sip won't hurt. He waved the flask as he took a seat on the hearth, next to the crackling fire. Katie quietly took a good look at the young man sitting across from her, trying to see the whole picture, plus the details, all together. Tonight, alone together in this warm and cozy room, Lee was someone else. He was no longer the rubber-limbed beige boy with the paint-splatter features. He was a young man, but he was a man. Staring is rude, he said. I'm an artist. So am I, and I'd never stare at you like that. How do you like it? He widened his eyes and made a funny face. You're right, it is rude. She whistled and looked up at the wooden beams on the ceiling. Come sit with me, pretty girl, he said. I don't know about you, but wakes and funerals always put me in the mood to celebrate being alive. How are you feeling? Also alive, she said, because it sounded good. Better than telling him wakes and funerals were a pleasant change from seeing ghosts. He patted the hearth again and jokingly made a sound like calling a dog. She ignored him. After a minute, She finally got up from Clive's leather chair and joined Lee by the fire. He used the bottom of his shirt to wipe the rim of the flask for her, exposing a section of toned midriff and a fuzz of golden body hair. She took a sip of vodka from the silver flask while Lee watched her. He regarded her face with the appreciation of an artist. She became aware of her body, of how she was warming under his attention. She'd dated boys at college, but never anyone in the arts program. She'd never been looked at by an artist, not the way Lee was looking at her. Self-consciously, she said, "What?" He smiled. What? You're staring again," she said. He took a swig from the flask. "And why wouldn't I be, pretty girl? I'd ask if I could paint you sometime, if it wasn't such a cliché." She burst out a short laugh. "You're such a cliché, Lee Elliott. And you're an enigma, Katie Mills." "Caitlin," she said. "Caitlin," he said softly. "Do you feel it?" She raised her eyebrows and glanced at his lap area. "Not that," he said quickly. He took her hand and placed it, palm down, on his chest. "My heart," he said. She tilted her head to the side, confused. He asked huskily, "Do you feel how alive we are, right here, right now?" "I guess so." She didn't pull her hand away. The thumping of his chest through his soft T-shirt was exactly what she wanted to feel. "I've been dreaming about a girl," he said. She jerked her hand away and rolled her eyes. "Not like that," he said, smiling. "Actual dreams. Nightmares, I suppose. There's a girl, and she looks like you, but she's not you, and she's leading me up the mountain. Up to that spot where we were painting with Tilda." She nodded. "What were you supposed to say when someone talked about their dreams?" And then suddenly a name was on her lips. "Darlene," she said. "Your friend who disappeared," Lee said, nodding. "That's what I thought. But here's the strange thing. I had the dream the first night we were here, before I heard about Darlene, and before we went up there." "So? You said you did meet her last year, when your visits overlapped by a day. You've got to admit, it's quite the coincidence." He took a noisy sip from the flask. She took it from his hand, and without wiping the lip, took a swig herself. She smacked her lips. "You must be psychic, then. Like Holly. Are you sure you're not related to the Bagley women?" He gave her a mock, offended look. "You're a mean drunk," he teased. "You have no idea," she teased right back. She had no idea what she meant, but it was just one of those things a girl says to a boy when she's in the mood for him to kiss her. Lee took the hint. Chapter 18. Wednesday morning, Katie woke up to someone gently shaking her. Lee said, "We've got 20 minutes to get back into the main house before our alarm clocks start going off." "Then give me 19 more minutes to sleep," she groaned. Lee yanked away the wool blankets she'd been huddled under, which gave her no choice but to battle him for control of the bed. They wrestled, then he kissed her and pulled away. He already had his shoes on and was ready to sneak back into the main house. Katie sat up and looked around, feeling ashamed. They'd fallen asleep on Clive's bed. This was the last place a man had slept before he died, and he'd been alive 2 nights ago. The thought of Clive in the bed, combined with the drinks from the night before, sent Katie running to the bathroom to throw up. On the plus side, the poison was now out of her system. She came out of the washroom to find Lee leaning forward, examining the pillows on the bed. He asked, "Why would Tilda's hair be on these pillows?" Katie came over to look. Sure enough, there were a 6 long red hairs. Clive's hair had also been long, and his loose hairs were present on the white pillow as well, but they were a glossy black with silver roots. "Gross," Katie said. "Tilda was sleeping with Clive." "What do you mean, gross? You didn't find him attractive?" She gave Lee an enigmatic smile. "I have strange taste in men, but not that strange." "You don't like older, powerful men?" "No, not like my roommate Darlene. She was always flirting with professors. Until she flirted with the wrong one and got herself disappeared." He coughed and frowned. "Sorry, I didn't mean to sound so flippant." Katie picked up one of the red hairs. "It's a bit wavy. Maybe it's actually Marco's." "You think Marco was sleeping with Clive?" She walked around to the side of the bed opposite Lee and started straightening the layers of blankets. "I think Holly's not a very good housekeeper. Maybe Marco was sleeping here in the cottage, and Holly didn't change the sheets when Clive showed up unannounced. I guess it doesn't matter, because you and I were never here." Lee winked at her. "Time?" He checked his phone. 5 minutes. "We were never here," Katie said. "Last night didn't happen." "If you say so," he said stiffly. They finished tidying up the cottage and let themselves back into the main house without incident. "Cigarettes," Tilda said. "That's what I need." She was seated at the table in the dining room, wearing sunglasses and drinking from a cup of coffee nearly as big as her head. She wore the same black dress she'd had on the day before, covered up with a bulky wool cardigan. Her red hair was frizzy on one side, but she still looked elegant. "No cigarettes," Holly said. "We threw them all out the last time you quit." Marco took a break from devouring his stack of pancakes. "Mom, I could take the Jeep into town and get you some ciggies." "No," Holly said, shaking her head. "Just until Christmas," Tilda pleaded. "Then I'll quit again, Holly, I swear." Holly made a grumbling sound. Tilda turned her head toward Lee and Katie, her eyes still hidden by the dark lenses. "I'm sorry I won't be able to give my art babies a lesson today." Katie's mouth twitched into a smile. She liked being referred to as an art baby. It made her feel like she knew her place in the world, as a baby in a family again. "We could find something else to do," Lee said. "Maybe we could get a tour of—" Tilda waved her hand. "You'll be working, painting on your own in the student workshop. Be good little art babies, will you? I'll look over your work later today, after I've had a cigarette." She turned to her son and silently mouthed a "thank you." Marco asked his mother, "Hey, do you mind if I borrow one of your art babies?" "Take your pick," she said with a hand wave. Marco looked right at Katie. "Want to go for a drive into town with me?" "Sure," she said. "I'd love to." Lee cleared his throat. "Just her?" Katie said, "We can both go with you." "The Jeep only sits 2, Marco said, already pushing back his chair. He threw his napkin on his chair. "Give me 5 minutes, and I'll meet you around front." Once he was gone, Katie turned to Lee. "The Jeep only seats 2, she said cryptically. "I'll miss you terribly," he said flatly. "Shh," Tilda said. "Stop yelling. Be quiet, little art babies." The Jeep had a small bench seat in the back and could have accommodated more than 2 people, but Katie didn't suggest changing the plan. She was glad to get some time away from Lee, who'd done nothing wrong and was actually quite sweet, but still, space. She wanted space. Their playful wrestling last night had seemed normal enough at the time, but in the light of morning she didn't know what to make of it. Lee wasn't a keep things casual sort of guy, which made him better than most guys, really, so why did she hold it against him? She watched the New Mexico landscape roll by. Most of the snow had melted away, but a few white pockets remained. "The funeral won't be for several weeks," Marco said. "The Kingfisher family wants to wait until after Christmas." He kept staring at the road ahead. They'd been driving for 5 minutes, and it was the first thing he'd said. "Fair enough," Katie said. "There's no good time for a funeral. That's what my mother always says." Marco began chuckling. "It's always a good time for the funeral of someone you don't care for too much." He turned toward her. One of his red curls had fallen on the center of his forehead. With the curl sticking out like that, he reminded Katie of a unicorn or a hippo, though that was an unkind simile, given Marco's rounded build. She shifted her imagination back toward the unicorn, elegant and special. "It's no secret I wasn't a fan of Clive," Marco said. "He's been part of my life as long as I can remember." "I noticed he called you son a few times. Did he try to be like a father to you?" She bit her lower lip as she considered telling him about finding Tilda's long red hairs on Clive's pillows. He'd suspected something was going on and even mentioned it to Katie. But did he really want to know? "Clive was the stepfather I never wanted. You know that expression about beating someone like a red-headed stepson? That's exactly how he treated me." "That must have been tough," Katie said. She thought again of the black hairs and red hairs on the pillow. Were they ever together, your mother and Clive? "No way." He shook his head, bouncing the red unicorn curl on his forehead. "But the other night, you asked me if I thought there was something going on." Marco laughed bitterly. "That was pure paranoia," he said. "Might have been a bad reaction to something I smoked. Maybe they had feelings for each other after all." He kept his eyes on the straight road ahead as he shook his head, swinging the red unicorn curl. She would never let him into her heart. It was already enough that he controlled the business. She would never relinquish control of her entire life. After my father burned her, she swore off relationships. "Relationships are tough," she said. "They sure are." The conversation tapered off, and they continued driving along the straight road, a red line stitching through snow-pocked sandy terrain, in silence. After a few minutes, Marco said, "I do wonder sometimes if they were, friends with benefits. Like, not in love or anything, but something physical. It would explain a lot." "Lee found something," she blurted out. "What?" He jerked his head and gave her a horrified look, the whites visible all around his irises. "Never mind," she said. "It's just gossip. I'm sorry I mentioned it. Lee is a nosy troublemaker, but he's a good kisser," she finished silently. Marco slammed on the brakes and pulled the Jeep off the road. It bumped up and down over the rough terrain. "You have to tell me now," he said, chuckling. "Spit it out, or I'm going to drive until I find a big cactus, and I'll throw you on it." She squealed as they bumped over a rough patch of rocks. "I don't know anything." He gave her a look of malevolent glee. "I see a cactus up ahead." She grabbed an overhead handle and held tight to the rocking Jeep. "It was just red hair," she said. "Lee Elliott found some strands of red hair on Clive's pillow. He said either Tilda had been in the same bed with Clive, or Holly's not a good housekeeper." The Jeep rolled to a stop. "It was in the guest cottage," she explained. "Lee went in there last night because he was, curious about what Tilda's art studio looked like. He let himself into the wrong building by accident." "The little house to the north of the main building?" "That's what I heard," she lied. "Is there a chance it was your hair on the pillow? Lee thought maybe that was what happened, just some bad housekeeping." "I don't ever sleep in that guest house." Marco said. "Do you hang out in there? Maybe that was how Clive got your hiking boots. It's a cozy little place." She bit her lip, according to Lee Elliott. Marco stared out the front window. He didn't speak for a long time. Katie imagined how she'd feel if she were in his shoes. She'd be upset if her happily married parents weren't together, and even more so if she found out her mother had been sleeping with another man, let alone a man she despised, one who treated Katie poorly. If that happened to her, she'd want to push the guy out of their lives, push him all the way off a cliff even. Finally, Marco said, "Okay." He put the Jeep in reverse and started backing up toward the road. "No point denying the facts," Marco said. "And it's a moot point, now that Clive's gone anyway." "I'm sorry you had to find out this way," Katie said. He shrugged. "All's well that ends well." And it might not be true. It was just a crazy theory that Lee Elliott came up with. Marco shot her a wounded look as he turned the vehicle back onto the dirt road and headed toward town again. "What's the deal with that guy?" "Lee? I guess he's kind of snoopy, in addition to being a brown-noser." "No, I mean with you two." He cracked a crooked grin, seemingly happy to be changing the subject. "Are you two crazy college kids hooking up?" "Ew." She wrinkled her nose. "Good," he said. "You deserve better." Thanks." "If he starts bugging you, just come to me, and I'll set him straight. Okay?" She fidgeted with her seatbelt and looked out the window. They'd driven past the snow line, and now everything was red. "Katie," he said, "do you hear me? If you need anything, I'm your guy. Anything at all. Help getting Lee to stay away from you, or help with your art, or talking to my mother. I'm your man, okay?" "Sure," she said. "Girls like you need all the protection they can get. There are a lot of creeps out there in the world once you leave your little town in South Dakota." "I know." She clenched her teeth together. Had she told everyone she was from South Dakota? She didn't remember telling anyone but Lee Elliott the night before. Then again, it was the sort of thing that could have come up at one of the dinners. Or, more likely, Marco had done some research into her. A simple computer search would have brought up a vast number of girls named Katie Mills. It was a common enough name, but he would have known she'd attended the same college as Darlene Silva. Had Marco been playing detective last night at the same time she and Lee had been finding their way into a locked cottage? Marco reached over and pressed the buttons on the radio, switching stations. He settled on one playing a rock song with a familiar chorus and began humming along. When they reached town and parked in front of the grocery store, he said, "I'm glad you came along with me today. Even though I'm not sad that Clive is gone, I'm still sad right now, you know?" "It's okay to be sad," she said. "Plus, this news about my mother and Clive makes me feel like I'm exploding and imploding at the same time, like sculpting material with no form, or a form with no material, two states at once." "I understand," she said, though she wasn't sure she did. Chapter 19. Tilda was still wearing the dark sunglasses indoors when they returned. She was sitting in the social room, thumbing through a magazine. A small fire was burning in the fireplace. Marco dropped a grocery store bag on the sofa next to her. She pulled out the carton of cigarettes. "Menthols?" "It's all they had," Marco said. He looked to Katie for corroboration. "Isn't that right?" Katie nodded stiffly. Tilda snorted. Marco stuffed his hands in his pockets and hunched up his shoulders. "I don't know what to tell you, Mom. They must have had supply issues at the store due to the snowfall." Katie shifted from one foot to the other. Marco had primed her for the conversation during the drive. His mother would still smoke the menthols, according to Marco, but not nearly as many, and it would be easier for her to quit again. Apparently, they'd played this game many times before. Tilda always sent him for cigarettes rather than going on her own, and he always claimed the store was out of her preferred brand. If she really cared that much, she'd drive into town herself. "Menthols are what your grandfather smoked," Tilda said, "or those nasty cigarellos." "I could drive back and get you cigarellos," he said. She was already tearing open the plastic package on the carton. No, these will be fine. In fact, it might be refreshing." "Don't smoke them inside, Mom." "I'll sit by the fireplace and blow my smoke up the chimney." "Mom." "The draft will pull the smoke out of the room." "Don't be ridiculous. I'm bigger than you. I can take those away if I want to." She snorted. "You'll do no such thing." She looked at Katie. "Darling, tell my son to show some respect, will you?" Katie excused herself to the washroom rather than weigh in. She heard mother and son bickering behind her as she made her escape. By the sound of it, Tilda lit the first cigarette, only to have it thrown into the fireplace by Marco. When she came out of the washroom, Lee Elliott was waiting in the hallway. He'd showered while she was on her errand into town with Marco, but he hadn't shaved. The brown scruff along his jaw made him look older, more appealing. Lee was humming with energy, bouncing from one foot to the other. He grabbed her arm, grinning. "There you are," he said excitedly. Without thinking, she leaned in and kissed him. His lips were soft, surprised. His body was warm. She'd gotten chilly on the trip into town. The Jeep had a canvas top, and Marco had kept the heaters blowing on high, but it had never been warm inside the vehicle. She pressed against Lee's heat. He released her arm and stepped backward, bumping into the adobe wall. He recovered quickly, bouncing again on one foot and then the other, and kissed her back. After they pulled away, he said, "You missed me." She rolled her eyes. "You and I are the only normal people here, Lee. We have to stick together." "Yes, let's stick together." He bounced on his toes as he glanced up and down the hallway. "What's going on?" He bit down on a smile. "I gotta show you something." She raised her eyebrows. "Again?" He grabbed her hand and tugged for her to follow him. He practically skipped as he guided her toward his bedroom, next door to hers. He closed the door behind them and gave her a wide-eyed look, with eyes that seemed to glow from within. She looked at the narrow bed. It would be the most comfortable seat in the room, but she chose the ledge instead, bringing her feet up with her and hugging her knees. As much as she'd enjoyed kissing Lee in the hallway, she wanted to keep some distance, some perspective. Lee took a seat across from her, on the bed. He sat with his legs splayed out. He leaned back, resting with his hands behind him on the crisply made bed. His shirt lifted, exposing an inch of midriff, including his navel. Her eyes wandered over his body, and she trembled, remembering the previous night in front of the roaring fire. Lee asked with a deliberate casualness, "How did your excursion with Marco go?" "Fine." He nodded and looked down, tucking his shirt into his jeans. "I heard you guys talking. Was the store really out of everything but menthols?" "Of course not," she said. "According to Marco, they play that game every time." "They lie to each other," he said. "Like I said, it's more like a game." "Right." He kept bobbing his head. "How about you? You said you wanted to show me something?" She hugged her knees tighter. His voice got low. "I found something," he said, looking at his closed but unlocked door. She followed his gaze. You found Tilda's studio? Something better. He twitched, rubbing the tip of his nose with one hand and then the other. Drugs? She turned her head to give him a sidelong look. You found another one of Marco's stash? No. He shot her a wounded look. And I told you I'm straight edge. I don't do drugs, prescription or otherwise. Now she gave him a wounded look of her own. Prescription is not the same as, she made air quotes, otherwise. He moved back on the bed, lifted his legs up, and hugged his knees, matching Katie's body position. With a serious, soft tone, he said, Maybe I shouldn't show you. This is serious stuff. She released her knees and took a more relaxed pose on the adobe wall ledge. Lee, just show me whatever it is you want to show me before I beat it out of you, she grinned. I'm the baby sister who learned how to do a headlock on much older brothers. He released his knees and relaxed as well. You're cute when you talk tough. He reached into his jeans pocket and pulled out a scrap of something bright. It was small, only an inch across the longest side. The edges were blackened, burned up, but the center was unmistakably yellow. She leaned across the space between them, reaching for it. He hesitated, pulling the burned scrap close to his chest before finally handing it over. In her hand, the piece of material seemed to glow with importance. This was more than just a bit of garbage. It was something that shouldn't be. The burned edges were curled and hard, but the center was still pliable. Clive's yellow jacket, she said. Shh. He had his finger to his lips. She examined the inch-long scrap again. It had to be a part of the jacket Officer Kendall had been looking for, the one someone had worn on their way down the mountain, past the cameras of the Coyote documentary crew. She whispered, Somebody burned it? Lee nodded. He looked proud of himself, more so than usual. I was helping Holly, scooping the ashes out of the fire, and I found that. Pretty suspicious, don't you think? You have to call the police. Do I? They were speaking in whispers already, but Katie crossed the room to sit next to Lee on the bed. Of course you do, she whispered. This is evidence. It means someone else was on the mountain on Monday night with Clive. Or Tuesday morning, Lee whispered. Yes, and they came back here and burned the jacket. She tapped her fingers on her leg. I guess it wasn't Marco, because he was with me in the Jeep. She looked into Lee's eyes and saw, for the first time, that they were different colors. One iris was brown, and the other was only half brown, the other half green. How had she not noticed his mismatched eyes before? Your eyes, she said. He blinked and looked away from her. Katie, I'm not going to tell anyone. You have to tell the police. He kept facing away from her, his eyes fixed on the room's door. Katie, I'm sure it was an accident. She didn't like him saying her name that way, like she'd done something wrong and was now caught. Her mouth went dry. What are you talking about? What you did, he said. What you did to Clive. She felt her joints stiffen. She couldn't get enough oxygen into her lungs. The room was turning, whirling. She clenched the yellow scrap in her hand, making a fist. If she squeezed it hard enough, she could make it disappear, make this moment never happen. It was an accident, Lee said calmly. No, she said at speaking volume. Whatever you're thinking, you're wrong. He finally looked at her, his mismatched eyes like overlapping paint splatters. Are you sure about that? On Monday night, I heard you going back into your room in the morning, around 5 o'clock. The door on your room squeaks, so I know it was your room. And you weren't using the bathroom either, because that door squeaks even louder. Plus, I didn't hear any water running. She tried to recall the events of Monday night. She'd heard Tilda and Clive talking in the hallway, with him telling her to get rid of them. And then she'd slept until she'd been awakened by the presence of someone in her room. "That wasn't me squeaking my door," she said slowly and carefully. "I was in my bed the whole time, I swear." He let out an audible breath, grabbed his pillow, and hugged it. He gave her a boyish look. "Don't be mad," he said. "It's not like we know each other that well. You can't blame me for asking." "I guess not," she frowned. "But thanks a lot for thinking I went for a midnight hike with Clive, a man I'd barely known for all of a day, and then pushed him into a river. Why would I do that?" "I don't know why, but you had enough time." "I suppose I came back after and made someone else my accomplice? I must have asked either Holly or Tilda to burn the jacket." "You could have," she snorted. "Somehow, I knew about the camera footage and foresaw the need to burn the jacket. You know, Marco's the only one who's been making fires." She paused, her heart rate accelerating. "Except for you." He closed the distance between them with surprising speed and kissed her, his hand clasped behind her head. She jerked back in surprise, biting his lip. She started to get off the bed, but he had his hand around hers, the yellow plastic scrap still clutched in her fingers. She stood, and he jerked her arm, whipping her right back down on the bed again. "Shh," he said. "I was just testing you." She growled. "No, you weren't. You really thought it was me." His eyes widened. "If it wasn't you, who was it?" "It wasn't anyone. It was an accident. The cops were only asking those questions because—" Lee raised his eyebrows. "Because it's suspicious." She shook her head, leaning away from him, but still seated on the bed next to the young man. "No, because they wanted to be thorough." He reached up slowly and put his free hand on her chest, above her left breast. "If you think it was just an accident, why is your heart beating so fast?" She looked down at the hand on her chest. Her heart was pounding. She turned her head and looked at his other hand, the one wrapped around her hand. Lee released his grip, letting her hand go. She allowed her fist to unfurl. There it was, on her moist and glistening palm. The burned piece of yellow plastic. The cause of his baseless accusation. "This doesn't look right," she said. "It doesn't look like part of a jacket to me. It could just be the wrapper from household garbage. If Marco burned up a jacket, there would be more material, like buttons or a zipper." "A zipper," he agreed. "We should look around a bit more before we go to the cops. Or before we start accusing people," she said icily. He frowned. "Am I in the doghouse now?" She frowned back at him. He sighed again. "Honestly, Katie, I was just testing you so I could be absolutely, positively, 100% sure. When I found this yellow scrap today, my mind started racing. When you have anxiety like I do, you can't just switch it off when it doesn't suit you." She ran her thumb over the scrap. She wished he hadn't found it, and they could go back to how things were last night. "This whole thing is so weird," she said. "I shouldn't have come here. Using Darlene's booking was like tempting fate. But not really, because you met me." He grinned and fell backward onto the bed. Katie looked at Lee, and then the door. He'd just accused her of manslaughter, if not of murder. And now he was relaxed. She could be relaxed too, if she wanted to. She just had to get over him suggesting she'd killed Clive. He was right about them not knowing each other very well. She asked him, "How do I know you didn't kill Clive?" "Why would I be suspicious of you if I knew it was me?" She chuckled softly. "It would be a good cover story for you to fake suspicion of me." He reached over and lazily ran his fingers along her thigh. "Why would I jeopardize the likelihood of getting another one of your famous Katie kisses?" She snorted. "Katie kisses. You're so corny, Lee Elliott." He motioned with his head for her to fall back on the bed and snuggle up to him. She still had the burned yellow scrap in her hand. She delicately set it on the center of his chest and then lay back on the bed as well. She rolled in and rested her head on his shoulder. He smelled of the scented shampoo that was in their shared bathroom. She sniffed again. His deodorant was the same as one of her brothers used, but it smelled different on Lee. She'd heard that scents combine with an individual's chemistry to smell different, but hadn't believed it until now. She closed her eyes and listened to the sound of their breathing. It felt good to think about the scent of deodorant and not about anything else. It felt good to have somewhere she felt safe, even if it was with, of all places, the rubbery shoulder of Lee Elliott. So, he reached over and played with her hair. "If that wasn't you arguing with Clive in the hallway on Monday night, who was it?" Katie remembered back. 2 nights ago felt as hazy as 2 years ago. The woman wasn't swearing incoherently, so it wasn't Holly, which leaves Tilda. I assumed at the time it was Tilda. Why? Do you think it was someone else? She lifted her head to look into his brown and half-green eyes. Is anyone else up here, like Tilda's teaching assistant or other staff? Nobody I've seen. He looked down his nose at her, which gave him a serious, scholarly appearance. If it was Tilda, that means they had an argument right before the guy turned up dead. He looked up at the ceiling. I wish I could remember what they were talking about. Katie held still and put her hand on Lee's chest to ground herself. She stroked the burned yellow scrap with her fingertips. She shouldn't be touching evidence, but it was already too late. "I heard part of that argument, too," she said softly. "I heard Clive saying, 'Get rid of them.' I thought he meant us, the students, but now I'm not so sure." "Who'd want to get rid of us?" He chuckled, his chest rumbling under Katie's ear. "We're model students, the best pair of Tilda's art babies, ever." Katie chewed her lip. Had Lee truly heard Clive and Tilda arguing that night? Or was he making up stories to bring them closer? There was a reason young guys took girls to see horror movies. Wait a minute. He pushed her aside and sat up abruptly. I remember now. They were talking about photographs. I remember them saying that word, and at the time, I wondered if it was photos of artwork Tilda wasn't ready to show yet. "Photographs," Katie mused. "That's what they wanted to get rid of. Not us. Photos. Clive told Tilda to get rid of them. She said no, and that they were perfect. I suppose it might have been photos. Hard copy or digital." He grabbed Katie's arm and pulled her upright on the bed. Lee was grabby when he got excited. "How should I know? You're the one with all the conspiracy theories. We need to get into Tilda's studio. The actual one this time, not a detour." "Okay," she said. "Really? You're going to come with me and break into her studio?" She glanced over at the door. The volume of their conversation had been rising up, along with Lee's excitement. "Sure," she said sarcastically. "Why don't you say it a little louder, just so everyone in the building is clear on the plan?" He squinted at her and crossed his arms. "I think I liked you better when you were shy, Katie," he teased. "Everyone does," she said. "Let's go find that studio." He started toward the door. "Hang on." She bent down and plucked the yellow scrap from the floor. It had landed there when Lee had sat up suddenly. She found it odd he was so interested in the alleged photographs and suddenly not at all concerned with the potential evidence they already had. "We can't lose this," she said. "Do you want to hang on to it for safekeeping?" She thought about it, then stuffed the scrap into Lee's pocket. "You're the one who found it," she said. "You keep it safe. And try not to get any more people's DNA on it, just in case." Chapter 20. Lee rattled the metal grid in frustration. "We could probably get these security bars off if we had a screwdriver. And then what? Break the glass?" Lee folded forward, leaning his butt against the adobe wall beneath the window. He cursed mildly. It was midnight, and they'd been anticipating this moment for hours. After they'd made their plans in Lee's bedroom, they'd been on their way out of the main house before dark, but Holly spotted them and asked for help getting the day's dinner ready. They'd both assisted in the kitchen, and then sat through their fourth dinner at Spirit Ranch. This meal was even more unusual than that of the previous night, when they'd consumed chili soup around the jigsaw puzzle. They ate in the formal dining room, in the same seats as the first night. Tilda continued to wear her dark sunglasses indoors. She'd added another layer to her outfit, a ratty housecoat. Over dinner, Marco teased his mother about turning into a bag lady. She responded by smoking a menthol cigarette right there at the dining room table, to the horror of Holly, who coughed dramatically after every exhale but didn't say a word. The meal had dragged on for what felt like an eternity. They finished at 7 o'clock, and Tilda insisted everyone gather in the social room to watch trashy movies. Lee and Katie both tried to make excuses, but Tilda wouldn't take no for an answer. The film of choice was a spy movie with a far-fetched terrorist plot. Once the movie was finished, Tilda insisted they carry on and watch the sequel. The room was warm from the fire, and the couches were comfortable. Katie fought to keep her eyes open. A few minutes into the second movie, she rested her head back on the seat, and she was asleep in no time, waking up 90 minutes later, just in time to see the credits rolling. She sat upright and licked her lips to refresh her mouth. What she saw in the social room reminded her of her family more than ever. Everyone else had fallen asleep as well. Tilda had removed her sunglasses for the movie, and now she lay curled up on a sofa like a cat, her pale face relaxed, and her head on her son's lap. Marco had his head back and his mouth open. He was snoring softly. Holly slept in the leather armchair with a blanket on her lap. Her head hung to the side, and a thin stream of drool ran from her mouth to her shoulder. Lee was also asleep, sideways on the couch, with his head at an uncomfortable-looking angle on the armrest. He had one fist clutched to his chin, which made him appear to be sucking his thumb, yet the thumb wasn't in his mouth. Katie thought about going straight to bed and leaving everyone asleep in the social room. Lee stirred, and his eyes opened quickly, before he was fully awake, giving Katie a chill from his zombie stare. He sat up slowly and asked, whispering, "Everyone's asleep?" "I think so," Katie said. He got to his feet and tiptoed toward the hallway, nodding for her to follow. Once they were down the hall, he said, "Pile up some clothes under your covers so it looks like you're sleeping in there, just in case Tilda or Holly come down to the swing to check on us." "Duh," she said. "You think this is the first time I've snuck out after bedtime?" He grinned. "I guess you didn't fall out of the coconut tree yesterday." Lee helped her set up her bed, and then she helped him with his, both of them suppressing giggles. They got their coats on and slipped out through the Sky Room's exterior door. They found the building that housed Tilda's art studio, but unfortunately they couldn't get in. Unlike the guest cottage, this building had no unlocked window for them to slip in through. The building's security confirmed they had the right place at least, but it also kept them out. Lee frowned at the window with the security bars. "I could have these bars off in 20 minutes if I had a screwdriver. 5 minutes if it's an electric-powered one." Katie patted her pockets. Darn, I forgot my power drill. What kind of cat burglar are you? Not a very good one, apparently. She grabbed the metal grill and gave it a pull. All she succeeded in doing was making her hand cold from the icy metal. Don't cat burglars visit on reconnaissance and case out a target first, and then come back later with supplies? Lee snapped his fingers. Good point. He winced and shook his hand. Ouch! I think I hurt myself. My finger's so frozen, I could have snapped one off by accident. Katie snickered. Your art career would be over before it even started. No way. People love an artist who struggles through adversity to be creative. A 9-fingered artist is more bankable. Katie nodded. My brother Trey nearly lost a finger to a spider bite. He got a nasty blood infection that didn't respond to antibiotics. They had to cut the infected skin out. Lee made a gagging sound. But was it a radioactive spider who bit him? Did he get superpowers? Is farting on command a superpower? Lee laughed. In some circles, I suppose. He turned back to the window. What day is it today? Is it really only Wednesday? I've got my days mixed up. Katie silently worked through the recent events. They'd arrived on Sunday night. Monday, they'd painted outdoors with Tilda for a full day of lessons. Tuesday, they'd returned to the mountain, but had their lesson cut short by the discovery of Clive's body. It had been a long day, including the interviews at the police station, the search for the jacket at the house, and then culminating in the impromptu wake. That night, Lee had woken her up, and they'd snuck into the guest cottage. Sleeping twice on Tuesday had made it feel like 2 days. Today, Wednesday, had also been a long day, with a drive into town with Marco. Watching movies and sleeping on the sofa for over an hour had also messed around with her sense of time. It's Thursday, she said. Really? She checked the time on her phone. For the last 5 minutes, it's 12:05. Smarty pants, he teased. Brown noser, she replied. Teacher's pet. Ouch. He clutched his chest. It burns, because it's true. But you should know, my brown nosing comes from the heart. I really did admire Clive. He was good to me last year. I don't know what crawled up his butt since then, because this time he had no patience for me at all. What a disappointment. Yeah, I noticed. She looked up at the dark sky and stuck her hands in her jacket pocket. The temperature was hovering around the freezing point. I guess that's why you weren't too distraught when he turned up dead. Yup, he was mean to me, and that's why I killed him. She jerked her head to look at him. Lee was grinning. The moonlight glinting off his teeth gave him a maniacal look. For vengeance. Plus, I figured it would let me get closer to Tilda, create a sort of a vacuum for a new best friend to get in there. Very funny, Katie said. And now I've lured you, the only witness, out in the middle of the night, so I can get rid of you as well. Oh, really? She kept her hands in her pockets and puffed up her chest, trying to look bigger. And how are you going to accomplish that? Poison, he said. The dose I put in the dinner will take care of the others. But you didn't eat enough, so I'll have to stuff some down your throat now. She took a step back. Okay, that's enough, Lee. It's not that funny. He kept grinning, his eye teeth glinting like vampire fangs. It's not, but the look on your face is priceless. Well, don't kill me, please. I didn't witness anything. I was asleep in my bed the whole time on Monday night. He waggled his eyebrows. Or so you would have us believe. You have a very strange sense of humor, Lee Elliott. He looked up at the bars on the windows. And yet, no power drill. Maybe it's for the best. Katie had been interested in snooping around for the photos Clive had been urging Tilda to get rid of. But as the chill from the air set in, She was becoming far more interested in getting under her warm covers. "I should have known the studio would be secure," Lee said. "She's got priceless art in there. We're probably not even the first students to try to get in. People like to grab souvenirs, and starving artists are no different." Katie pulled her hands from her jacket pockets and held them up, palms facing Lee. "Hey, I just wanted to poke around. I wasn't going to steal anything." Lee shrugged. "I wouldn't blame you if you were tempted, though. Tilda's work is worth a lot. And there are some art collectors who don't think twice about buying a stolen piece on the black market." "Is that why you want to get in here so badly? To grab a souvenir?" He was slow to respond, which made it clear she'd guessed correctly. Last night, when they'd first attempted to find the studio, he hadn't yet known about the photos, so it had to have been something else on his mind. "I can't say for sure," he said plainly, looking into her eyes. The gibbous moon overhead was less full tonight than last night, but Lee's face was still well lit by the moon, plus the motion-activated lights on the ground. He looked uncertain, biting his lower lip and staring too long at a fixed point on her face. "It's for the best that we can't get in," she said. "This way we avoid the temptation." "The worst I would do is take some photos of her works in progress." He bit his lip again. "Probably." "It's not like we're getting our full week of art instruction," Katie said with a shrug. "No." He gave her the smallest of smiles. "Tell me something. What's the worst thing you ever did? Other than sneak around Spirit Ranch in the middle of the night?" She thought about it for a minute. "I don't know if it's the worst thing I ever did, but I went through a klepto phase when I was 10 years old, and I'd take stuff, little things, like lip balm." "Lip balm?" "I managed to amass about 200 brands and flavors." "You monster," he said, eyes dramatically wide. "Eventually, I made myself stop. So, if you've brought any lip balm here with you, I assure you it's safe. But I did learn something about myself, and maybe about humans in general. I think we're all capable of doing bad things, and we test ourselves from time to time just to check our limits. But I don't think it's because we're evil. We just want to know what we can do, so we can be more prepared for when other people do bad things. So we have a mental model of it from the other side. It's part of what makes us human, the empathy and imagination of what it feels like to be someone else. It's only—" She trailed off, her throat tightening around her speech. Her skin felt hot. She rarely spoke so much, let alone something so personal, so shameful. "I don't believe it," he said. His face was neither joking nor serious. She couldn't read him. In the cool light, he appeared to be made of stone, marble. She thought of something she'd learned recently about how the statue of David, as well as other statues of that era, had been painted over with lurid flesh colors at the time of their creation. People in those days didn't get to marvel at the pure white version that survived today. How strange that must have been, to spend your days creating something of such pure beauty, only to see it covered in garish coats of paint. The statue of David would have looked like a waxy replica, like the tacky celebrity wax figures people posed with in Las Vegas. Lee's white marble face stayed frozen. "It's all true," she croaked. Lee's stony face softened. "No, I mean, I don't believe there are 200 different kinds of lip balm." She rolled her eyes and then reached down to scoop up a handful of snow. The not-quite-freezing temperature had made the remaining snow as slushy as a snow cone treat. She chucked the dripping slush ball at Lee's chest. He whistled inwardly. "Oh, no, you didn't," he said, and he began chasing after her. They squealed and tossed dripping snowballs at each other, temporarily forgetting about their mission. Neither one noticed a face in the window of the main house, a face watching them from within a darkened room. Chapter 21. Thursday morning, Katie and Lee sat in the dining room for their morning meal, unsure of their plans for the day. In the sobering light of day, their snooping the night before in search of the photographs Clive and Tilda had been arguing over felt very foolish, and yet the curiosity remained. Katie whispered to Lee, "You should ask Tilda about touring her studio." He whispered back, "I found a kitchen drawer full of keys. We can let ourselves in tonight if we can figure out which key it is." How many keys? If the key drawer at Spirit Ranch was anything like the junk drawer in a typical home, there could be hundreds. "Lots," he said, grinning. "At 10 seconds per key, it should only take 2 hours to try them all." 720 keys? He wrinkled his nose. Maybe not quite that many. Good, because that would be over 11 pounds of keys. He widened his eyes in surprise. "If you say so, math genius." She winked at Lee. She considered mentioning the fact that her father was a locksmith, and she'd grown up helping him cut keys and unload the blanks from their heavy shipping boxes, but it was more fun to keep those details to herself. He'd given her quite the shock last night when he'd joked around about killing Clive Kingfisher, so this made them almost even. "What are you two whispering about?" Marco had just entered the dining room, carrying mugs in one fist and a pot of steaming coffee in the other. "Katie's a math genius," Lee said. Marco gave her an appreciative look. "Figured as much. She's a bright woman, of many talents." He took a seat. "What's the square root of 3,721? She looked down while she hummed the Jeopardy theme song. After a few seconds, she answered, 61. The two young men in the dining room gasped. She considered showing them her phone, which she had on her lap, the calculator app showing the number on the screen, but it was more fun not to. "You really are a genius," Marco said. "Should I be worried about that sharp intellect of yours?" She tucked her phone away discreetly and shrugged. "Not if you're innocent." Marco laughed self-consciously. Beads of sweat popped out along his hairline, and the musky scent of his body wafted across the wooden table. Still chuckling, he poured the coffee into their mugs and asked, "Exactly how innocent are we talking about here?" Lee raised his eyebrows at the other young man. "Got something you're trying to hide, Marco?" Marco stopped chuckling and eyed him right back. "I don't have any skeletons in my closet, if that's what you mean. And how about you, Lee? I happened to look outside last night, and I saw some shadowy figures in the yard. That wouldn't have been you sneaking around after dark, would it?" Lee lifted his chin. "You can check my closet for skeletons any time you'd like, Mr. Onassis." "Maybe I will," the red-headed man answered. "After our sculpture lesson today." "Our what?" Marco leaned to the side, pulled a rumpled note from his pocket, and handed it to Katie. The note was on Tilda's personal stationery, and it read, "My dear art babies, please go into the studio and work on sculpture from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. I will assess your work later. Marco is your teacher today. Please pay him the same respect as you would me. Love, T." Katie looked across the dining table at Marco. "You're teaching us sculpture?" She was as intrigued as she was surprised. She hadn't sculpted at all in college. The extent of her experience was a ceramics class in high school. "That's the plan." Marco used one wide hand to push back his red curls and then used a napkin to dab his forehead. He was sweating, even though the dining room wasn't that warm. Lee said, "But just this morning, right?" "Yes, and I know what you're thinking," Marco said. 3 hours isn't much time to learn anything, but you'd be surprised. I used to teach workshops for kids, so I know how to streamline the process so you have something to show for the session. He fidgeted with the sugar bowl between them, scooping sugar and then pouring it back into the bowl in a steady stream. "You'll be sculpting a lizard," he said. Lee rubbed his chin. "Ambitious." Marco scooped another spoonful of sugar and poured it back into the bowl. "Hey, Lee, would you run into the kitchen and get me some sweet and low? I don't take sugar in my coffee." "I wouldn't know where to find it," Lee said. "Be a good boy and go have a look around. You probably saw it this morning when you were going through all the cupboards looking for whatever it was you were looking for." He shot Lee a challenging stare. Lee pushed his chair back and stood with a nonchalant toss of his head. "Whatever." He left the dining room without looking at either of them. Once Marco was alone with Katie, he reached across the scarred wooden table and held out his hand, palm up. "Let's have a look at something," Marco said. "Show me your hand." She shook her head. "Your side business is fortune-telling?" "Good one," he said with a chuckle. "Maybe I just want to hold your hand." He raised his red eyebrows suggestively. "Not unless you tell me my fortune," she smiled. He wiggled his fingers. "Come on, and humor me. It's for today's sculpture lesson. I need to assess your tools." He forced a serious expression. "Official teacher request." "Oh, well, since it's official, that's not weird at all." She gingerly brought her hands up from her lap and extended the right one to Marco. He picked up her hand as though it were just a thing she'd brought with her, not even attached to her body. His touch was soft and sensitive. "If only I could sculpt something half as divine as a pretty girl's hand," he said. She flinched her hand back, but he held on. "Too far," Marco said, chuckling. "I swear this is professional, Katie." "Sure. Your hands are good." The chuckling had stopped, and his voice was deep and growling. Combined with his touch, it sent a shock of electricity through Katie's body. "Show me strength," he said huskily. She clenched her hand in a fist. "Perfect," he said. "These little hands of yours are as perfect as your brilliant mind. My own fingers are too big. I need to use an armory of wooden tools to get the details I need for my work. But you could do so much with these perfect hands." "Thanks," she said. "Have you given any thought to your career path once you're done with school? Are you offering me a job?" He cupped his other hand over hers, making hers the meat in a hand sandwich. "I could use someone to assist me in my operation, but they would need to have the utmost discretion and professionalism." "I'm not even done with school yet," she said, "and I don't know the first thing about sculpture." "What's there to know? I'm a pretty good teacher." "I guess I'll find out today." "Huh?" He looked genuinely confused. "Oh, right, because I'm teaching you and what's-his-name." She looked down at the hand sandwich. She liked the feel of his hand around hers. Lee's hands were similar to her own, and they didn't send any chills down her spine. But Marco's hands were massive and masculine. In another life, they would be the calloused hands of a rugged man who worked outdoors. Marco lifted his upper hand and laid it open on the table. "Your hands are boxy," she said. "I'll take that as a compliment. They're like two square canvases." She adjusted them to be side by side. "See? Now they're a diptych. Or they would be if you had a hinge down the middle." "If my hands were hinged together, it might make sculpting more of a challenge." "Uh-huh." She ran her fingertip along the center line of his palm. "This looks like a river," she said. "Maybe it is a river." She could feel his gaze on her. A river. Her skin was numb. The river where Clive died. "I have a river on my hand," he said throatily. She looked up and locked eyes with him. Everything else in the room disappeared, and there was only Marco and his eyes. She felt naked, exposed. The sculptor was drinking her in. "What?" She giggled nervously. "You have a river on your hand?" "A river of energy," he said. "Can't you feel it? Flowing from me to you and back again." Someone cleared their throat. It was Lee Elliott, standing in the doorway. He held an open box of Sweet and Low. Katie yanked her hands away from Marco's and clenched them together on her lap. "This stuff's made with saccharin," Lee said, shaking the box of Sweet and Low. "Don't you want to take better care of your body?" "It's sweet and has 0 calories," Marco replied. "Sure, but this fake stuff will kill you." Lee kept his gaze on Marco with laser focus. Marco chuckled. "Not unless you filled those pink packets with poison." Lee forced a tight smile. "Poisoning's not really my style. I'll keep that in mind." "Good morning, Katie," Lee said. "Did you sleep well last night?" He smirked, because he knew she had not. Not when she was in his room, anyway. She answered with a croaky, "Fine, thanks." She reached for her mug of coffee and used it to steady her hand. "We should have lots of fun sculpting with Marco today." Lee took a seat again, one chair away from her. "Should be a good lesson," he said to Marco. "Not as good as your mom, but better than nothing." Marco licked his lips. He seemed to be on the verge of saying something, but didn't. A woman in a chef uniform arrived with a steaming pan full of a cheese-topped meal, frittata by the smell of it. "Hello there," Lee said to the woman as he did a double-take. "Oh, it's you, Holly." Holly set down the platter of steaming breakfast and smiled demurely. She'd changed dramatically since the day before. Her dark blonde hair was bound in a tight bun, not a strand loose or out of place. She wore thick dark eyeliner and bright red lipstick. The heavy makeup worked to bring her features into alignment. The scar was still visible on her forehead, and her hairline was still jagged, but her face no longer appeared shattered. "Just a bit of makeup," Holly said sweetly. Marco said, "Mom always says you clean up good, Holly." He chuckled and explained to the group, "That's a joke. Because she cleans the house, and she cleans up good when she dresses up." "Actually, it's technically not a joke," Lee said coolly. "It's a pun, a play on words." Marco stopped laughing. "Thank you for correcting me, Mr. Elliott," he said stiffly. Katie felt the urge to speak up. "Breakfast looks delicious," she said to Holly. "I can't wait to dig in." "Eat up now before the frittata gets cold," Holly said. "I'll bring a plate to Tilda in her suite. Do you need anything before I go? More chile?" She pointed to a bowl full of the green condiment. Lee looked directly at Katie as he answered, "I have everything I need." Chapter 22. After they'd eaten breakfast, Holly returned to the kitchen to find Katie washing dishes. "You don't have to wash dishes every day," Holly said. "You're a guest. You've already helped me so much." "I've got to do something," Katie said, checking the time on the clock on the stove. "I've still got half an hour free before my sculpting lesson begins. Lee is already in the studio with Marco, and I want to give those two some time to—" She trailed off and shook her head. "I don't know." "I get it," Holly said, smiling with her dark-stained lips. "They're like 2 young bucks locking antlers. I've seen it countless times. You should have seen the fuss all the boys made over your friend Darlene." Katie kept her eyes on the dishes in the sink. the baked cheese stuck to the pan. It was a dish from the previous night's dinner, which had been delicious burritos smothered in baked cheese. "Sorry," Holly said. "I shouldn't have mentioned your friend's name. I didn't mean to upset you." "It's okay," Katie said. "I heard that you've seen a ghost around here." "Who said that?" "Lee did. On Monday. He said he scared you when he went into the kitchen to get coffee. You told him you'd been seeing a ghost wandering through the halls. A girl who looked like me, but wasn't me." Katie looked down at her feet for a second. "So, is it true?" When Katie looked up again, the smile had fallen off Holly's dark lips. Her face seemed to shear, to cleave apart. She stared past Katie, at empty air. In a very soft voice, Holly said, "What do you know about ghosts?" "Just that I might have brought one with me." Katie clammed her mouth shut. She'd surprised herself with a confession. "You sure did," Holly said, nodding sagely. "This place is full of old ghosts. That's why we call it Spirit Ranch. But I never saw this particular one before you showed up." "Did you get a good look at her?" Katie watched the housekeeper's tidied-up face carefully. "Are you sure it was a ghost who looks like me, and not me?" "Yes, and I knew it was that girl, Darlene. I remembered her from her last visit." Her eyes closed, and she shuddered visibly. "Then I saw her pictures on the internet. You must have brought her with you." "But ghosts aren't real, Holly." She made a sign of the cross. "You're cursed." Katie laughed it off. "No, but sometimes it feels that way." Holly looked past her, at the dishes in the sink. The water was running. Katie shut off the tap and lifted the rinsed dish from the sink. She turned, saw something dark at the edge of her vision, and her body tensed. She dropped the dish from her hand. It seemed to take a full breath before it struck the tiled floor. The ceramic dish sheared upon impact, scattering shards across Katie's feet and spraying her ankles. "Cursed," Holly repeated. Katie's jaw ached and her eyes hurt. The room was blurry. "But it's not fair," she said. "Cursing doesn't happen for no reason," Holly said. "I didn't do anything wrong. I was a good roommate." The words burbled out of her like bubbles from a too-hot soup pot. "I was good, I was. I kept my side of the room clean and tidy. Darlene threw her stuff all over the place. She didn't care about me. She never asked me how I was feeling or if I minded her inviting guys over. I had to lie there in the dark, hearing every single thing, and pretend I was sleeping while she did all those things with different guys. She was horrible. She was a dirty slut, and whatever happened to her, she probably deserved it. Katie managed to stop the flow of confession. Holly tilted her head back and lowered her eyelids in an expression so calm it was disconcerting. "And there it is," Holly said. "Guilt." Katie clamped her hands over her mouth. I didn't mean it," she stammered. "Of course you did," Holly said. "And her spirit knows how you feel, and that's why you're cursed." Katie took a step away from the sink, accidentally stepping on a shard of broken ceramic. It pierced through her sock and into her flesh, breaking the skin, but she barely felt it. "It's my fault," Katie said softly. "Darlene was in trouble, and she didn't talk to me because she knew I'd judge her." "And now she follows you," Holly said. The room blurred again. Katie rubbed her eyes. "It's not fair," she mumbled. She felt the housekeeper's arms around her, felt herself being coaxed away from the broken pottery. "Life isn't fair," the housekeeper said, still holding her tight. "It's not fair to any of us." Chapter 23. Katie jogged down the hallway to join the sculpting lesson late, a half hour past 9 o'clock. She'd been a mess after her breakdown in front of Holly. If she'd had a car at the ranch, she would have climbed in and started driving away. But she was stuck there, stuck having to face Holly, who knew of her shame. The housekeeper had sworn she wouldn't tell anyone about how Katie felt, about her guilt over not being a better friend to Darlene, and about being responsible for whatever had happened to her. But would the older woman keep it to herself? She would tell her best friend Tilda at the very least. Then Tilda would tell her son, and everyone would know, except for Lee, unless they staged yet another intervention. She couldn't think about that now. She'd just managed to stop her crying and splash cold water on her face to take away her bloodshot eyes. If she allowed herself to get emotional now, she'd lose control, and the waterworks would start all over again. Whatever happened to this supposed numbness her medicine was supposed to cause as a side effect? She certainly didn't feel numb today. She felt as raw as a pair of scraped knees. And she knew a thing about scraped knees, having suffered them countless times as a child, chasing after her big brothers. She reached the door that was clearly signed as the student art room and pulled open the door. As she was one of only 2 students, it was impossible to sneak in unnoticed, but she tried anyway. "Katie Mills, good of you to join us," Marco said, sounding like a professor. He'd changed clothes in the last hour since he'd held her hand over breakfast. Instead of his usual loose corduroy pants and ironic T-shirt, he wore a button-down shirt with slacks that were either brand new or recently ironed. His crisp clothes magically transformed his schlubbiness into a bulky build that looked almost muscular. Katie dropped her gaze to the top of a desk. Her emotional rawness felt particularly pronounced now after a session of sobbing tears. The storm clouds of self-pity swept away in a flash, and she was suddenly struck by another emotion, one that made her hands sweat and her legs feel rubbery. She looked at Marco's face, focusing on his eyes, but she kept getting distracted by his movements. He'd rolled his shirt sleeves up to his elbows and was kneading a ball of earthy red sculpting clay on the table before him. The way he gripped the clay and forced it into shapes was captivating, like watching a talented juggler toss batons of fire and make it look easy. She took a seat at a desk 2 spots over from Lee. She could feel Lee's eyes on her, but she couldn't look at him. She couldn't look away from Marco. Her cheeks felt hot. How could she be looking at Marco that way, considering how things were between her and Lee? Did she really need the attention of every man? She was becoming more like Darlene every day. She swallowed a lump in her throat and realized something horrifying. Maybe she hadn't been seeing Darlene's ghost lately because Katie was becoming Darlene, giving her another chance at life in her body. That would explain why Katie had borrowed the dead girl's clothes. It would also explain some of her recent outgoing behavior, such as flirting with the young men around her. Marco dropped a lump of earthy red material on her desk. She made a startled noise and jerked in alarm. Her eyes were wide open, yet she hadn't even seen him walking toward her. She was under a spell or something. This was uncharted territory. She heard a voice in her head, Darlene's. "Kitty, what will it take to finally break you out of your shell?" Darlene loved to call her Kitty. She said she missed her 3 cats back at home, Inky, Dasher, and Max, so Katie could be their substitute. Darlene teased Katie whenever she went out on her own to a party, joking about how she'd leave a big bowl of kibble out to make sure Katie had enough food in her absence. Katie had forgotten about that detail. Sometimes there had literally been a bowl of food, a plastic bowl of cookies or nacho chips. Darlene could be thoughtless sometimes, even cruel. but she could also be sweet. "Did you hear me?" Marco was staring down at her, waiting for an answer. They were in the student classroom. At least he was, along with Katie's body and a part of her mind. She smiled up at him. He was being so serious now, not as flirtatious as he'd been at breakfast. "Sorry, what did you say?" Marco poked his thick index finger into the red clay ball in front of her, leaving a sizable crater. "Make a lizard," he said. She heard herself answer in an imitation of Darlene's flirtatious voice. "How about a kitty? That's my nickname, by the way." "Sure," Marco said. "Make a kitty, as long as it looks exactly like a lizard." "Oh." She palmed the ball and immediately dropped it. "It's warm," she said. "It was next to the radiator," he said, chuckling. "Don't you like it warm? The clay feels more fleshy that way, more like something living." Katie poked at the clay. She looked over at Lee's desk, at his lizard in progress. She started shaping her lump of clay into a rough approximation of what Lee was making. "Not like that," Marco said. "Here, I'll go through the kitty demo again, just for you." He grabbed another lump of clay and pulled up a chair in front of her. Once they started working, Katie lost herself in the flow of making art. Sculpture wasn't her specialty, so she didn't care about the outcome, which made the process fun. Creating art was never better than when it was like this, a dance between the materials and the hands. One would lead, the other would follow, and they'd switch back and forth, like perfect partners. They had moved past lizards and started working with texture, building furry bison with big blocky heads, when Tilda entered the student art room. Tilda had recently showered. Her red hair was still wet, darker at the drippy tips of her symmetrical bob. She was back in her trademark black leggings and oversized painting shirt, blue with paint spatters. Her sunglasses were gone, revealing bright green eyes with dark circles beneath them. She took a cursory look over their work and left as quietly as she'd arrived. After the artist had left, Lee looked at her son and asked, "Is she coming back? Was that it?" Marco used a wire stretched between two chunks of wood to slice off another chunk of the red clay. "Short and sweet," he said. "If she didn't say anything, it means she approves of what you're doing. And your bison is coming along nicely." Lee sneered as he picked clay out from under his fingernails. "I didn't come here to make children's toys." Marco chuckled. "Because you're too special, right? A special snowflake? Too good for commercial work? If I wanted to do commercial work, I would have taken industrial design. I'm an artist." Marco glanced over at Katie. "Sure you are," he said. "And with that attitude, you'll be a starving artist." Katie looked down at her bison and worked the texturing tool to create a random appearance on its fur. After a moment, she asked Marco, "What about you? Is this your career? Making models of animals for children's toys?" "Not exactly," he said slowly. He cleared his throat and deftly changed the subject. "Hey, if you two really want to cheer up my mother, you should offer to pose for some photos." Lee asked, "You mean pose for a painting? Reference photos?" Katie snorted. "Tilda doesn't paint people, just landscapes, nature, and abstract forms." Marco gave them an amused smile. "Oh, I guess you wouldn't know about my mother's secret new project. For the last year, she's been taking," he made air quotes with his fingers, "tasteful nude photographs in her studio." Katie dropped her texturing tool. "Really?" Marco nodded. "Really, and truly." "You're an artist," Lee said. "Why would you make air quotes when you say tasteful?" Don't tell me you're one of those uptight guys who claims he can't tell the difference between art and pornography." Marco chuckled, breathing the laughter inwardly. "Oh, I know all about pornography," he said. "I'm a sculptor who makes a living sculpting. Do you know how much steady work there is out there for sculptors? Not very much. That's why I've got a regular gig creating," he made the air quotes again, "tasteful objects to be produced in high-grade silicone." Lee's jaw dropped open. It took him nearly a minute to recover and ask, "You make adult toys?" Katie looked down at her lump of clay and texturing tools, seeing them in a whole new light. "Making a living is not something they teach you at fancy art colleges," Marco said. "They'd rather send you kids on your way with a portfolio full of still lifes and a heart full of dreams. Nobody wants to tell you the truth. But I will." He extended his arms out wide. "This is what kind of teacher I'm going to be. The one who tells you the truth." "That's cool," Lee said. "You're an all right guy, Marco." "Thanks." Marco looked pointedly at Katie. She picked up a texturing tool and asked, "You use these tools to make—" She couldn't even say the words. "The key is verisimilitude," Marco said. "You don't want realism, but the appearance of realism." "Oh." She tilted her head and looked at her clay bison and lizard through new eyes. "And beauty," Marco said. "Even in this world of ugliness, even when the end product is packaged in shining plastic, consumers still respond to aesthetic beauty. Nature never disappoints, even when replicated in plastic." "That's cool," Lee said again. "I wish I'd known before now. You should have told us." Marco shrugged. "Clive always made me feel bad about my work, like I was a pervert or something." Lee laughed under his breath. "Projection," he said. "What we hate in others is the shadow within ourselves." Lee's words resonated in Katie's mind. What we hate in others is the shadow within ourselves. It was similar to something she'd heard her mother say. "I bet you're glad he's gone," Lee said to Marco. "I'll be too busy to celebrate," Marco said. "Now that Clive is gone, I'll be taking over management of the Onassis family resources. We're going to get enrollment up, and I'll plug whatever holes Clive was allowing all the money to rush out through. I already have plans for another building, adjacent to this one, with modern amenities and a hot tub." He turned and looked out the window at the red Rocky Mountains beyond. "I've always wanted a hot tub, but Clive said no." Tilda, who'd entered the room unnoticed, spoke with a gravelly voice. "Darling, that man's not even in the ground." She walked over to her son and yanked a cucumber-shaped piece of clay from his hands. "Good Lord, don't tell me you're making my art babies do your dirty work." Marco's cheeks reddened. That was the body for a salamander," he stammered. She deftly sculpted the end of the piece into something suggestive. "Sure it was," she said. "Now it's a dinosaur willy." Marco tried to grab the piece away from his mother, but she yanked it out of reach and ran to the far side of the room, waving the object in the air. Marco gave chase, and soon Tilda was squealing with laughter as she raced around the desks. Lee started laughing, and soon Katie was giggling as well. The chase ended with a splat, that of the alleged dinosaur willy hitting the ground and flattening under Marco's shoe. Once the four of them had regained their composure, Tilda wiped at the corner of her eyes and said, "It feels good to have laughter in this house again." Lee replied, "That's what we're here for, Ms. Onassis, to cheer you up." She said, grabbing a chunk of clay from the teacher's desk at the front and rolling it into a ball between her small hands. Careful what you wish for, my art babies. I could use some cheering up, especially now that I've smoked all the menthols." Marco looked up from the floor, where he was scraping clay up with a metal putty knife. "You already smoked the whole carton?" "The fireplace smoked some of them," Tilda said. "Now, who's going to be my favorite student and volunteer to come pose for me?" She waggled her pale red eyebrows. "It could be a tie for first place. I do love having two subjects, two bodies to bounce the light off of." Lee asked, "Are you really doing photographs now? Of human subjects?" "If that's what my son told you, then it's true. My Marco doesn't lie." Lee shrugged. "I'll gladly pose for you." Tilda looked at Katie, eyebrows raised. "Lee can take all the glory," Katie said. "I'm tired. I might have a nap, if that's okay." Tilda made a disappointed noise. Lee asked their teacher, "Can you give us a minute?" He nodded for Katie to come with him into the hallway to talk. She followed him out, saying, "I really could use a nap. But you should go, Lee. You'll finally get to see her studio without having to try 11 pounds of house keys." "Come with me," he pleaded. "The whole thing sounds a bit too naked for my comfort level." "Don't do it for me," he said. "Do it for your career." "How's this supposed to help my career?" "Favors build trust," Lee said. "No, thanks." He took her hand. "Fine. Do it for me," he whispered. "Once we get inside her studio, you find a way to distract Tilda, so I can search through her stuff for those photos that she and Clive were arguing about. I bet they're juicy." "I don't know how much more juiciness I can handle today." "Then I'll distract her while you look for the photos. Don't you want to know what Clive was upset about?" "Yes and no. This isn't a game, Lee. We came here to learn about painting, not snoop around." He growled in frustration. "Don't you see? This is our chance to bond with one of the greatest artists of her generation. Don't you want to make it as an artist, Katie? Or do you want to join your buddy Marco, carving molds for sex toys? Some future, that is." "He seems happy enough." Lee squeezed her hand and looked into her eyes. "Katie, baby, you're so hot," he said. "You'll never be this young and this beautiful again." "Thanks, I guess." "Okay, you're going to get more beautiful over time. You've got one of those faces. But you'll never be 20 again. This could be amazing. And it's Tilda working the camera. So you know the result is going to be stunning." "You'll never be 20 again." She heard Lee's words in Darlene's voice. "Come on, Kitty. You're young, and your beauty is intoxicating. I get drunk just looking at you. Come out with me." But Katie had always refused. She didn't know about any of the young students or professors Darlene saw outside of their dorm room. She didn't have any names to give the detectives. She didn't have any memories of doing scandalous things either. "Live a little while you're alive," Lee pleaded. "Okay," Katie said. "I'll go to the studio, but if it gets too weird, I'm out of there." Lee kissed her. They went back into the student art room to let Tilda Onassis know they would be her subjects. "Lovely," she said, clapping her hands. Behind her, Marco frowned as he mashed together chunks of red clay with a closed fist. Chapter 24. "Warm enough?" Tilda stood at the room's thermostat. Unlike the main ranch house with its wood fireplace, Tilda's personal art studio was equipped with an efficient heating and cooling system. The whole building was less than 10 years old and had an expensive-looking commercial sheen inside, from the polished concrete floors to the many skylights on the angled roof. It appeared to be a 2-story building from the outside, but it was actually an open, lofted space inside. Large fans along the ceiling line rotated lazily, circulating the heat. "I think I should be warm enough," Katie said. She was sweating underneath the robe, but it was more from nerves than the room's temperature. Lee Elliott took off his robe and stretched his arms high, moving languidly, as though he always posed nude for a world-famous artist's new foray into photography. Emboldened by Lee's actions, not to mention not wanting to be outdone by him, Katie shrugged out of her robe as well. It wasn't the first time she'd posed nude in an art studio. One of her teachers encouraged the students to take turns posing for live model sessions. It was cheaper and easier than hiring someone and getting them to show up on the right day and time. Plus, the teacher said it would give them invaluable insight. Katie had been the first to pose. Her roommate had been shocked. "You posed naked? My shy little kitty? How much did they chip in to pay you?" But they hadn't paid anything. Darlene was incredulous. She was an artist herself, yet she didn't understand that nudity for art was completely different from indiscriminately flashing your breasts at truckers on the highway or letting them be fondled in the dark by drunken frat boys. To her, it was all the same thing. Life, art, love. Everything was a dance of material and movement, eyes and hands, heart and mind. Now here she was in the studio of Tilda Onassis. Her body was the raw material. The artist was now the subject. Katie stood next to Lee, her eyes and ears focused on Tilda. Lee was nothing more than raw material, the same as her. "You two are a lovely pair," Tilda said. "Like babies in the Garden of Eden. So innocent." Lee asked, "Have you photographed many subjects so far?" Tilda stood very still, her arms pinned to her stomach. "A few. Other students?" Lee rocked back and forth on his bare feet. "Models should be seen and not—" Her voice cracked. "Heard." She pulled a roll of antacids from the pocket of her paint-splattered loose shirt and crunched 2 tablets. Lee asked, "Miss Onassis, is everything okay?" "Call me Tilda." She waved a hand, her pointed fingers slicing through the air, and then adjusted her collar up and down, up and down. "You've been calling me Tilda since you got here. What's changed now?" Lee shrugged. "I guess I haven't been naked in front of you before now." Her mouth quivered into a thin smile. "No, you haven't." She glanced over at Katie. "Let's take some beautiful photos before I lose my nerve. Unless perhaps you'd prefer to pose in the sky room instead." Lee let out a high-pitched laugh and covered himself with both hands. "Out in the cold? No way." The lights around them flashed, and a camera clicked. Tilda had everything on a remote control. "Very nice," she said soothingly. "That was a fun reaction to capture." She began to pace, adjusting her collar up and down once more. "Now, let's get you two standing closer together, connected, but not connected, like a glossy magazine ad for an expensive perfume." They moved into position facing each other. Katie looked at the position of the camera lens and imagined the frame around them. She angled her body and adjusted her forearms to give the photographer some interesting angles. "Lee, look at what Katie is doing," Tilda said. "She knows how to turn her body into art." "I'll say," he growled. "Naughty boy," Tilda barked. "Don't look too closely. Think about something unsexy." The lights flashed a few more times. After a moment, Tilda sighed. "Let's take a break for 10 minutes. I need more coffee." Perhaps you can do something to get yourself under control." She grabbed a jacket from a hook by the door of the studio and left them. Katie looked down. "Oh, Lee," she said, "save it for Marco. Maybe he can make a mold from it." "I'm a professional," Lee said, sounding annoyed. "I did this on purpose, so she would give us a few minutes alone in her studio." "A likely story," she said with an eye roll. He grabbed his robe and pulled it on. Then, rather than excuse himself to the washroom, he went straight to Tilda's computer and sat in her chair. "You're quite the evil genius," she said with admiration. "Look out the window," he said. "Is Tilda really gone, or is she just outside the door smoking?" She looked out through the bars that had stymied them the previous evening. The red-headed artist was far down the path on her way to the ranch house. She appeared to be talking to herself animatedly, her hands waving through the air. "She's gone to the main house. I don't know if I should stand here keeping watch or help you look for those photos." "Help me look," Lee said. "Check around for filing cabinets or boxes." They'd been searching for 8 minutes when Lee called for Katie frantically. "Come here! I found something!" She closed the filing cabinet. The drawers had contained a wealth of interesting things, from old auction catalogs to sketchbooks filled with Tilda's doodles and pre-painting sketches, but there hadn't been any photos. "You found her new series?" Katie stood behind Lee, looking over his head at the large Mac monitor. Her robe had come undone, but she hadn't bothered to tie it back up. "I found something," he said. "What's the name of your roommate who disappeared?" "Darlene." "Was her last name Silva?" "Yes." Her whole body began trembling. It wasn't a very common last name. Was she about to discover something about her missing roommate? "Silva," he said. "See, there's a folder here with her name on it." The studio suddenly felt cold. Katie whipped her head to see if the door had swung open. It hadn't, but Tilda would be returning any minute. "Stop messing around," Katie said. "Open the folder or don't. We've got to get off Tilda's computer before she comes back." "I'm not messing around. This folder is full of photos, and I already looked before I called you over." He swiveled around in the chair and gave her a serious look. "You need to prepare yourself, Katie." She lunged over his shoulder and pressed the mouse button herself. An image filled the screen. Katie grabbed Lee's shoulder to steady herself. She felt the chill permeate her, straight to her core. Her insides were fluttering, and the room felt like it was twirling around them. The photo that filled the computer screen was Darlene Silva, and she wasn't alone. The other person in the first series of images was Clive Kingfisher. Katie thought she might throw up, but she swallowed the nausea down. "That's my roommate," she said. "That's Darlene Silva." "Well, she looks pretty familiar with old Clive," Lee said, which kind of goes against what he said about barely saying hello to her. "She was alive," Katie whispered. "So full of life." "She was an attractive girl," Lee said. "What a shame." "They haven't found a body," Katie said. "She could still be alive." He pressed his finger against the bright monitor, right over Darlene's throat. "A girl that hot? With those come-and-get-some eyes? Someone killed her. A man. A man who couldn't have her and wanted to." He pointed now at Clive's face on the screen. "Someone like this." Lee got up from the swivel chair, went to his pile of clothes, and whipped out a set of keys that included a thumb-sized USB drive. He returned to Tilda's computer, plugged the drive into the computer, and began copying the files from the folder. There was a stamping of boots just outside the studio's front door. Tilda was coming back. Both Lee and Katie made strangled noises. "I'll block the door," Katie said. She got to the door and twisted the lock. "Hurry up," she hissed at Lee. He yanked out the USB drive and started clicking the mouse. Come on," he said to the computer. The door rattled. Tilda banged on it and yelled, "Finish what you're doing and let me in right now. I've got a key." "1 minute," Katie yelled back. "We're just practicing our poses." The key scraped in the lock. Tilda wasn't waiting. Katie was numb as she ran over to stand under the lights. Lee was nowhere to be seen. Tilda entered the studio and gave Katie a suspicious look. "You're up to something," Tilda said. Katie wiped the corner of her mouth. "Yeah," she said. "You caught us." A toilet flushed in the studio's bathroom. Tilda walked over to her computer and sniffed the air above the swivel chair. "Were you on my computer?" Lee emerged from the washroom, looking relaxed and carefree. "I was checking the weather," he said. "The weather?" She leaned forward and turned on the monitor. And there it was, on the screen. Tomorrow's forecast for more snow. She snapped her fingers at him. "Stay off," she barked. "I don't like other people touching my computer. The only person allowed on here is Marco, and only when Peggy needs an upgrade." She patted the top of the monitor. "Please forgive me," Lee said. "I was just thinking that the air tasted like snow was coming again, and I wanted to see if I was right." He began undoing his robe. "Now, should we get back to work?" Tilda stared at both of them for a long time. "Sure," she said. "Let's get to work. We're all professionals here." They returned to the earlier poses and worked through a few positions. Tilda moved the lights around and then the camera. Lee helped her bring in a small sofa to use as a prop. Katie did her best to listen to posing instructions and be a professional, but her eyes kept going to Lee's pile of clothes on the floor. He'd dropped his keys right on top, with the uncapped USB drive visible for anyone to see. Unless Tilda happened to plug the thumb drive into her computer to check, she had no way of knowing Lee had copied her photos. She couldn't possibly know, and yet Tilda kept looking at the keys atop the pile of clothes. She kept eating antacids and looking at her computer, and then the keys. Did the woman know what Lee had found? Katie looked around to see if there were security cameras inside the studio. She couldn't see any, but that didn't mean they weren't there. Chapter 25. The door to Katie's room squeaked open. Katie sat on her bed, where she'd been sitting for the past hour, using her phone and thinking. She'd gone straight to her room after the photo session with Tilda, while Lee had stayed behind, volunteering to help Tilda move furniture and lights around. Katie rubbed her eyes and took a break from staring at her phone. She couldn't move up the date of her flight out of New Mexico to tonight, and the small airport in Albuquerque wasn't the sort of large international airport where she could camp out overnight. She was stuck at the ranch, even though it was now the last place she wanted to be. The discovery of Darlene's photos had given her a sense of dread that was threatening to blow up into a full anxiety attack. Even now, she was having to concentrate on breathing slowly and steadily. She'd been on the verge of booking a motel room in Albuquerque, but wanted to talk to Lee Elliott first. She didn't feel right leaving him at the ranch by himself. And yet, she wasn't sure if she could articulate to Lee this dread she felt. On Tilda's computer were photographs of two people who'd recently disappeared or died under mysterious circumstances. It had to be more than a coincidence. Katie rubbed her forehead and thought about the photos taken today. Now she and Lee were captured for eternity on Tilda's hard drive. Katie was too numb and agitated to feel regret. A person needed more time and distance to feel regret, but surely one day she would regret posing nude for the artist, no matter how artistic and beautiful the images would be. Was that how Darlene had felt? Unlike Katie, Darlene had never volunteered to pose nude for a life drawing class. She preferred her nudity to be with one person at a time. One recent morning in September, she'd laughingly told Katie she preferred parties of 2, maybe 3, 4 tops. Katie had been annoyed over the sleepless nights she'd spent listening to the activities in Darlene's bed. She told her roommate all her parties thus far had 3 people present, if she included the unwilling roommate witness. Darlene had responded by leaving a fresh package of foam earplugs on Katie's bed that afternoon. Katie looked up at the adobe ceiling and stuck her fingers in her ears. She liked the first minute of wearing earplugs, the comforting feedback loop of hearing only her own pulse. When Darlene packed her bag and left, she'd not told her roommate where she was going, and she'd dropped and busted her phone the week before, so she didn't even have any way of keeping in touch. Katie hadn't been concerned at all. If anything, she'd been looking forward to some peace and quiet, a full 8 hours' sleep each night. It had taken a worried phone call from the Silva family a week later to tip her off that anything was even wrong. She'd been napping peacefully when the call came in, and for a few minutes she'd been hazy, unsure if the hysterical voice on the phone was real or a nightmare. Where was Darlene going? Darlene's mother had kept asking the question over and over, not taking Katie's answer that she didn't know, that she hadn't even asked. She must have told you something. Mrs. Silva was angry and pleading. When her emotions finally cut off her words, she handed the phone to Darlene's stepfather, who was calm and spoke slowly to Katie, going over the facts. It had been 8 days since they'd spoken to Darlene, and they hadn't even known about her leaving the campus until now. His resigned sadness was even more terrifying than Mrs. Silva's shrieking. The man had married Darlene's mother when Darlene was 13, and he'd tried to make a difference in her life. He adopted her and gave her his last name, but there was something in his voice that betrayed the fact he'd known their relationship would always end like this. Katie still had her fingers in her ears and her eyes closed. She could be anywhere right now. She could imagine herself away from the ranch. She heard Darlene's voice in her head. So, Kitty, if you want to leave, just leave. But tell me something. Why did you come here? It was a good question. Katie had told the Silvas there was a chance Darlene would show up there, resurfacing after some wild bender. It would be good for her to find a friendly face, and Katie told her own parents a lie, that she'd won the trip through a scholarship. They'd easily agreed to paying the airfare to New Mexico and back, to give her a break from everything. In January, if her roommate hadn't resurfaced, she'd be assigned a new dorm room. Kitty, don't you see the connection? Darlene's voice was taunting. Everything she said was always meant to provoke a reaction. She could never just relay information or talk. There was always a pleading need for attention, a desire for attention she could never get enough of. Katie hated that need. She fought to suppress her own desire to be heard, to be seen, to be noticed. It was a weakness. It took away from the art, to be thinking too much about the audience. Kitty, look around you. Look outside. Katie stayed on the bed, eyes closed and fingers in her ears. She felt herself disassociate from her body, lifting up and seeing the room with other eyes. The ceiling disintegrated, and above her was the big blue New Mexico sky. The walls dissolved. All around her were rocky red mountain ridges. She floated over to a trail that led up a steep mountain. She climbed the trail, stumbling and complaining that her feet hurt. She wasn't wearing the right shoes for this. She was getting blisters, but she had to keep going. The person she was walking with insisted. Katie tried to look beside her, to see who it was urging her to keep going despite the bad footwear, but she couldn't turn her head far enough. She sensed anger and frustration, but she couldn't see a face. And she wasn't even Katie in this dream. She was Darlene. She was Darlene, and she was scared. She was alone here on this mountain trail, asking for help, and she realized she'd made a terrible mistake, a deadly miscalculation. Fingers around her throat, venom falling on her face, suffocation. Grasping, clawing, fingers in the dirt, light closing off, darkness and quiet, nothing. A shovel in the dirt, scraping, no pain, no needs, just nothing. And then she was home again, back in the dorm room, and there was Katie, her sweet little kitty, sleeping peacefully. "Wake up, kitty! Wake up! You're in danger!" She screamed as loud as she could, but there was no sound reverberating in the dorm room. Was she mute? Darlene clutched her throat. It was raw, damaged. She tried to scream, but it was silent. She was locked on the other side, behind glass. She could see her roommate, but she couldn't reach her. A glowing light appeared beside her. She asked, "Are you an angel?" No sound came from her mouth, but she heard her words resonate with the other being. The light glowed brighter, and it asked her if she'd like to come with the light to the place without pain, or if she wanted to stay there. Staying would mean pain for Katie. So much pain. But through her suffering, there would be justice. There would be payment for what happened to Darlene and to the baby. Would she make that choice? Would she cause her best friend, her only true friend, to suffer if it meant justice? The angel urged her to choose. Just then, Katie's eyes fluttered open. They locked onto Darlene's eyes. Katie saw her. They were making a connection across the divided realms, looping a thread between life and death. "Choose," the angel urged, and she did. Darlene chose suffering and justice. Chapter 26. A knocking sound at her door awoke Katie from her strange dream. "There you are," Marco said. He'd opened the door and now stood in the doorway, filling it with his body. "Here I am," she said, still blinking away the image of a blue sky going black. Marco adjusted his rolled-up shirt sleeves, pushing them further up his lightly freckled arms. "So, how did the photo session go?" "Fine." She sat up, head spinning, and tugged at the neckline of her shirt. She'd changed into a turtleneck since leaving Tilda's studio, anything to get more covered up, but now her neck was itchy, and the dream had made her sweaty. "I guess I should let you keep napping," Marco said. "I'm awake," she said, sliding to the edge of her bed. He looked at her suitcase, which was open on the floor. "Don't tell me you're leaving," he said. "You're paid up for a few more days." She tugged at the turtleneck again. The soft fabric felt like it was strangling her. Without waiting for an answer, Marco continued talking. "Listen, I know things haven't exactly been ideal around here, and my lizard lesson today wasn't my premium material, but you guys are welcome to stay to the end of your week." "I'm not sure I want to stay," she said. He looked down at his feet. "You must think less of me now that you know how I earn a living. You've lost respect for me." "No," she said. He looked up with a crooked grin and one eyebrow raised. His expression was so goofy, Katie giggled. "Okay, maybe I see you differently now." "My bestseller is called The Unicorn," he said. It's not really a horn, but it's not really the other thing either." She put her hand over her mouth and giggled some more. "You have a nice giggle," Marco said. "I wish I'd told you about my sculpture specialty before now." She sighed. "It's been an action-packed week. Thanks for the laugh." They both looked at her open suitcase on the floor. "You can't go yet," Marco said. "Once you leave, it'll just be me and Mom and the ghosts." "And Holly," she said. He stared at the suitcase. "Take me with you," he said flatly. "I know I'm a big boy, but I pack up small. I'll just fold myself up, climb into your suitcase, and nobody needs to know." "I'll think about it," she said. He backed away from the door frame, back into the hallway. "I should show you some of my pieces," he said, swinging his arms. "Not the unicorn." He blushed. "No, I mean my art pieces. Don't leave yet, okay? Give me 15 minutes to get tidied up, then come down to the family wing and find me." "Okay. Promise you won't leave without seeing some of my work," he said. She held up her hand, pinky finger extended. "I swear I won't leave until I've seen your work." Katie finished packing everything into her suitcase, but she couldn't get it zipped. She hadn't acquired anything new during her stay at Spirit Ranch, yet her stuff had expanded somehow. She pulled out the bulkiest item, a polar fleece zip-up jacket, and pulled it on over the top of her turtleneck sweater. At last, the suitcase zipped. She would go to see Marco's sculptures, break the news to him that she was leaving early, and then call for a taxi. If Lee Elliott wanted to leave as well, they could split the cost. Once they got into the city, she would get a motel room or get on a bus. She should have left when they found Clive's body. She should have never come in the first place. But she didn't have a time machine, so she'd do what she could now to correct her course. She'd see Marco's work and then leave. Once she was safely at home again, she'd tell the detectives on Darlene's case about the photos she'd seen on Tilda's computer. If Darlene had been heading to Spirit Ranch because she'd changed her mind and wanted the photos deleted, there would be evidence. The police would figure it out. And if it was simply a wild goose chase, surely the situation wouldn't be any worse. It's not like Darlene could get any more dead. Katie shivered in spite of her layers as she made her way past the social room and down a hallway into the wing she hadn't been yet. She knocked on a closed door marked Private Quarters. Marco replied with a muffled, "Just a sec." Katie shuffled from foot to foot and took out her phone. She pulled up a phone number for the local taxi service and let her thumb hover above the call button. It would take the cab a while to get there. She would be smart to call now, so she could leave right away. But something made her hesitate. Her thumb didn't want to press the button. "Oh, Kitty," said the voice in her head. It was Darlene. "Don't get scared now," Darlene said. "You're almost there, Kitty. Just a little longer." The door in front of her suddenly swung open. Marco's face was flushed, and his eyes were wide. He looked shocked to see her there. Katie looked behind her briefly, thinking maybe Lee or Holly was sneaking up behind her. She was alone. She said to Marco, "You wanted me to come meet you here, right? It's been 20 minutes. She took a step back. "I could give you more time." He looked down at the phone in her hand. "What's that?" He clenched and released his fists. "What are you doing? Are you recording this?" "No," she said. His accusatory tone made her wonder, though, should she be recording this? "Come in." He stood back from the door, waving her in. She hesitated before stepping into a recreation room containing a black leather sofa that had seen better days, a large screen TV, and a stack of electronics. He explained ominously, "You've crossed the boundary and entered the Marco zone." Katie glanced behind her at the closed door. The prospect of being alone with Marco felt wrong on a couple of levels. But she didn't want to be rude, so she walked in and stood near the scarred leather sofa. She remembered something the detective on Darlene's case had told her about how plenty of women would benefit from being rude, saying no to sketchy offers from strangers and so forth. Being nice could be deadly. "My mother calls this the Marco Zone," he said. "Get it? Like the Twilight Zone?" "It seems very comfy," she said, smiling politely. "Yeah, so the thing is, something came up." He paced the room, pushing back his red wavy hair with a sweaty palm. His dark button-down shirt had dark circles of moisture under the armpits. "Katie, I need to ask you something." "Sit down." She sat on the black sofa. It was even softer than it looked, practically swallowing her. "It's about you and Lee," Marco said. Her and Lee. Of course. Marco wasn't blind, and he'd noticed something changing between the two of them. Hoping to spare him the awkwardness of asking, she volunteered the information. "Lee and I have been hooking up a bit." "Yeah, I know that," he said with an eye roll. "It's pretty obvious, and I'm a perceptive guy." He was lying. She didn't know how she knew, but she did. "Did Lee tell you?" Marco shoved his hands in his pockets. Yeah, he told me when I was showing him how to make a lizard this morning. He couldn't help himself." "Good old Lee." She shook her head. "So, what did you want to talk to me about?" Katie's skin prickled. If Marco already knew about Lee, that didn't leave much. But there was today's photo session with his mother. And there was also the photos they discovered on her computer of Darlene posing with Clive, the main reason Katie wanted to leave the ranch immediately. He dug deeper into his pocket and then pulled something out, balled up in his fist. He sat next to Katie on the old black leather couch and thrust his fist toward her. She flinched, squeezing her eyes shut. "Whoops," Marco said. "Geez, you're jumpy, too. Do you know something about what's going on?" She felt something fall onto her lap. She opened her eyes slowly. There was something small and silver on her lap, attached to a chain. Marco was watching her, watching to see her reaction. She slowly picked up the necklace by the charm. It was an ankh, an Egyptian symbol. Ankhs had been a trendy pop culture item in the early 90s, which was something Katie knew because Darlene had told her. Darlene's parents had both been wearing ankhs when they met at a party, and they'd conceived Darlene that night. Darlene's father didn't stick around, but he left behind his ankh, and Darlene claimed that it brought her good luck. Katie had observed that the ankh brought her roommate more than just good luck. Any guy who wanted to talk to Darlene always had a handy question to ask her, thanks to the mysterious ankh. Darlene might just as well have worn a T-shirt that read, "Come talk to me about whatever." "You know what that is?" Marco licked his lips and watched her expectantly. "It's an Egyptian symbol," she croaked. "Ankh." Her throat was tight. The metal didn't feel right in her hands. It should have been warm from Marco's pocket, but it was as cold as ice, so cold it burned. This was Darlene's. She knew the ankh was Darlene's. She was as sure as she'd been about Marco lying to her a moment before. "Your friend Darlene wore one just like this, didn't she?" Katie nodded and glanced up at the door. Marco was sitting next to her, between her and the exit. The back of her neck felt as icy as the silver jewelry in her hand. "I think maybe this is hers," he said. "What makes you say that?" "I remember her wearing one when she was here." She shrugged and shifted forward on the soft sofa, her legs taut and ready to spring her up. "Katie, I was looking for some of my small sculpture pieces just now when I came across this. Do you have any idea why your missing roommate's necklace was in the bottom of my sock drawer?" Katie's mouth was dry. Marco's tone had changed. He looked calm enough, but under the surface, he was churning, boiling, billowing steam, about to burst apart. "Lots of people have those ankhs," she said. "Every street vendor with a jewelry display in the city has one or two." "Sure, but I don't invite lots of people into my bedroom," Marco said. "I don't have lots of people going through my sock drawer, or, for that matter, street vendors." She clutched the necklace in her fist. The cold felt good and kept her steady. "I don't know what to say." She masked her face with a tight smile. "Someone planted this in my room," Marco said, "on purpose." Katie let his words sink in. He continued, "I'm lucky Officer Kendall didn't find it when she was looking for Clive's yellow jacket. Not that the cops around here are that bright." "Marco, do you know something about Darlene? Have you seen her recently?" He let out a staccato laugh. "Just her ghost. I saw it in the kitchen, hanging out with Holly. Do you suppose it was the ghost who put this necklace in my drawer?" She couldn't tell if he was mocking her or not. Softly, she said, "Ghosts aren't real." "Right." He reached for the necklace in her hand. "Well, judging by the look on your face right now, you don't know anything about this. So just give it back to me." "No." Something had taken hold of her, and the words coming from her mouth were not entirely hers. "It's mine. Crux ansata. Everlasting life." He recoiled and jumped up from the couch. He moved quickly for a big guy. "No more games," he said. "I don't like how you've been messing with my head ever since you got here, flirting with me and then hooking up with Lee. You're mean." Katie held very still. Her whole body was tense, still ready to spring, but not yet. Slowly, calmly, she said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Marco, if I've given you the wrong idea, I'm so sorry. You seem like a really nice guy, and I have nothing but respect for you and your family. Is that why you and your buddy broke into the guest cottage? Because you respect my family?" He let out a rueful laugh. "Yeah, the guest cottage isn't very far from my bedroom window, and you two aren't exactly cat burglars." She turned her head toward the floor and kept her eyes trained on Marco's feet. If he took one more step toward her, she was going to start screaming as she ran for the door. "I don't sleep much," he said. "I see things. I hear things." She nodded and shifted forward on the sofa, all the way to the edge, ready to bolt. "I thought you were different," Marco said. She kept her eyes on his feet. "Your friend Darlene stirred up a lot of trouble when she was here," he said. "Everything was a game to her. I bet this is all her doing. She's been sneaking around here in the dead of the night, moving things around. Did you let her in? Did you drug me with something to make me think I'm seeing a ghost?" The sun set. The light in the room changed. Night was there. Darlene was there. A cold fire infused Katie. She was numb, yet also on fire. She got to her feet. The words came from her mouth without passing through her mind. "Marco, don't be an idiot," she spat. "Nobody drugged you. If anything, you drugged yourself. This paranoia of yours is a side effect of your withdrawal. That lady cop took your drugs, didn't she? This is what sobriety looks like, Marco. Not pretty." "Katie?" He staggered backward, moving, but still between her and the door. Her words came out, dripping with acid. "If someone planted something in your room, Don't you think it was the same person who took your boots?" He blinked. "What?" Katie's consciousness pulled back to a safe, quiet place inside her mind. This wasn't her talking. This was Darlene. "Your boots," Darlene said, using Katie's mouth. "The Ankh. You don't see a connection? Are you talking about my hiking boots?" He rubbed the side of his forehead with his knuckles. "The ones Clive was wearing on the night of his accident?" "Yes," she said. "And why?" He stammered. "Why? I don't know. I'm so confused. Katie, what's going on?" "Katie doesn't know," she said bitterly. Marco's mouth fell open. Behind him, the door burst open, striking Marco on the back of his shoulder. Someone else was in the room with them, but Katie couldn't see who. Marco was blocking her view. The world tilted sideways, and everything was in motion. Marco tipped off balance and stumbled forward, straight at Katie's body, arms outstretched. Katie's consciousness was still hiding in the dark recesses of her mind, observing the scene without being fully present in her body. Was Darlene truly there with them? In her body? Speaking through her vocal cords? Was this the next logical step for a ghost after weeks of standing at the foot of her bed, watching her sleep? Marco was coming at her. Katie was slow to get control of her body, slow to react, and by the time she tried to get out of the way, it was too late. She was caught in the space between the sofa and the coffee table as she tripped over her own feet. Marco collided with her, and they both fell onto the sofa, him on top of her. His fist struck her on the bridge of her nose. Pain. The pain was instant. All she saw was white light and then a blur of motion. She was suffocating, unable to breathe. The blue sky was turning black again. Then his weight was off her. She struggled to her feet, her eyes streaming with tears of pain. "It's broken," she thought. "This is what it feels like when your nose is broken." And then her head went quiet. Be calm, Kitty. Think. She had to leave the room. Leave the ranch. Chapter 27. Katie managed to get out from underneath Marco, thanks to the person who'd just entered the room. Lee Elliott pulled Marco onto the floor, and now he was on top, his hands around the bigger man's neck. Marco made strangled, choking sounds while his face turned a deeper shade of red. Katie stopped by the door, where she clasped her hands together and twisted them. She could feel her fingers, and she was back in control of herself again. The force that had been controlling her was gone, yet the icy strength of the spirit's anger remained. "Stay with it," the ghost urged. "Fight for me." Katie ran at the struggling pair and pushed Lee off Marco. In falling away, Lee managed to accidentally elbow her in the face. Pain and white light again. If she hadn't been bleeding before, she was now. The pain in her nose was crazy hot. She tasted blood. My blood, she thought, and she was jarred out of space and time for a second. She was Darlene again. She remembered. She was running somewhere, a red ridge. She was going to be killed, strangled. Katie flashed back to the present moment, back to the pain. Both of the men were groaning and picking themselves up from the floor, keeping a wary distance from each other. Marco sputtered. "You're crazy, both of you. Whatever meds you're on, they need to up your dose." Lee straightened his clothes and made a tisk-tisk noise as he examined the ripped collar of his T-shirt. Marco's shirt was also torn, half the buttons ripped off. His face was still red, and he had red ridges along his neck. "You tried to strangle me," Marco said. Lee didn't respond. He didn't even look at Katie or check on her. He kept staring at the rip that extended along his shoulder. Marco puffed up his chest. I'd like to see you try that again without attacking me from behind. I will if I need to. Lee lifted his chin aggressively and demanded, "What were you doing to Katie?" "We were just talking," Marco said. Lee looked at Katie and asked, "Are you okay? I saw him attacking you." She pressed her fingers to her nostrils, catching a dribble of blood. "It's not what it looked like," she said. "You asked for it?" Lee's upper lip curled up. "No, you idiot," she spat. "You hit him with the door, and he basically fell onto me." "Yeah," Marco said gruffly, jutting out his chin and puffing up his chest even more. "You caused this." The two young men stared at each other in silence. Katie smelled smoke, menthol cigarette smoke. She turned to see Tilda standing in the doorway, slouching gracefully as she puffed on a cigarette. Tilda said with a sneer, "Looks like your sculpture lesson has stirred up some deep emotions." Lee gave the angular, red-headed woman a sheepish look and stuffed his hands in his pockets in a chastised gesture that reminded Katie of Marco. "Mom, someone's messing with us," Marco said. "One of them planted something in my room, that missing girl's necklace." Tilda looked up at the ceiling and shook her head. "Oh, Marco, you don't know when to shut up." "It's an ankh," Marco said. "That Darlene girl's necklace." He looked at Katie. "Show her." Katie had already discreetly tucked the necklace into her pocket. She held out both hands. "I don't have the ankh. I must have dropped it when you fell on me." "Oh, Marco," Tilda said with a weary sigh. "You fell on top of the poor thing. Is that what you're claiming?" "It was an accident," he said. "Sure it was." Tilda took a long drag off the cigarette. Katie's ears were ringing from her rush of adrenaline, but she could hear the fiery crackle of the tobacco burning. "We really were just talking," Katie said to Lee and Tilda. Lee said, "It sounded like he was accusing you of something." "You were listening at the door?" He gave her a sad, hurt look. "I was worried about you. I can look after myself," she said. Tilda spoke as she exhaled smoke. "Katie, do you play poker?" She didn't wait for an answer. "You have a tell, Katie, something that gives you away. Your lisp, the sloppy way you pronounce the letter S." Katie's hand was still over her mouth, catching the blood from her nose. She'd forgotten all about her lisp. "Your lisp gets worse when you lie," Tilda said. "Like you did just now. You said, 'I can look after myself.' You're lying." "That's rude," Lee said, frowning at his mentor. "Katie barely has a lisp, but she's not a liar." He gave Katie a concerned look. "You're bleeding. Is your nose broken?" "I don't know," she said. "It hurts." Tilda blew smoke rings into the air. "What a mess," she said, glaring at her son. "It was an accident," Marco said. "We were talking about the ankh, and then I'm not sure what happened. But if I hurt Katie, it was by accident." Tilda took another long puff. Her hand was trembling. As she exhaled, she said, "Who's going to look out for you after I'm gone, Marco? Who's going to clean up your mistakes?" Marco scowled back at his mother. "And who's going to clean up your mistakes now that Clive is gone?" She scoffed and took another drag. "Clive was my biggest mistake," she said. "I don't know about that," Marco said slowly. "Was he really so bad? I used to think that Clive Kingfisher was to blame for all my problems, but since he's been gone, everything's been worse around here." "That was his plan," Tilda said. "That man was going to ruin both of us. That's why he took your boots." And why he planted Darlene's necklace in my room? Tilda began coughing. It took a moment for her to compose herself. She came all the way into the room, grabbed an empty beer bottle from the top of the coffee table, and chucked the remainder of her cigarette into the dregs. She looked at Lee and then at Katie. "Would you two please excuse us? We have Onassa's family business to discuss." She looked right at Lee. "In private, Lee. No listening at the door." Lee headed toward the door. "Wait," Tilda said. "What were you really doing on my computer today?" "Checking the weather," Lee said, wide-eyed. "And that's your tell," Tilda said. "Katie's got her lisp when she lies, and you've got that stupid look of yours." Marco began to chuckle. "Nah, he looks that stupid all the time." Tilda cuffed her son across the forehead lightly. "Not now." She raised her eyebrows at Katie and nodded toward the door. The art babies were dismissed. Katie left quickly, along with Lee. Behind them, Tilda called out, "I'll talk to both of you at dinner, which will be in 30 minutes. "Not likely," Katie said under her breath. 15 minutes later, Katie was sitting on her bed, staring at the contents of her suitcase, when someone knocked on her door. "It's me," Lee said. The door opened and he came in. "The cab's on its way," he said. "Are you coming with me?" "I sure am, Detective Mills. Very observant. Was it the suitcase?" He gave her a playful smile as he set his suitcase down with a loud thunk. Katie nodded for Lee to come over and sit on the bed next to her. As soon as he did, she climbed onto his lap and gave him a flirty smile. "You're feeling pretty good," he observed. "Did you take something powerful for your busted nose?" She kissed him. "It's not busted," she lied. Her nose hurt like hell, but she needed something. She kissed him again and reached into his pocket. He squirmed and made an excited noise. She closed her fingertips on the burned bit of yellow material that was still in his pocket and yanked it out without him noticing. She pulled away from the kiss and stepped back, away from him. "That's it?" he grinned. "We've still got a few minutes before the taxi gets here." He tilted his head to the side. "Why are you looking at me like that?" She pointed to the contents of her open suitcase on the bed. "What's that?" Lee yanked Katie's sweaters aside. He swore under his breath. "Evidence that you lied to me." In a whisper, he said, "That's Clive's yellow jacket." She gave him a steely look. "It's somebody's yellow jacket, and it doesn't look like it's burned up." He got to his feet and started edging around her toward the door. "And why do you have that jacket?" She put one hand on her hip and used the other to wave the burned yellow scrap at him. "You answer my question first, Lee. Why did you show me this burned scrap?" "To get into your pants. Duh." "That's it?" He held both hands up. "I swear to God. Please don't hurt me. I won't tell anyone you have the jacket." He mimed zipping his lips. She whisper-yelled, "Lee, someone planted the jacket in my suitcase." "Who?" She threw the burned scrap at him. "Who do you think?" "The person who killed Clive Kingfisher. There's a murderer right here at Spirit Ranch." Chapter 28. The words hung in the air. There's a murderer right here at Spirit Ranch. Lee continued to stare at Katie, his mouth hanging open. "And it's not me," she added. He jolted, as though waking up from a trance. "Well, it's not me," he said. "I know. That's why I'm telling you." "How would you know for sure?" He edged away from the door and returned to her bed, where he sat next to the stack of clothes and the yellow jacket. "It's nice that you trust me and everything, but how do you know I'm not a killer?" She shook her head. She didn't know. Maybe because he thought it was a game. He had burned a piece of yellow plastic to manipulate her into getting closer to him. If he'd actually killed someone, he wouldn't have been so cavalier. Plus, her gut told her Lee was no killer, and that counted for something. "Which I'm not," he said. "Honestly, if I find a scary spider in my room, I can't even kill it. I coax the spider into a cup and take it outside." "I believe you," she said. "As for Clive, it might have been an accident after all. That's what the cops said. They were only asking questions to be thorough." She looked at the yellow jacket on the bed and frowned. He picked up the jacket and checked the pockets. They were empty. Katie had already checked as well. "It was no accident," Lee said. "Someone was captured on film coming back down the mountain wearing Clive's coat, and they hid it inside your suitcase." "Why mine? Why not yours?" He shrugged. "You showed up here under an alias. Plus there's the whole thing with your roommate going missing. All sort of shady stuff." He raised his eyebrows and stared into her eyes. "Did you put her necklace in Marco's room to mess with his head?" "No." She shook her head. "I've never been in that suite before tonight." She crossed her arms. "We are in deep. Something's going on, and we need to get away from this place immediately." Lee tilted back his head and looked down his nose at her. "Not so fast. If you're getting set up, leaving here is going to look bad for you." She laughed nervously. "But I haven't done anything wrong." "That's what all the tough chicks in prison say." He smirked. She kept her arms crossed and gave him a sarcastic smirk right back. "I ain't going back to the big house," she joked. They stared at each other for a moment. Lee rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe it wasn't a setup. Maybe the killer just needed to hide the jacket quickly before that cop showed up to search the place. He snapped his fingers. "Marco. He's the one who took Officer What's-Her-Name around to search the place." "You mean Officer Kendall?" Katie said. "But she was with him the whole time. He couldn't have hid the jacket when she was right there with him." He nodded slowly. "Right. But the family and the housekeeper got back here before we did that day," Lee said. "They could have hid it then." Katie nodded in agreement. Lee bounced eagerly on the edge of the bed. "Plus, didn't you say someone snuck into your room on Monday night?" "They could have been stuffing the jacket in my suitcase," Katie said. "It could have been any one of them." "Any one of them? Even Holly?" "Sure. You saw how awful he was to her," Katie said. "Plus, you saw yourself what Holly's like when she snaps. She might have been retaliating for whatever happened all those years ago when she got her face messed up. She was riding horses with Clive when it happened." "What about Tilda?" Lee put his hands behind him on the bed and leaned back casually, as though they were having an intense study session and not discussing motives for murder. "It could have been a crime of passion," Katie said. "We know from the hairs on his pillow they were fooling around at some point. Do you think she found out he lied about his wife being out of town? Or maybe he tried to break it off with her. Told her he was heading down to Mexico to join the old ball and chain." Katie started to pace, hoping it would help her think. She stopped and asked Lee, "What was Tilda talking about just now in Marco's suite? Something about having to clean up his messes. Do you think she lured Clive up there and shoved him off a cliff as a favor to her son?" "Blood is thicker than water," he said. "What do you think Marco did?" Lee shrugged. "He had your friend's pendant. Maybe he's a kleptomaniac." Katie wrinkled her nose. Was Lee making fun of her and the confession about her unorthodox methods of collecting lip balm? Lee silently stared at her, his eyes wide and unfocused. He didn't look terribly bright at that moment. In fact, he had the same stunned expression he'd had when Tilda had accused him of fibbing, his stupid look. Was he lying? "Oh," he said, pulling his phone from his pocket. "Taxi's here." He blinked at her. "Should we go straight to the bus station or hit the sheriff's office first with our, evidence?" He folded the yellow jacket and put it back into her suitcase. "I don't know. Let's just get in the car and go. We can think along the way." Lee looked down at his phone. "The driver must have already been in the area when I requested a ride." "Good," Katie said with a heavy sigh of relief. They were leaving, and not a minute too soon. "Do you still have that USB drive?" "Unless you picked my pocket completely," he said. "That was quite the kiss. You could have done anything to me." The taxi driver was the same friendly 70-year-old man who'd driven the pair of art students there on Sunday and also on Tuesday. He gave them one of his easy smiles as he stepped out to help with luggage. "We meet again," he said cheerfully. Katie stared for a moment at the man's sprinkling of white hair over his head and his tight gray beard. Short of being picked up by her own family, she couldn't think of anyone she was happier to see. She was leaving Spirit Ranch, leaving its stench of death. The night surrounded them, but the familiar face of the driver felt like a beacon of light at the end of a tunnel. She was so relieved. She found herself hugging the driver like a long-lost friend. "Good to see you again, too," the driver said, chuckling as he hugged her back. "Things have been rough around these parts lately?" She pulled away and composed herself. "Things haven't been great," she said. Lee interjected. "We still owe you fare from the last trip. I haven't forgotten." He rubbed his palm on his jeans before offering his hand to the older driver. "I'm Lee Elliott." "And I'm Eddie," the driver said, offering his hand. He looked directly at Katie. "Remember how you called me Steady Eddie?" "Right," she lied, shaking his hand. "And I do apologize, miss, but I forgot your name," he said. "Katie." "Nope, that's not it." She forced a laugh and handed over her suitcase for the trunk. Lee was taking out his laptop before tossing his old suitcase on top of hers. They all got into the cab, with Katie and Lee sharing the back seat once again. "Let's get going right away," Lee said, glancing at the door of the house. They hadn't let anyone know they were leaving, let alone said goodbye. The driver, Steady Eddie, caught Katie's eyes in the rearview mirror. "You're hurt," he said. "One of your eyes is swelling up." Katie had almost forgotten about her banged-up nose. The bleeding had stopped, and now it was numb. The bones at the bridge had made a crackling sound earlier when she'd wiggled it. "I'll be okay," she said. "I hope you don't mind me asking, but something's going on," the driver said, still making eye contact through the rearview mirror. "You never got that trouble of yours cleaned up, did you?" Lee squirmed impatiently next to her. The vehicle still wasn't rolling. Katie looked at the door to the house, expecting it to burst open at any minute and pour out crazy. "I'm fine," she said. "Really. Can you just drive, please? Take us to the nearest bus station. Is there one in the next town, or do we need to go all the way to Albuquerque?" Eddie laughed lightly as he put the car in gear and started it rolling. "You kids these days. You smoke too much pot. It's no good for your memory." He caught Katie's eye in the rearview mirror. "I can take you to that bus station in town, if it's what you want." He checked the road ahead, flicked on the high beams to light the straight dirt road, and caught Lee's eye. "How about you, Mr. Smooth?" "The bus station for both of us," Lee said. He had his laptop open already. plugged into his phone with a cable to give him mobile internet access. To Katie, Lee said, "No more flights out tonight, so I'm opting for the bus. I'll go with you as far as you like and see you get home safely. It's no trouble. I don't have any other plans for the next few days, as you know." Sure," she said. "That sounds fun." He clicked a few keys on his computer and turned to stare at her. "Tilda was right. You do have a lisp when you're telling a lie. You don't want my company, do you?" "Lee, I'm sorry. I'm just so mixed up right now. We'll exchange information. We'll stay in touch." He turned back to his screen. "Especially since we're involved in an investigation together." She gritted her teeth. They didn't need to be involved in anything if they didn't want to. She could throw the yellow jacket in a dumpster and put the whole mess behind her. An image on the laptop screen caught her eye. Lee was looking at the photos of Darlene and Clive that he'd taken from Tilda's computer. After a moment of clicking through the lurid images, Lee said, "This is brilliant." "Brilliant?" Her esophagus burned. "It's horrible. Beautifully shot, of course, but yuck. Don't you get it?" Lee gave her a surprised look. "Tilda's biggest complaint is that male art critics are always deeming her work to be sexual, to be about her own sexuality. All of her work. Even a painting of a skull in front of a mountain. They insist on calling it sensual or some crap, and you and I both know they'd never do that to a male artist." Katie tried to swallow down the burning in her throat. "So now Tilda's taking sex photos? How's that supposed to make things better?" "These are brilliant," he said. "Look again. And read the titles on the file names. They're not finalized yet, I'm sure, but they're all variations on the same theme." He pointed to the file name. "The Art Critic and His Darling. An art critic encounters beauty. An art critic only knows how to—" He stopped before uttering the dirty words. Katie realized why Clive Kingfisher was in the pictures. "Clive isn't supposed to look good in these," Katie said. "He's the beast, and Darlene is the beauty that gets destroyed by his greed." She paused, letting it sink in. "These are brilliant." She shook her head. Poor Darlene. Up in the front seat, the cab driver slapped the steering wheel. "Darlene! That's the name you told me before." Lee closed his laptop. "What's that? Who told you about Darlene?" Steady Eddie turned to give Katie a friendly grin through the seat rests. "That's your real name, ain't it? Darlene. And you gave me a kiss on the cheek the first time we met, because it was my birthday. And you felt sorry for me having to work on my birthday." Katie leaned forward in her seat, straining to see the identification posted at the front of the cab. The laminated card contained the man's name and identification number, but no birthday, because it wasn't his driver's license. Even so, she had a date in mind. "Eddie, is your birthday September the 27th? "Close. It's the 28th. That's when I turned 40, he said, chuckling. "Every year I turn 40 on September 28th. Coming on 30 years now." Katie turned to Lee. "The 27th is the last time I saw Darlene. It's the day she packed her bag and left the dorm. If Eddie saw her on the 28th, that means she was here, in New Mexico. She must have taken the bus and slept on it overnight." Lee's eyes widened. He closed his laptop. "We need to go to the police." "With what? The yellow jacket that's inside my suitcase? No way." She shook her head. "They're going to think it was me, that I came here to get Tilda to delete the photos, and that I went crazy on Clive. Revenge or something." She felt a hysterical sob rising in her throat. "They'll get my medical records. They'll talk to my psychiatrist and find out—" She clamped her hand over her mouth. "Find out what?" Lee's eyes got even wider. In a whisper, he asked, "Did you do it, Katie? Did you?" He mouthed the rest of the words. "Kill Clive Kingfisher?" "I don't think so," she said. They sat in silence for a few minutes without speaking. Steady Eddie had gotten distracted by a weather forecast on the radio and wasn't paying attention to them. Katie took the Ankh necklace from her pocket and studied the silver symbol in her hand. The interior of the taxi was nearly as dark as the desert outside the windows, but the little charm glinted anyway. Tilda's words echoed in her head. "The secret is to paint what you see. And to paint what you see, you must first see what you see, not what you think is there or expect to see." Katie had come to New Mexico to get away from the ghost that haunted her, not to find Darlene's path. And so, because she wasn't looking, she hadn't seen the connections between the points until now. First, there'd been the cabbie she'd never met before, seemingly recognizing her. Like others at their school, he'd mixed up the two girls because of their similar appearance, and he'd made reference to it the first time she'd met him at the airport, but she'd dismissed it, because it wasn't what she was looking for. Then there was the housekeeper, telling Katie, "But he said there was only one, and that's why we canceled. That's why we sent a refund." And then Tilda, asking Lee if he'd been frightened by the sight of a floating pile of garbage in the river. More small details came into focus, illuminating a larger picture. You can't paint the fleas until you paint the dog. The necklace in Marco's bedroom. His hiking boots on Clive's feet. It smelled of a setup, because it was a setup. Katie turned and looked at Lee. "What did you burn that was yellow? It's important. Tell me the truth." He sighed. "It was my pencil case," he said. That was pretty stupid. She leaned forward and said to the driver, "Steady, Eddie, would you do a U-turn, please? There's something important we forgot to get from the ranch." Eddie made an affirmative clicking sound with his mouth and slowed the vehicle, pulling over to the right to make the U-turn. Katie looked over at Lee, who was shaking his head in disbelief. "Why? I thought we wanted to get away from there." "We need to get a confession. Lee, if we don't go back there, it's going to blow back on both of us." "The cops aren't going to think you killed Clive," he said. "You're just a girl." "But you suspected me," Katie said. He frowned. "That was different." "How?" He didn't have an answer. "I'm going back," she said with finality. "If you're too scared, you don't have to come inside with me." Lee turned to the dark window, jaw clenched. Eddie turned the vehicle around, and now they were headed back to Spirit Ranch. After a minute, Lee looked at Katie and asked, "Why aren't you scared?" "Because I know what happened on the mountain." Chapter 29. Katie walked up to the house by herself, yet she wasn't alone. The medication she'd been taking the last few weeks blocked her visions of Darlene's spirit, but she'd missed a pill or two due to the recent chaos, and now Darlene was starting to leak through from the other side. Katie couldn't see the girl, but she felt her presence, the way she could wake up and know, without even looking across the room, whether her roommate was there or not. Darlene was here, right beside her. Katie glanced back over her shoulder at the taxi, where Lee sat waiting in the back seat. He faced straight ahead, stubbornly refusing to even look at her. The driver, Eddie, gave her a cheery wave. As far as he knew, Katie was running back inside to get a cell phone charger. She held up her hand, indicating that she'd be only 5 minutes. 5 minutes should be good, she muttered to herself as she approached the wooden door. I'll just get a killer's confession and then be on my way. She entered the house. The social room was empty. The house was quiet, except for the sound of water running somewhere. It sounded like the kitchen. Without announcing her presence, Katie moved silently down the hall and into the kitchen. Holly stood at the kitchen sink, her back to the entrance. Her dark blonde hair was still up in its neat, tidy bun. Her clothes were crisp and clean. The housekeeper had transformed in the past few days from shabby to almost chic. Katie entered the kitchen silently and announced her presence with a soft, "Hello." Holly made a startled gasp as she whipped around. "Ghost!" She clutched the cross on her neck and started praying. "That's right," Katie said. "The ghost is here." Holly continued praying frantically, her chest heaving. "Darlene Silva is here with us," Katie said. "Her spirit is with me. I brought her to Spirit Ranch for a reason." Holly slowly lowered her hand. "You're trying to trick me." They were alone in the kitchen. Katie wished for a moment that Lee had been brave enough to come with her. She could use better backup than a ghost. Holly whispered, "What do you want?" "Answers." "Who are you? Really?" Holly's eyes kept flitting to a space to the side of Katie. Her crooked forehead was pale as snow, the scar practically glowing pink. Katie felt a coolness, a presence, but she couldn't see the ghost. She had to trust that it was there, trust that Holly could see Darlene. "Holly, when we arrived here, you told Tilda there was only one student coming to the retreat. Who told you that?" I don't know," Holly stammered. "You said it was a he. Was it Clive or Marco?" "Marco?" The housekeeper's hands fluttered like trapped birds. No, it was Clive." "And who went for that moonlight walk with Clive on Monday night? Was it you, Holly?" The housekeeper's hands suddenly stopped fluttering, and she became very still. "I don't know," she replied smoothly. "You're protecting someone," Katie said. "No." "You saw something." "No, I don't know. I don't remember." "You put Clive's yellow jacket in my suitcase." "That wasn't me," she said, her gaze darting between Katie and the specter at her side. "It must have been the ghost." Katie nearly smiled. "You don't seem surprised to hear about the jacket in my suitcase, Holly." She reached behind herself and grabbed the tightly folded package she'd tucked into her waistband. She pulled out the yellow coat. "No!" Holly gasped. "You should have burned it if you'd wanted to get rid of it. You thought you were clever, putting it inside the lining of my case, but it's bulky. I had my bag packed to full capacity on my way here, so when I tried to leave and couldn't get everything back in, I knew." "Okay, it was me," Holly said. "I followed Clive when he went on his walk. I was worried about him. Then he took off the jacket and hung it on a tree before he jumped. I was cold, so I put it on and came back." She held up both of her hands. "That's what happened. I swear." "What was Clive doing up there? Why did he take off his jacket?" "I don't know." "Was he exercising?" Katie clenched her fists. She was close, so close. But something was missing. Something wasn't right. Someone touched Katie on the shoulder. She jumped and turned. It was Tilda. The red-haired dynamo was swaying on her feet as though drunk, her eyes half-lidded. "Stop it," Tilda slurred. "Don't go after Holly. She didn't do anything." Katie shook the yellow jacket. "But she put Clive's jacket in my bag. She's guilty of something." Tilda lurched into the kitchen, weaving drunkenly, went to Holly's side, and wrapped her arm around the woman's shoulders. "Holly, don't say anything. Hush. Nobody needs to know." She seemed to be having trouble keeping her eyes open. "Keep your lips shut." Her head lolled back, and she laughed hollowly. "Katie, damn it. You gave me your lisp. It's contagious. Holly grunted to hold her friend and boss upright. She said to the space next to Katie, "You two girls need to leave." Tilda let out a girlish giggle. "Two girls? Holly, who are you talking to?" "Don't you see the ghost that Darlene brought?" Holly was breathing heavily, struggling to hold Tilda upright. "Don't you see her right now? Open your eyes." Tilda waved one rubbery hand. "I don't see anything," she slurred. She straightened up, eyes widening. "My boy, Marco." Katie turned to see Marco at the door. His red hair was wet, and he'd changed clothes. He came into the kitchen and rushed to his mother's side. Marco glared at Holly and demanded, "What did you do? What have you done to my mother?" "She's drunk," Holly said. "On what?" Marco guided his mother over to a wooden stool and guided her into a sitting position. "What is she drunk on? We finished the whiskey, and when I got some beer last night, I locked up the wine cellar, along with every drop of booze in the place." It was a good question. If Tilda hadn't been drinking, it meant she'd smoked or ingested something. And since the detective confiscated Marco's stash and Lee was proudly unmedicated, that left one source. Katie fell to her knees and opened her suitcase fully. She spread her personal effects across the floor, searching for her medication. She found her bottle of prescription antipsychotic medication. It was light. It was completely empty. She held up the empty container. "Someone poisoned Tilda," she said. "Who?" Tilda began to laugh maniacally. "I know who," she said. "It was the same person who killed Clive Kingfisher." Chapter 30. 3 months ago, September 28th. Clive Kingfisher was only now realizing the terrible situation he'd been trapped in. And it had all happened because he'd been lonely. Why was a man of his remarkable ability and wit ever lonely? It wasn't right. His wife didn't care. Her life revolved around her charities and her foundations and anything but their marriage. Perhaps things would have been different if they'd managed to have children, but it wasn't in the cards for them. She wanted to adopt, one of those orphans from some third world country, but he wouldn't have it. He already had Marco, the stepson he never wanted. He kept his eyes on the road ahead and drove away from town. There was a truck stop diner he would take her to. The girl wanted to eat at one of the quaint restaurants in town, but he couldn't risk being seen. The irony of the situation nearly made him laugh. His wife refused to love him just because he hadn't given her a baby, and now there was someone else, pregnant with his child, asking him to love her. And perhaps he could have loved her, could have left his wife for her, if things had been different, if the timing had been better. Darlene Silva could have been more understanding. Why did she have to show up unannounced the way she did, thrusting the filthy stick in his face? It still stunk of urine. She was pregnant, she said, with his offspring. The accident hadn't happened during her stay at Spirit Ranch the previous year. She'd been holding an actual baby in her arms now, rather than talking about this future baby that was currently the size of a gerbil. No, his mistake had happened this summer, when he'd bumped into Darlene at an arts festival in Dallas. It hadn't been much of a coincidence, though. Darlene was one of those exhibitionist types who posted all her daily thoughts and plans online. Clive had seen that she would be at the festival in July, and he'd arranged to just happen to be there as well. Things went better than he'd dreamed. She'd been upset over the immature fumblings of some boy her age, and he'd been there as her mature advisor. He rescued her from the kids she was traveling with, and let her stay in his 5-star hotel room. She'd shown him gratitude for his wisdom and advice. He'd gotten careless. He'd let down his guard and believed her when she said she knew her cycle. After all those years of failure, pregnancy seemed like some mythical thing that only happened to other people. But it had happened to him, and now it would be his undoing. Darlene wanted money. She wouldn't come out and admit it, but he could tell when a person wanted money. She'd showed up at Spirit Ranch unannounced, knocking on the door to the guest cottage. He rushed her inside the house and demanded to know who had seen her, who knew she was there. Nobody, she swore. She knew he was married, so she'd been discreet. He could trust her. She looked up at him with big doe eyes. "Don't cry," he said. "What do you want from me?" She looked around the room and mumbled something about having been on the bus all night and not having eaten. "Lunch," he said. "We'll have lunch, and we'll talk this whole thing through from start to finish." She started to walk toward the kitchen. He grabbed her arm. "Not here," he said. She jerked her arm away and rubbed her bicep, her eyes accusatory, even though he'd barely touched her. "I don't have much for food," he said in a more soothing tone. "Let's pop out for a bite, somewhere cheerful." She agreed. Now they were in a restaurant outside of town. He'd always assumed it was a dump from the exterior, but it was bigger and more appealing inside than he expected. After they found a seat in a corner booth, he looked around uneasily. It was a small place. He couldn't see anyone he knew well, but it was only a matter of time before a friend of his wife's saw him there, sharing a meal with a pretty young woman. He wasn't hungry, so he drank a milkshake and watched her eat. She put away a cheeseburger and a full order of fries. She even ate the vegetable garnish at the edge of the plate. Eating for two, he thought darkly. They didn't discuss money over the meal. After he'd paid the bill, he suggested they go for a walk. "Not a hike," Darlene said. "These shoes aren't made for hiking." He looked under the table at her shoes. They were sneakers. They were fine, just fine, for hiking. She was one of those difficult girls who had to make a fuss about everything. They left the diner and got back into his vehicle. "I brought you something," she said. "You sure did," he thought. "You brought me my own self-destruction." After all those years of chasing the pretty young girls who came to the ranch, he'd finally caught one. He felt like a domesticated dog who finally caught a rabbit and didn't know what to do with it. Now she had him. His wife was going to divorce him for sure. This would be the final straw. And thanks to the prenuptial agreement, she would take everything. And just to be the bitter shrew she was, she would reveal to Tilda that Clive had been embezzling from the artist for years. Fraud. He might even see the inside of a jail cell. They did imprison people for embezzlement, didn't they? He didn't know. He hadn't thought to consult a lawyer a decade earlier when he'd begun to siphon cash his way. "Don't you want to see your present?" The girl was reaching into her backpack, pulling out the wrapped gift. "I'm driving," he said gruffly. She made a pouting sound, about to have a tantrum. She was such a child. She didn't want a partner. She wanted a father. Or cash. "I do want to see it," he said. "But I'm driving. Open it for me?" She sighed, but she opened the gift for him. It was a novelty, a gag gift. A stuffed hare with deer horns. "It's your jackalope," she said. "Remember the first day I was at the ranch last November? You told me jackalopes were native to New Mexico, and I actually believed you." She laughed at herself. "I can't believe how gullible I was." "What a perfect gift," he said bitterly. "A symbol of stupidity." "We can name the baby Jack," she said, stroking the soft fur of the taxidermied hare. "Or Jacqueline, if it's a girl." They passed a sign for Spirit Ranch. Darlene noticed they were driving toward the ranch. She was confused. "Clive, if you don't want anyone to know I'm here, why are we going to Spirit Ranch?" He turned off the road. "We're going for that walk," he said. She let out an uncomfortable laugh. "You're not going to take me out to the wilderness and leave me there, are you?" He chuckled. "Of course not. You're going to have a baby, our baby. You can't raise him up there on the red rocks." She sucked in air. "Right." She forced a laugh, and he knew the truth. She didn't want him. She would pretend she wanted him, but only to get her hands on his money. Boy, was she in for a surprise. He parked at the end of the road, and they started walking. They passed a grouping of tents. Darlene wanted to stop and ask the people what all the filming equipment was for, but Clive rushed her along. "What's the hurry?" Now she was pouting. "I'm getting a blister on my foot." "If you can't handle a blister, what's childbirth going to be like?" She shot him a dirty look and skipped to catch up with him. After another 10 minutes, she whined, "Is it much further?" "Don't worry," he said. "Soon it will all be over." And soon it was all over. The next part felt like a dream. Clive was there, but he was also off in the distance, watching. His hands moved on their own, closing around her throat. She struggled and fought him, but her arms weren't quite as long as his. Her fingertips grazed his neck, but couldn't latch on. And then she was still. She was quiet. "Don't worry about childbirth," he said to her lifeless body. "You won't have to go through with it. You can remain a child forever." He used his fingers to close her eyelids. He hauled her away from the trail and used his hands to dig a shallow grave, which he covered with stones. If he left her for long, the local scavengers would pick her bones, and the sun would bleach them white. He got in his vehicle and drove away, feeling like he was filled with helium. He came back later that night with a shovel, and he buried her by moonlight. Then he went home to his wife, who was suspicious as always, and he went to bed. The next morning, the sun rose as usual. He carried on. He waited for someone to come, for someone to ask about Darlene, but nobody did. 2 months passed. 3 days ago. Clive Kingfisher had almost forgotten about his act of desperation, almost been able to move on. He'd even started trying to fix the finances for the art business. Then that girl, Katie, the one who looked so much like Darlene, had arrived. On Sunday night, he'd started seeing things. There was a ghost who appeared after the sunset, standing in corners, watching him. And then there was the look in Tilda's eyes. She knew. How could she know? The ghost must have been visiting her, telling her everything. He took her to bed, but he couldn't get a confession. As they slept together in his bed, he dreamed of Darlene walking up the trail, leading a group of people to her shallow grave. She'd come here for justice, as she saw it. She'd come for retribution, using the roommate, Katie. On Monday, Clive realized he had to check on the body again, just to be careful. The burial site was so close to the trail, so easy to find. Had he dug the hole deep enough to discourage the local coyotes? On the last night of his life, Clive Kingfisher made a plan to visit his victims' bones and then erase all evidence of their involvement. If Tilda refused to delete the photos, he'd take care of them himself, and he'd burn down the studio, just for good measure. Marco would be of service as well. Just in case things went terribly wrong, Clive could direct suspicion at the boy. When all the details came together for Clive, he smiled at his ingenuity. It was a shame no one would ever know the details of his most devious achievement. Marco was asleep on the couch when Clive entered his private quarters, planted the necklace he'd kept as a souvenir, and borrowed Marco's boots. He would be careful about removing the remains, but if he did happen to leave boot tracks, they would be Marco's. His plan was perfect. Or at least it would have been, if someone hadn't followed him up the trail to the Red Ridge. Chapter 31. Clive Kingfisher kept hearing the sound of loose pebbles being crunched out of time with his own footsteps. Had someone followed him from the house? He kept looking over his shoulder. Despite the brightness of the close-to-full moon, he couldn't see anyone or anything. Just a curious coyote, he told himself. It wasn't until he started digging that he became certain the creature following him was no coyote. Coyotes didn't cough like humans. Clive whipped around and shone the flashlight behind him. His beam of light caught a woman. She tried to seek cover, but the terrain up here near the top was flat, with nothing more substantial to hide behind than shrubs. The woman froze in his light. In the light, her hair didn't look red, and at first he mistook her shape. He thought it was Holly, the brainless housekeeper. He leaped at her, caught her easily, and threw her to the ground. It was only when he was looking down at her, pinned beneath him, that he realized it was Tilda. The red-haired woman's upper lip pulled back in terror. He growled, "Damn it, Tilda, why couldn't you be Holly?" She was panting, hyperventilating. "What are you doing up here? Clive, what have you done?" "I'm protecting you," he said, thinking quickly. "I'm covering up your son's mistake." "What?" "He killed a girl," Clive said. "It was one of those girls who was here for a retreat during the summer. She came back in the fall, said she was pregnant, wanted money. Marco took her up here, just to talk, and I guess things got out of control. He killed her, Tilda. Your son killed a girl." "No!" She was distraught, her eyes twitching randomly in all directions. "No, no, no." "Yes," Clive growled. "And your son came to me. He asked me to help him. So that's why I'm up here, to help him, by checking on the bones." She managed to pull herself together enough to whisper, "The bones?" "Yes, we have to protect Marco. Will you help me?" The fear left her face, and she became calm. She stopped struggling underneath him. At last, there was the Tilda he knew and admired, brave, courageous, willing to do what it took. "Yes," she whispered. "Tell me what to do." "I only have one shovel," he said, "but you can help. You can keep watch while I dig down to make sure this is the place and that the body is still safely down there." She agreed with a nod. He got up, released her, and returned to his digging, using the small camping shovel he'd brought with him. He'd carried the shovel tucked under his yellow jacket. The exertion of digging made him warm, so he took the jacket off. Tilda stood shivering, so he offered her the waterproof coat. As usual, she didn't even thank him for his thoughtful, chivalrous gesture. He returned to his work, and one part of his mind believed his own lie. A part of him believed he was truly checking on the body of a girl Marco Onassis had killed. Maybe that was what happened after all, he mused. It could have happened. Clive smiled as the shovel hit bone. He had everything under control now, or so he thought. He should have known better than to turn his back on her. Tilda was ungrateful, sure, but she was also brave and courageous. And the one thing she loved more than anything else in the world was her son, Marco. Something shimmered at the edge of his vision. He looked up to see her. Darlene Silva, standing next to her own grave, looking the same as the day she'd died. And she was smiling at him, as though she knew of some wonderful secret he was about to discover. And then the ghost moved, darting out of the edge of his field of view. He felt a chill in the air, but only behind him. He paused to enjoy the silence. He heard Tilda grunt with effort. He couldn't see her, but he knew she was raising a boulder. He noted the grunt of effort she made with curiosity, as though perceiving the events from a great distance. On some level, he knew what was coming next. He wanted the relief of what came next. And then Tilda brought the boulder down on the back of Clive's skull. He fell forward, onto the grave he'd dug. Everything went black. He regained consciousness briefly as he was being dragged, and then a few minutes later, just long enough to feel the cold water filling his lungs, just long enough to regret everything he'd done, but not long enough to pray for forgiveness. Now. When Tilda had finished telling her version of events from Monday night, she looked at her son. "I'm sorry, Marco," she slurred. "You see, I was only trying to protect you." She was wavering from side to side on the wooden stool, about to crumple to the floor. Holly knelt before Tilda and put her hands on either side of the artist's face. "Tilda, he lied to you, the filthy beast." She made a spitting sound. "It wasn't your son who did evil." Holly looked at Katie. "Tell her." "It was Clive Kingfisher," Katie said. Clive was the person who told Holly that only one person was coming to this week's retreat. He knew Darlene Silva was dead because he killed her. Holly nodded in agreement. Tilda forced her eyes to stay open with an apparent struggle. The drugs in her system would render her unconscious shortly. Marco made a sound Katie hadn't heard from him before. It was a low, keening sound, full of sorrow. "Clive was setting me up," Marco said. Katie turned to Marco and put her hand on his shoulder. "That's why he was wearing your boots, Marco. In case he left some evidence behind. He wanted the boot tracks around the shallow grave to be yours." Marco went to his mother and knelt before her, next to Holly. "Mom, I never touched that girl," Marco said. "Why would you even think that? Why would you believe Clive?" She gasped. "Forgive me." And she closed her eyes. Katie reached into her pocket for her phone. They had to get an ambulance there for Tilda before it was too late. Lee, who'd been standing at the door to the kitchen unnoticed, said, "The police are already on their way." Katie whirled to face him. Lee had his phone in his hand. "Are you recording this?" "No," Lee said. "Do you think I should?" Katie bit her lower lip and looked at Tilda and then back at Lee. "No," she said. "It wasn't Tilda who lifted the rock on the ridge. You heard what she said. Something took hold of her. It was Darlene's spirit. Darlene took her revenge." Lee gave her a sidelong look. "I don't think a jury is going to buy that." "Then it was self-defense," Katie said. "Tilda's not a killer. She saw Clive digging up human remains and figured she was next. She did what she had to do." Holly interjected. "Yes, self-defense. Tilda would never hurt anyone." Lee looked down at his phone. "Luckily, it's not up to me to decide. But if I don't call for a paramedic right now, it won't matter." "Call then," Katie said. "Tell them to hurry," Marco said. "We need to make sure she keeps breathing, or she's going to die. Her pulse is already so weak." Lee spoke on the phone for a moment before reporting back. "Paramedics are on the way." Tilda slumped forward and began to shake. "Darlene was there on the ridge," she said. "Darlene was next to me, and then the rock was in my hands." "Shush," Holly said. "The man was going to kill you next and bury you with the other body. It was self-defense, Tilda. You did what any one of us would have done." Everyone in the room was quiet. Katie couldn't read their minds, but she imagined they were thinking about what Holly had said. How far would each of them go to protect someone they loved? Chapter 32. 3 months later. The memorial service was busy. Half of Darlene's hometown had showed up. Katie took a moment for herself in the washroom at the funeral home. She tried to make herself look less like Darlene. Her hair was now cut short and dyed red, but people had still commented on how much she looked like the dead girl. The dead girl. Her bones weren't in the coffin. They were with the police, with the forensics department. Darlene Silva's bones wouldn't be buried for a while yet. Katie watched herself in the mirror as she applied a loose powder to her shiny forehead. The bones weren't at rest yet, but the ghost had taken leave for the most part. Katie saw her sometimes when the moon was full, dancing under the stars. Katie tucked her compact back into her purse and pulled out the bottle of pills. These were new ones. She'd been taken off the powerful antipsychotics. Her doctor didn't like the theory that she'd stopped seeing the ghost of Darlene Silva because her murder had been solved. The doctor preferred to say that her psychological situation had changed once she'd gotten closure. Either way, the result of changing medications had been life-altering. She could paint again, and not just enough to get by in her art classes with passing grades. Painting had become joyful again. When she wasn't working, her hands sometimes moved on their own in sweeping, painterly gestures, in delicious anticipation of future painting. As soon as the day's memorial service was over, she would return to the hotel room with her mother and 2 brothers who'd accompanied her to Darlene's hometown, and she'd sketch in the room. Katie's teachers were thrilled with the change in her. They came up with many words to describe her inspired new work, but one word that came up time and time again was dancing. The light was always dancing across her subjects. A figure could be seen dancing on mountain tops under the moonlight. When Katie was alone in the studio, she'd turn up the music and paint and dance. "I was hoping you'd be here," said the young man. Katie gave him a shy smile. "Same," she said. Marco Onassis began to chuckle, and it was music to her ears. He hadn't cut his wavy red hair since Christmas, and the front was now long enough to tuck behind his ears. He looked more angular now, more like his mother. He'd lost a few pounds, but he looked healthy, eyes bright. They stepped out of the line for the buffet of snacks being served after the memorial service. Katie led the way over to the tall silver cylinders of coffee. "How's your mother?" Marco turned and looked at Katie's mother. "Exactly the opposite of yours," he said. Katie giggled. Her own mother wore a dark gray suit that made her look like a metal filing cabinet. At that moment, Mrs. Mills was being introduced to Ms. Onassis. Marco's mother wore a dark burgundy dress, but she couldn't extinguish the flame that was her bright red hair, nor her elegant, sharp features and crisp, sweeping arm gestures. "My mom's more of a traditional mom," Katie said. "I can't even imagine what that was like, growing up with someone who had cookies and milk waiting when you got home from school." Katie smiled. He was right about the cookies and milk and the traditional upbringing. What was coming home from school like for you? He smirked as he watched their mothers conversing. I still remember this one time. I'd gotten into a fight and came home with a black eye. She poured me a scotch, neat, no ice, and started teaching me how to throw a punch. No way! How old were you? He shrugged. 12, 13. My point is, she nearly blacked out my other eye. He grinned. We might have finished the bottle that night. The next day, I was the coolest kid in school. Nobody else there had ever been hung over. Katie shook her head. It wasn't always like that, Marco said. The next week, she joined the parents' group at the school and was a model mother for the next few years. We didn't drink together again until I was 21. She's a remarkable woman, Katie said. He nodded, and his expression turned serious. He whispered, "She was willing to cover up a murder to protect me. I'm so glad she didn't die thinking it was me who did what Clive did." He chuckled softly. I'm glad she didn't die, period. We've got a lot of things left to do. Big plans? He frowned. I'm sorry, we're at your friend's memorial. I'm so sorry for your loss. This is about Darlene, not about me. It's about all of us, Katie said. She winced, hearing her own words. It's about Darlene. Maybe we can meet somewhere after this and catch up. He looked over at Mrs. Mills and Ms. Onassis, who were chatting away like new best friends. They'd probably love that, he said. The two mothers abruptly stopped talking and looked over at the pair, eyebrows raised expectantly. Katie whispered out of the side of her mouth, "What's that all about?" "They're probably planning our nuptials." Marco's chuckling started up again. She elbowed him. "Are you high?" "Surprisingly, no. I've been clean since Christmas. Well, since New Year's Day." His face scrunched up. "Well, since January 5th, more or less. It's a process." "How's the sculpture work going?" "Amazing. So good. I can't wait to show you my new piece." She remembered his commercial work, designing adult toys in silicone. Her cheeks flushed hot. "You want to show me a—" She couldn't say the word. His eyes widened. "No, I would if you wanted me to." She made a vocal fry sound, speechless. "My new series is called Dance," Marco said. "It's art, not for the, mass production." "Dance?" "It's all intertwining figures. It's about the interconnectedness of all things. Minds, hearts, spirits." Katie started to tell him that it sounded like her own work, the paintings inspired by Darlene, but she didn't say a word. In the last few months, she'd come out of her shell and started talking more. But she was still that shy girl who knew when to be quiet, when to let the magic be all around her in the world, not captured in paint or art or words. Sometimes the most beautiful thing to say was nothing.
Author's Note for Dancing with a Ghost. Hi there, it's me again, Angela Pepper. I'm the author who just tortured you with one of my most tension-filled stories ever. Whenever I finish writing a book, the first person to read it is my husband. When he read this one, he kept looking up at me with the most suspicious look on his face. He couldn't figure out how I was making him feel so nervous. It was just a book after all. I did ask him if I should tone it down a little. He said no, and he also said, "Don't you dare change a thing." That's my impression of his voice, by the way. You can hear why I hire professional narrators to read my books. So I kept all the creepiness and the dark mood in the story. What you heard was my original vision. Actually, pretty much all of my books come to you as my original vision. I do get input from a few people to make sure the story is clear, but I don't ever turn my books over to a person who would completely rip it apart. Except that's not entirely true either. I do turn it over to someone, and that someone is future me. After I finish writing a story, I'm not really finished. I give it a short break, and then I go back and I kind of rip it apart and rewrite the whole thing all over again, except hopefully better. Doing this adds a lot of time to my process. And if we're being perfectly honest, it probably only makes them about 10% better. I could send off my first draft to a proofreader and just be done with it, and I would probably have almost the same career, except I don't think so. Here's a little secret. When my first reader, my husband, reads my finished book, I always hover nearby, and then I do something that some people would find very annoying, but he has just gotten used to. Whenever he laughs, I ask him to tell me what it was in the book that made him laugh, and then he'll read out a line or two for me. I guess you could call that market research. Big film studios do that with test audiences. So I ask him what he was laughing at, and he reads it out to me. And 9 times out of 10, it's a line or a phrase that I only just put in during my second complete rewrite of the book. I think humor requires a certain amount of lightness. And when I'm writing the first draft of a book, I'm so consumed with making sure that the plot works and keeping track of the logistics of getting the characters in and out of different places. But the second time around, I can pay more attention to the little details. It's kind of like decorating a house versus building it. Plus, humor takes time. Those comedians that you see on TV doing their comedy specials, they've usually spent a year or more touring that same material in front of audiences and working on the jokes and honing them until they're just right. A good punchline has to end on the exact right word and not have 2 more words trailing after it. Or 3, like these ones. Or these ones. Or a few more. Or 1 more. And another one. Surprise, there's more. Just kidding, there isn't. Now, why am I talking about jokes in the author's notes for one of my darker novels? Perhaps there's no reason at all, and it's just a tangent. That's what storytellers do. We tangent. Or perhaps it's because the next story in this box set is extremely quirky and humorous, and I'm just getting you ready for it. Even though nothing can really prepare a person for the ghost hackers. Until the next note, this is Angela Pepper, and we're having a good time. Thanks for coming to my show.
This has been Dancing with a Ghost, Restless Spirits Cozy Ghost Mysteries, Book 3, by Angela Pepper, narrated by Marie Hoffman. Copyright 2017 by Angela Pepper Publishing. Production copyright 2018 by Angela Pepper Publishing.